Hello everyone. So we should be launching the live now, and then we are going to jump in, but we're going to give it a few minutes while we wait. And so I'm going to do a couple of card upgrades. I've sent out the notifications on all of the social media platforms, so if you're following me, you should have gotten a notification. But we are live now. Toa, thank you. I saw your message from a few minutes ago. I had to do a last-minute restart on the computer. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. And then Havoc, welcome in. It's been a long time since I've seen you in the live. Well, been a long time since I've been live, but I'm glad to have you here. Is that the live stream guy? It is. How are you? Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Rin, welcome in as well. Glad to have you. We're gonna give it just a few minutes to do some chatting as people join in, get the notification, and then we're gonna jump into a few different builds for today. Makoto, you said hello from France. So glad that you're back making content. I'm humbled that you guys are still here for me to make content for. So I'm blown away by the response and just all of the support that I've had. So thank you for being here. Muzzy, welcome in. Gabe, welcome as well. Well, greetings from Myanmar? Watching your YouTube video right now. I tried to have it released right around the time I was planning to go live. That way I could really jump in and have a little bit of extra push to make sure that everyone knew I was going live. Same watching the Professor X video. That one was absolutely rushing it. It's a really solid list. Do we have the Mjolnir filter? We don't right now. That was on Snapcam, and at some point during my break, it broke. So we don't have it right now, unfortunately. And then Kino, welcome in. JLH, you said maybe you know if it's in Burma. I'm not super familiar with where it's at, but I am more familiar with Burma. Mystic for Hire, welcome in. Thank you guys for the follows and hanging out. And then Cohesive God, welcome in as well. I'm gonna, before we jump in and start doing any kind of gameplay or anything, I'm gonna run just a real quick start of the stream ad session so that we can get it out of the way. It won't do any kind of mid-game rolls. So I'm gonna run a minute and a half. That way it pushes it off for the rest of at least for a good part of the stream. And then the Lotto, welcome back. Thank you for being here for me to be able to come back to. Huge support from you guys. You said, let me just tell you, I love your videos. I'm not sure the ads are running, so I'm not sure if you can hear it. But I'm so glad that you're here, that you're enjoying the content, and that you were able to jump over to join me today. Then Mystic, you said Arshan waiting room. I think it's gonna be an interesting card for sure. I think it does have some potential, but with how much randomness it adds, I'm not sure how consistent it would be able to be. I think it's gonna be potent, but I'm not sure how solid it'll be. I think with that one, the biggest piece is going to be the lack of knowledge that your opponent will have. So I think it could be decent in Conquest, because in Conquest, they're not going to know what kind of deck you're running or what kind of cards it provided or generated for you. And so you have that element of surprise. Bad but fun. I think there might be able to be some ways to build it well, but it's all going to come down to a big element of luck as well. Muzzy, you said, love the Hades video? Yeah, I'm in. Hades 2 has been really fun. I haven't dove into as many of the other builds as I would like, but so far, especially for early access, it's been really solid. You said, I love the way you comment, your way of thinking. I feel like you teach so much by doing that. Thank you so much, Boom. And then I love your latest Phoenix Force deck. I like that one. It's at the root, it's a combo deck, but it still has some really consistent output for what it is. And so it's definitely my favorite way that I've been able to build it so far. I think you should hit snap more often. Just finished watching your latest video and I was screaming snap. Yeah, you said Lambie was also saying the same thing back at Conkers when you were playing against Owie. See, with Owie, I was in such a disadvantaged spot against Hela that it was hard to find a solid thing to snap for. Like, maybe I should have snapped the second time the raft came up. But no, I do agree that I probably should snap a bit more aggressively. Usually it takes me a little bit before I find my footing with a deck. So like mill decks, I've played them enough that I know the snap lines that I can snap a little bit more confidently. But if I'm switching from deck to deck to deck, I usually snap a little bit more tentatively. Arsham for +1 energy coupled with Fastos could be that could be really cool if you end up drawing Fastos. Same thing with Quinjet. Quinjet could offer a huge discount, but it comes down to what cards you get generated. Yay, time for some real snap content. Hades and Stardew Valley. I'm glad that you enjoyed both of those videos. Those are the two that have performed the least well on that channel. So I'm glad that some people actually enjoyed them. The stream of consciousness style commentary is amazing. And so I actually wanted to ask you guys about that. So I've never recorded any deck highlights while streaming because I think it comes off a little bit differently. I want to tentatively try to record for another deck spotlight during the stream. Do you think I should go with that kind of commentary like what I normally have in videos? That would involve a little bit less interaction with chat while I'm in those games. And then in between the games, it would be jumping back and kind of talking and interacting with you guys. But to have that kind of conscious stream of like thoughts, I think I'd have to focus a lot more on the game than I typically do during the lives. 2 Bites, thank you so much for the Prime sub, the first one of the day. And then Sleeper, OMG, it's TLSG. Thank you so much for being here. If you do, you should interact with chat. Yeah, I think my concern is finding a good balance of not feeling like you guys are being ignored, but at the same time, being able to focus a lot of that attention on the game. Because a lot of times I kind of just go into like where I'm playing, but really that's the passive thing I'm paying attention to. I'm paying more attention to chat than anything. Glad to be a part of the stream. I'm glad that you're here. And then Cat Eating Waffle, thank you so much for being here. I think people like your talking through plays. Yeah, that's really the biggest, I think, draw from the videos is that kind of conscious stream of plays. I'm very surprised with Makari. Yeah, she feels a lot more playable than I thought she would, but it's really hard finding builds that it feels like she improves versus like having a Nocturne for those potential games. Where'd the basket go? It's MIA. My daughter plays with it now with her dolls, and so I'm not sure where it went. You said came straight from your the live from your latest video. It's 3 a.m. Okay, if you have to go at any point, definitely clock out. But I'm glad to see you here. Glad to have you in. I was sitting here for your latest upload. Very exciting. Very exciting for me too. It's just I haven't been able to stream consistently in a long time, and so I'm glad to be able to be jumping back in. And so we're gonna go ahead and kind of shift over into a couple of games. So the deck that I want to run today, you said TLSG. How many cards are you currently missing? I'm missing about 7, I think. Pixie, War Machine, Hercules, and both the discard cards. So Proxima and Corvus. Then one other is kind of in there somewhere. But I have quite a few of the pieces. Anatar, hello TLSG, hello chat, welcome in. Definitely just came from your YouTube video immediately after you said you were live. That's definitely what I was going for. Was that kind of draw. How much did you spend when you came back? My son just came back from a break and trying to catch up as well. So Bootman, welcome in, by the way. I spent probably more than I would had I not been creating content. So I was able to kind of offset some of the cost with being able to do additional builds. For me, I spent probably around 200, but I was very careful with what I spent on and what I spent my tokens on. I think it could be done for a lot less if you're being choosy. So like if your son enjoys Silver Surfer, make sure that you use those tokens on Shaw, and then you have a really solid build, and you can kind of go from there. It's not necessarily that you have to have all of the pieces. It's just picking the ones that you enjoy playing the most, so that in the downtime while you're waiting for those other caches to generate, you're having fun at the same time. And then Fabulous, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I'm going to go ahead and jump into a quick deck explanation. He said, as a returning player, nearly a year off. The return is quite a solitary experience. I'm hoping that they can kind of come up with something that makes it better. Because at some point with card games, you have a lot of kind of turnover jumping from game to game. And the draw with other card games is that there's the rotation. So there's new sets, cards rotate out. So if you miss some, it's okay. And then everyone's on that kind of open, same playing field. With this one, we don't have rotations. And so I think they have to have a unique way or a unique resolution to be able to bring that engagement back and bring those players back. So what I'm wanting to run today is it's an Onslaught deck. And it utilizes a couple of low-cost cards in our Ant-Man, the Nebula. Ant-Man is going to be really good if we end up going the Onslaught line. I've really been enjoying both Miss Marvel and Claw at being able to reach those lanes that may be capped out by an opponent's junk plays. We have Cosmo, which I think is a really underutilized card right now. We have so many on-reveal abilities that are so strong in the game that I think Cosmo is poised really, really well to be able to really stop some of those key plays. So a Cersei play, an Annihilus play, even just destroy decks in general. You can really derail a lot of things by just having the Cosmo. You said current favorite card to use. I've always really liked Captain Marvel. Not necessarily that she's the best performer, but just that versatility that she provides. I've had a lot of fun being able to use her and finding ways to use her, and I think it puts a strange amount of pressure on the board that your opponent has to anticipate that +5 in any of the given lanes, so it's a lot harder for them to calculate exactly where their power should be. Fuzzy Dice, great to see you again. It's great to be here. I'm glad to be able to jump in and go live. It's been so long. I've missed being able to interact with you guys. The videos, the support there has been amazing, but I'm just not able to interact in real time like I could with the streams, and so I've definitely missed it. How many changes do you make on a new brew before you're ready to call it finished? It really depends. So it depends on the kind of direction of the brew. So if we get a new card, so like Sage, sometimes you're going to get a card that performs really well in a shell that's already existing. In this case, it was Bounce. It performed phenomenally there. And so it really only took a couple of iterations before calling it finished. Same thing when we had the over-the-air patch for Jean Grey. I already had the shell built. It didn't change anything. Your link on YouTube doesn't work on the community post. So like the over-the-air patches, sometimes it's really just a couple of changes. Sometimes a brew just doesn't work at all, and I have to put it on the back burner. Sometimes it's the cards themselves. Sometimes it's the meta. There's a lot of things that kind of go into if a brew is like functional. And so let me twitch.tv/TLSG snap. It didn't work to bring you over here. Interesting brew you have here. Excited to see how it runs when you play it. Quick question: are there any cards you don't have to sub in here? To sub in here, maybe not. To sub in a deck that I'm wanting to run a little bit later, I would definitely like a Pixie in the deck that I want to run a little bit later in the stream. But in this one, I think I have all the pieces that I would want to build it around. Good to see you streaming. Good to be here. I'm glad to be here. Thank you guys for jumping in, by the way. The Bod Man, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I'm surprised you never made the pun about running Makari. It ran right out of my mind. I didn't even think about it. Are you planning on uploading the streams to YouTube? Yeah, so Reese's Peanut Butter. I have the video on demand channel. It's linked below. That's where I'm going to be uploading the streams to. And so once they're done, I'll process them over there, and it'll be just the whole thing. I think the closed captioning is a little bit better on the YouTube side. Good to see you back making content. I'm glad to be back, and I'm glad that there was an audience to come back to. Your recent Ronin deck is taking you to infinite. It is fun. It's very adaptable. That Ronin deck, I still have it built. I usually rotate through decks pretty quickly. But the Ronin deck is one that I kept because I feel like I'll go back to it from time to time if I need some solid climbing. Just finished watching your latest video. Loved the ending. I thought it was fitting. It was such a surprise or such a shock that I had to end it that way. And so we're gonna go ahead and jump over. Where's the dog? Hanging out with my wife in her office. They abandoned me for her when she started working from home. We're gonna go ahead and jump over into a couple of games. Let's go ahead and load it up. This deck, I only ran it a handful of times, and it felt really promising with how much kind of sneaky power it can have on the board. But if the metagame has shifted, it might not be as viable. The one thing we would have to kind of look out for would be a potential Killmonger. We don't hinge all of our power on it, but it could be pretty disruptive. And so we're going to go ahead and jump in. So the first location being Wakanda Embassy. We have our Nightcrawler. I'm going to go ahead and play it. A lot of this deck wants to have that flexible power so that you can readjust to make sure that Miss Marvel works whenever you end up drawing her or needing her. And so with Nico, there's a lot of decks that run it right off the bat, especially with a destroy spell. So whatever they destroy will pop back up in the Valley of the Hand. So we may save Quake to push Valley of the Hand somewhere where they have a few more cards before it procs, so that maybe they don't get the full effect of it. And then Z35 Dino, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub coming in. What's up with the tracker? Oh, I turned it off.
Hey, welcome. It took you
turn
long
it back
enough.
on. Thank you for the call out. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, Z3 Dino, and Narsley. Narsley, thank you for the prime sub. Absolutely crushing this so early on.
Hey,
so
welcome. It took you long enough.
Thank you for the support, you guys. We're gonna go ahead and I think we save the Cosmo. I'm gonna go ahead and play, or I think we save the Quake. I'm gonna go ahead and play Cosmo to the right because it might be a lane that they need to compete for. I guess we should have played it in mid. So they destroyed the Shanna that came down. Lemur, thank you so much for the 100-bit cheer. So greatly appreciated. You guys, the support is phenomenal. When you ask if your webcam is working to an Englishman, Frenchman, Spaniard, they say yes. Laser Ox, thanks so much for the prime sub. We're gonna go ahead and
Hey,
I think
welcome. It took you long enough.
I think we go ahead and play the Miss Marvel. We have a lot of flexible ways to push that power. So we have Claw. We can readjust either the Nightcrawler or the Jeff to make sure that she pushes in whatever lane we need her to. And then we do have the Claw coming down. And so with them destroying Shanna, there's a big chance that after turn 5, they're going to completely cap themselves out because she's going to pop back up here, generate a card, push here and here. We definitely have to look out for like a Gilgamesh. Otherwise, I think we could potentially match whatever they have. Hi, TLSG, just finished watching your latest video. What do you think of Makari? I like Makari. I think that maybe the meta's not, or the cards that we have currently, they may not be the perfect fit for her. I think some that we have releasing soon should be a lot more supportive of it. And so something like Gwynpool, I think, could be... Oh my goodness, they're stealing all of our cards. So they got Claw out of the Mantis, unfortunately. So I think we have to run here. I don't think we ever push enough power to the right. That would give us the win, or to the left. That would give us the win to the right. But it would come down to overcoming a Gilgamesh. And Gilgamesh coming in at 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We'd have to be 28. I don't think that we can do that here. Yeah, they could use my Claw as well to push power to the side. So we're going to jump out of that one, unfortunately. He said, hi, TLSG, I saw your video. I really want to play that deck, but I don't have all the cards. Which ones are you missing, Huko? Are you winning? So we just started. So far, we're 0% win rate. Not a good start to the stream, but it's fine. We're good. We're just being here and interacting with you guys. It wouldn't be a true TLSG stream if I didn't lose a few. His blue marble was discarded by Blade. I'm honestly very excited about Kate Bishop. Yeah, I think that one's going to be another flexible one. And her coming in and just overshadowing the original Hawkeye, I think is kind of funny. I think brew on my own because I'm missing too many cards after a long hiatus. So what I did when I came back was I got a feel for what was really common and what I was seeing a lot of. KM Best. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Thank you for joining the stream, man. But yeah, it's MCU accurate. But I think her generating a Hawkeye arrow is really funny. Like a Hawkeye equivalent arrow. You're sick? Well, I hope you get some rest. I know that you run on fumes quite a bit. But for 2 bites, for brewing, when I came back, I got a feel for what I was seeing the most of. And at that time, it was a lot of Destroy, a lot of On Reveal, a lot of really big, greedy decks that wanted to play just big things. And so what I ended up doing was kind of taking that and deciding what cards or what tech cards would do good against it. And we ended up on the ongoing list, which when you start coming into Loki, it doesn't do as well. But at the time, it was really the best thing that we could have built, since we didn't have as many versatile tools as what the everyone else did. Yeah, +2 energy is rough, but they have limited spaces to play. We have Captain Marvel, we have Jeff, so we should have no problem winning Sanctum Sanctorum. We also have Claw if we really needed to push into it. By the time we move Jeff, we can Claw, we can Captain Marvel. We have a couple ways to bump up the Angela lane. So I think we're okay here. I think even though they have the extra energy, Sanctum Sanctorum's a really rough location. I guess Sentry could offset it. So we have the Claw. It could offset it with an Annihilus. Sitting that our way, we have to look out for the Hood in mid. And so with an Annihilus, they're going to send us Hood. If they cap out that location, then the big push would be on the left lane and finding out how to win that one. Since it's only 1, I think I'm going to go ahead and move the Jeff. That way Miss Marvel will proc into the left lane. If they do Annihilus, then we're going to get the 2-card bonus. So it should help alleviate some of that issue. And so we'll see. So with Annihilus, they are sending the Void over, but we have Captain Marvel that can move over there if needed. We also have the Miss Marvel bonus that sets it to 0, so it's not an outright loss for right now. We still lost the 2 left lanes. That would win us. It could potentially win us right and left, and just leave the right lane as a wash. That's going to double up on the Ant-Man. It's going to give us a pretty big bump in the left lane, an extra 8 into mid. And as far as outs of what they have,
hey,
I think
welcome.
Cersei is likely in it, but we get the negative from Widow's Kiss because we can't cap it out. But I think this is what we're going to... Onslaught mid wins. That's true. It cancels out the middle Widow's Kiss, pushes an extra 5 to the left, and an extra 5 over to the right. That's the play. We're going to go ahead and send it. We'll send it. Streaming it. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Glad to have you here. Thank you so much for being here to come back to. Can we expect a 90 days free-to-play video soon? I watched the other one so many times. So Z35, unfortunately, most of that got lost in. I had a hard drive that got fried.
Hey, welcome.
That's unfortunate. That was not the correct play, it seems. I think left would have been more overall power potentially. Yeah, big bird. So it got lost when my hard drive got fried, and so I restarted it. I'm currently on day 28 of restarting the series, but since it didn't feel finished, I did want to go from start to finish again. And so it'll be a little bit, but we will eventually get a conclusion to the 100 Days of Marvel Snap series. It just will be a new account. Muse, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Chat's 0-1. I mean, I'm 0-2, so that's okay. He did have a huge amount of mana. All right, we're going to go ahead and play Nebula out. We're going to see if we can scam some wins instead of some losses. Your 100 Days of Stardew Valley got me into that game. That one I really enjoyed. Having never played it but heard about it and seen it everywhere, I really enjoyed the Stardew Valley game. I had to go back to the video to check the cards. Missing Thena, Elsa, and Nocturne. So are you talking about the Professor X build, Kuko? Or the Makari build? I think that's the Professor X build, right? If it's the Professor X one, Athena can be subbed out for Nightcrawler. If I did that, I'd probably take out Captain Marvel, potentially for a Miss Marvel. And then Nocturne and Elsa are pretty good in that list and hard to replace. They have effects that are really hard to replicate. Why no Jeff Wright? What was the location before Limbo? I played it into mid so we could scale our Angela. Shuri's Lab. I played it into mid so we could scale our Angela, but Shuri's Lab probably would have been a little bit better. That's okay. They ripped it away. With the magic with Psylocke, we could be looking at you had priority? Yeah. Yeah, so I probably should have played it over there. We didn't know that they were going to change it. I did want to put a little bit of emphasis into the Angela. The plan to commentate the game has been flushed down the drain. It really has. I'm going to have to continually to remind myself to jump back to it. So let's go ahead and we can move the Nightcrawler, and then we have the Claw, and we move Jeff into an Onslaught to just put a silly amount of power into these two lanes. And since we don't have Miss Marvel, I'm actually going to just do an all-out push to the right. We're going to drop the Claw. We have turn 7, so we have some extra time to potentially draw into some of those resources, but I think the play in mid is always going to be Onslaught.
I am Iron Man.
What about threatening mid with Onslaught? Or with Nocturne? That would have been the play too. The play definitely should have been to threaten Limbo. With a deck that wants to push Limbo, it's almost always a good upside to try to rip it away with Nocturne if you can. Looking like a negative Tribunal. Yeah, since we didn't clear this one, I definitely think if there's any kind of snap, we retreat. Just kind of playing sloppy. But we'll get the dust knocked off, and it'll be all right.
I am Iron Man.
Give me 1 month of an unbalanced patch featuring Capcom cards.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Colby, thank you so much for the Prime sub. You guys that's 8 for the day. We haven't even been live 30 minutes. So thank you so much for the support. Absolutely incredible. With the double Iron Man here, this looks like it's going to have to be a retreat. All they have to do is drop Living Tribunal. I'm not even gonna risk it without having some way to rip that away. And then Liquid Gloves. Can you tell me about the TLSG name? There's a lot of origin stories of the TLSG name. Some of them true, some of them potentially not. I don't have a new story, but it looks like the Avid Hiker one is what we are going with today. If only there's a way to make a coherent deck solely made up of tech cards. I mean, that's technically the Sera counter build, right? And there's a couple of ways to do it. So there's like this version, which you could even lean more heavily into the counters. And so there's this version, but which you can lean heavier into the counters, but it utilizes, oh well, I'm on the wrong one. Hold on. It utilizes some really flexible ones, along with like a Shang-Chi for that hard counter. But you get more consistent value out of those cards, like your Killmonger, your Red Guardian, your Nocturne. And so there's technically a way to build a coherent deck full of tech cards, and it works well. Now that we've gotten a few of those pieces, it used to be where it was really awkward because you'd have to really lean heavily onto the Shang-Chi, and that didn't hit every single time. But this one, now that we have things like Red Guardian and those kind of mid-range tech cards that aren't all in on one type of thing, it's a lot closer to being super coherent. I think the closest thing to Oops All Tech Cards is the Doc Ock deck, where it's just Doc Ock and then every tech card in the entire game. KM, I'm not sure if I've played that one. The only thing I really ever run Doc Ock in is either a junk or my mill style decks. What is the Energizer Bunny? It's ongoing because it keeps going and going and going. It's just it's a pretty standard ongoing deck. I did cut the US Agent, even though I have him now. I think his value has definitely gone down some since more people are running Luke Cage, and we're seeing a lot more like a low curve for cards. So Man Thing I think has a little bit more value. US Agent not every time, but it still falls to the same thing the other one fell to, which was Loki. Yeah, so to make the mill deck and then run more tech cards. Yeah. And I definitely feel like the mill one that I run is at least closer. It has two counter cards or two tech cards.
Welcome. It took you.
But you're
long
saying
enough.
like lean super heavy in, like take US Agent out and have Red Guardian run all of your kind of tech choices. And then Curious Comb and Young FB, thank you both so much for the Prime subs. I'm not sure that I called yours out, Young FB, but thank you both. Young, yours is a tier 1. I apologize. And then Cursory Comb, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Okay, I'm going to do a couple more games with the Onslaught deck. I may shift it early if it's not working out. We may have to run a couple of games of mill just to get back into it. It's a thing people do. Does it work well? Jean Grey feels cuttable right now. Yeah, with Kitty Pryde, there's a lot of those low-end curves, but it can also really derail those that don't have that low curve. So like if you happen to run into a Shuri deck, it absolutely just ruins their whole day or their whole game plan. It's not great. Yeah, Invisible Woman Killmonger, I think, holds up a lot of decks right now. I think it definitely has potential. Anything that's running Killmonger that doesn't lean into it every time, there's a lot of one costs that are floated around right now. Discard / destroy your opponent's deck in hand. Yeah, so mill deck, I think it came from Magic the Gathering. I think there was a card that was like, maybe it was like Mill House or something like that. But it essentially takes your opponent's cards in their deck and sends them to like a graveyard or destroys them in this game. Millstone, thank you. It destroys them, and so it mills through. There, a lot of millstones coming in. A lot of them coming in. Okay, best. No, it was Millhouse. I was close. I got the mill right. Which, given the archetype name, I would assume. Just wait till I have 10 mana. Everything's come. For how long are you streaming for? I plan to be live for probably 5 hours or so. I want to go for quite a while, maybe a little bit longer. Just depends. I ended up, there was a storm at our house last night, and one of my dogs is really, really bad storm anxiety, and so woke me up at 3 a.m. and so I've been up since. And so I plan to stream for the better part of the day since I got off work today, but we'll see exactly how long. Now I wish there was a magic card called Millhouse. Just don't let him make you play Loki. I don't know how many people. I'm not a fan of Loki. It's a good card. I I respect what it can do.
It took you long enough.
I just don't find it all that fun. And then Mindful Bear, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome in. Glad to have you. The support is absolutely appreciated. He said, well, that's my night sorted out. Oh, just hanging out in the stream? I appreciate it. And so they had their claw come down early. They get a huge push in the energy from Castle Blackstone. But Gambit and Claw is kind of a weird combination to see. I'm going to play Claw to see if maybe we can compete with them on getting this Castle Blackstone. But if they have an Onslaught of their own, Magneto. No, so we're just going to pull all of our things over. It's unfortunate. The best we do now is... I don't think there's a way to come back from it. Because that only puts us to 16. Super risky in that lane. I think we're going to have to... Do you have any ideas for channel point rewards? I had quite a few, but a lot of them kind of cut into taking a lot of stream time away. That was not necessarily as engaging for the viewers. And so I'm kind of still rethinking it a bit. Well, I didn't know you stream. Love your content. Thank you so much for being here. I haven't streamed consistently in a while, but I'm glad to... You said Miss Marvel? I mean, we could Miss Marvel and bump up the left lane. We have Captain Marvel to give us a little bit of a jump. She could move over to get the extra 5 there. I mean, we can run it.
Hey,
I'm not sure that it'll win, but we can run it. And so I'm still kind of workshopping the channel point rewards. Have you seen any of the chat drafts yet? I haven't. We're going to go ahead and send this. It probably doesn't win. I don't know that it ever does. No, especially with Hela. Claw in Hela is interesting. And then Jubilee, we're going to need it to pull something super small. Odin to repull something else. It is not going to be the something small we needed. And then it pulls out Blade. I don't think we... Well, we might beat the... Do we beat the 10 over there? If we lose Captain Marvel, we don't have enough in left to win. We're going to go ahead and take that big L and switch to something else before I lose any more rank. Uplamer. No, Uplamer. So if you're back, I haven't seen any. I haven't seen any of the chat drafts. Is there like a video? He said someone called me the KM Best. Not. Oh man, called me the Bob Ross of Snap. I almost said the KM Best of Snap. Called me the Bob Ross of Snap. I take that as a compliment. Like you can take some. Yeah, the KM Best of Snap in Snap. JR, was that you? Was that you that I just went up against that you swindled 4 cubes away? You got unfortunate with the Hela stack, but everything else went your way. I wonder who the KM Best of Snap would be. It would hopefully be KM Best. And then Mr. Eagle and Z35 Dino. I don't think I called yours out. Mr. Eagle, thank you so much for the Prime. And then C35, thank you so much for gifting KM Best a tier 1 sub. Much appreciated. So I'm actually gonna switch because we didn't do very well with the Onslaught. It did good for me the other night. Wasn't cooking today, and so we'll put it back in the workshop for a little bit. But I think another one that is in a good spot is like a Lady Deathstrike deck. Hey, TLSG is reclaiming his name. We are for today at least. KM Best versus TLSG. I think especially if it was streaming, KM Best all the way. Maybe I might be able to hold my own if it was off stream. I focus a little bit more and concentrate on the actual plays. I don't know KM Best. I don't know that you'd choke. Mr. Little Ron, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I absolutely appreciate the support. You're pushing us that much closer to that goal. So another card that I think is poised in a really good spot is Lady Deathstrike. And that's not one that I've seen ran since she got nerfed from a 7 to a 6, which is not a huge nerf whatsoever, especially with how many low power things we have running around. So we have Mobius to stop any kind of card cost reductions. We have Mockingbird and Death, Both of those are going to be almost free by the end of the game. If the opponent drops a Mobius on us, we have Lady Deathstrike to potentially kill it on their end. We have Gladiator. You can sub out Gladiator for something a little bit bigger. You can honestly sub out Mobius as well. So I've tried or wanted to try Coal Obsidian. I don't have them unlocked, but I think Coal Obsidian would fit into this one really well. You can cut Mobius for it. You could also fit in a Sasquatch if you have that one. But as is, I think it works. The core of it, or the core idea, works pretty well, especially with Lady Deathstrike having so many good targets. If you can hit a zoo deck before they get Kyera down, then you can take away a lot of their potential upside. And so we're going to go ahead and we'll jump into this one. Hopefully it treats us a little bit better than our Onslaught deck, but we'll give it a shot. Are you missing a lot of cards? I think I'm missing about 6 or 7 now. So not too many. I can build most things. It's just some of the really specific things I can't. So I'm missing Shaw. So I haven't played Silver Surfer since I came back. Once I unlock Shaw, then I'll be able to feel like I can build the most ideal or best version of it. And so then I'll start messing around with it again. But anyone know what the location is today? I have no idea. Hopefully it's not something awful. If so, then I'm jumping into Conquest. Some guaranteed location control. For this build, we could sub out Mobius for Nocturne. Are you planning to stream any Conquest rounds? Yeah, potentially. If the location is brutal, then we'll definitely do some Conquests. Please do. Your Conquest videos are the best. We can definitely. I have such a hard time. I'm focusing on optimal play. That Conquest is especially kind of challenging when I'm streaming. But I'll do my best to kind of buckle down and actually focus on the gameplay rather than so much interaction. I think Shaw is the one you didn't name. Yeah. I didn't name Shaw earlier. And then Coal Obsidian, I don't think I did. It's just, I know it's coming up. And so I'm going to be missing, the only thing after probably the next, I think, month and a half will be War Machine. That's the only one that I'm missing. War Machine and Shaw that I'm missing that's not going to pop up in a Spotlight Cache soon. So with Lizard, we're thinking maybe like a Toxic Sera deck, or it's just looking to do like the Legion line. And so I'm going to go ahead and play Gladiator out just to get a better idea of what kind of resources they may have. So with Luke Cage, I'm definitely thinking the like Toxic Sera is potentially in it. Unfortunately, we hit the Typhoid Mary. Of all the cards in our deck, I think that's the only one that we couldn't beat. We can take out Lady Deathstrike, or take out Luke Cage with Lady Deathstrike at some point, which might be something that we really need to consider. War Machine was an unfortunate waste of my keys. Yeah, I'm not sweating War Machine too much. Their Scar is 4 cost now. Yeah, that's true. Not sure that it's worth the stay, but I'm gonna stay anyways. I'm gonna see if we can maybe turn it around. So Man Thing in the left is unfortunate, but with their Luke Cage getting destroyed by Lady Deathstrike, that will kind of shift a lot of the potential power disruption from the Typhoid Mary onto all of their other cards. Our death is still going to be awful, but we'll see. You said, yo, what's up, TLSG? I thought I was late to your stream because one of the comments are 17 hours. Yeah, so for that video, I had it prepped ahead of time. My most recent YouTube video, I had it prepped ahead of time so that I could be streaming or setting up for the stream and not have to worry about doing the video and then getting all of that ready. And so I set it to be live for any of my channel members on YouTube just because it was uploaded ahead of time. But it just went live about an hour ago. So you're definitely not too late to the stream. And so their Scar is now back to full cost. Left lane, we would beat a Scar play. I guess potentially. We'd still have to overcome the power that they currently have. I think this might be another loss without being able to get something else big like Mockingbird. But I am going to chance it. Shang-Chi is definitely not going to do it right. We have the death that will steal the extra +3 from their man thing. It swings back in our favor. We have the right lane. Sloppy win? Definitely a sloppy 4, but we'll take a win where we can. That's the first one of the stream, you guys. It's been a drought this morning. Lady Deathstrike taking away some of those really big kind of counter cards in Luke Cage, Mobius. She has a lot of value. Bob Ross coming in for the win. It's just a slight little snap accidents here and there. Strange play from them. Yeah, that last turn play, maybe they didn't think they had priority. Maybe they misplayed around the priority. Otherwise, I agree. Definitely a little bit of a strange play. But so far, this one's treating us a little bit better. And you said Snap Fan says the featured location is going to be the raft. Paid actor? It could have been. Maybe so that we got our first win. They could have just been a paid actor. I'm going to go ahead and play the Hood. That way we have the demon to play whenever we need to. Probably just wanted power there. Potentially, but it still feels like a big risk.
Welcome. It took you long enough.
Sour you. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, for jumping in. So glad you were able to join us. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So they have the Echo in the left lane. I'm going to play Squirrel Girl. We're going to hold our demon for now. It's one of those cheap cards that we don't necessarily need to curve it out, especially with us having the potential for a Killmonger to clear up some of the other low power 1-drops. So with Tinker's Workshop, I don't guess we needed the Tinker's Workshop. So with their Echo, they may be doing like a Namor deck and just didn't hit their curve. It's really the only time I see Echo, or in Cerebro 2, but their curve is low enough that they should have always been able to play something on 2. I'm going to pull Gladiator to see. They played their Gladiator as well. It hits our Mobius, so that is no longer in the mix. But we still have Mockingbird. That gives us a better chance of drawing into that. The Hazmat line. Interesting. So we may be looking at another Luke Cage build. And so with Hell's Kitchen, we actually get a second 1-cost draw from it in the Nico. So by the end of the game, we're going to draw into all of our cards, which is so huge. We have the discounted Mockingbird. And we have Lady Deathstrike to be able to come down next turn in either left or right. Since we're not generating any additional bodies to discount our Mockingbird further, I kind of like the idea of doing Nico now into Mockingbird. How is there not an all right chat emote? That is a good call out, Cursory. I definitely need to make one. So I think we're going to do this. We focus on the Lady Deathstrike next turn. And then on the last turn, that should give us a deep enough discount to do like a Death plus Demon. And so we'll go ahead and snap on it. Just came from the YouTube video. Great to see you creating content again. Subs, thank you so much for being here, jumping over. I was hoping that enough people would see the YouTube video and be able to jump over into the live stream from that. I tried to make it as kind of noticeably accessible as I could. And so mid should be a pretty close one. We fall to Shang-Chi, but we're going to have the backup of like Death. We could do, instead of Lady Deathstrike, since they moved our Squirrel Girl, we could either do Lady Deathstrike here, or we can do Killmonger to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, make Death free, right? Death would end up being free. We can play the demon to the left, and then potentially a last turn Lady Deathstrike plus Death, depending on what else they drop. Good to catch you here, TLSG. One, thank you so much for being here. It's good to be here. Good to be back creating content, and just have you guys here still is such a humbling experience. And so I appreciate you guys being here to be able to allow me to create content. What happened to the laundry basket? Right now, the laundry basket is MIA. My daughter plays with it, and so I don't know where it's at. is the short answer. It's somewhere well taken care of for sure. And so this clears out everything but Gladiator. So we would have to put something else there. Okay, we get the retreat. We don't have to think through the play. With the death, we could either use Carnage in the right and then have our Shadow King somewhere. We could play the Mysterio. We had a lot of ways to make sure that we had enough power on the board to be able to overcome it. And so we will gladly take the second win. This one's definitely doing much better for us so far. It could all change, but I think Lady Deathstrike is also in a really good spot. We have so many cards that just kind of hang out on the board. So many clutter or junk style decks, so many Cersei decks want to use that negative void for a positive, and this build definitely helps kind of set it back straight. You said, where are the doggos? So one of my dogs is sleeping behind our couch. They don't, for whatever reason, I forgot to change my cam back. Not that it, I guess, matters, but we're gonna go ahead and move back over. One of them sleeping behind the couch. The others like to hang out in my wife's office. Ever since she started working from home, I lost the two dogs that used to hang out close. Now they just hang out with her. I enjoy your videos so much. They hype me up and I end up trying your decks, but I lack your ability to predict my adversaries. And honestly, that comes with just a lot of play. I've played a ridiculous amount of Marvel Snap.
Hey, welcome.
And so, like, I have no doubt that you'd be able to get there. Dr. Mandarina, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Love the support. Thank you so much for being here to help me create content. I'm glad that you enjoy the content. We're going to go ahead and play Squirrel Girl. With TVA, it may be that it stays out on the board. It may be that we eventually killmonger it, but it just really depends on how the rest of the game goes. Who is Firewhirl 727? I don't know. I don't know who Firewhirl is 727. Is that somewhere on the screen? TLSG is real life Uatu. It just comes from playing a lot, is sadly all that it is. I'm going to go ahead and play Mysterio. That's going to give us a free Mockingbird. And then we can do Killmonger to clear out the kind of fodder. We have the free Mockingbird, which is just a huge push if the game does end on turn 4. Your tempo deck helped me climb so much to infinite. I'm glad that it helped your climb. I always love hearing that because there are times where I post one and then the response is, this was awful, I dropped 50 ranks. Those don't feel as good. What if TLSG had Uatu in his decks? I wish Uatu was good. I wish it so badly. Unfortunately, it's just not great. So we put our real Mysterio in mid. We have the Killmonger, which I think we're going to play over to the right. Clear out some of this. I mean, does it help us more than it hurts them? It hurts them with the Howard, but do we care about the Howard that much? We can do this. And then we just save the Killmonger. It may be like a last turn trigger for us. Don't play Killmonger? Yeah. Play the Mockingbird before the squirrels come down for sure. It's just a matter of if we pull the Killmonger trigger or not. I think being able to use Carnage to get some value and keep the little bit of extra. There's the Shanna. There is the Shanna. We have the extra power in mid. We can take away almost all of their power. And so I think it just ends up being this. It's either that or we play Killmonger to the right. Because we do have the 4 in mid. That is undisclosed. They should be able to know. If they can anticipate where it's at, they should be able to know the 4's here. But if we clear here, Dazzler's going to be 2. We can win with the Carnage. So then they're going to have to compete for both. I'm going to go back to the left. Ooh, if they have priority Kyera, yeah, would absolutely body us. But it looks like Sentinel and then 2 1 costs. That is an unfortunate board for them. Fortunate for us. Killmonger is just absolutely eating great tonight. This one definitely feels a lot better, you guys. The Onslaught one, I liked the idea. It was a little cheeky. I liked being able to use the Onslaught, but it just didn't have enough kind of flexibility. They threw their phone against the wall. It happens sometimes. We've all been there. Mine was in the leader meta when it was like leech leader was everything that we saw. It got really frustrating for a bit. So we've all been there, I'm sure, at one point or another. But just in that same vein, they could have just as easily had Chimera, and then we probably would have lost. With a Chimera and a Squirrel Girl, they had a lot of power spread that I don't know that we could have kept up with. Goes back and includes Chimera. Yeah, sometimes, like, you don't see Killmonger all that often. And so Chimera sometimes feels like a waste of a slot. But those games where you lose 4 or 8 cubes because you didn't have Chimera, it makes you definitely rethink it at the very least. All right, so next up we have a Toe Enjoyer. The first location being Titan. We have Hood that we're going to drop. We can clear it eventually with Lady Deathstrike. And so with their Nico, after you play your next card, double this card's power. So we may not be able to Lady Deathstrike the Nico, but we do have the line of Killmonger if we end up drawing it. Base name, yeah. So we won't be able to clear the left lane, courtesy of the armor. Courtesy of the armor. Our Mockingbird gets pulled in. Their Shadow King, which is really unfortunate for them. We can't really do much to the left. And so we might go ahead and just play our Demon over there. And just wait a little bit. With Mockingbird, we don't really need to flood too much. With their Thor down, definitely going to be a tough lane to compete for. It'll be a Thor subject for us. What are the chances of that? So they play the Thor into an immediate additional Thor. Super, super unfortunate. Definitely a Thor definitely a Thor subject for us. I don't think there's ever a chance that we beat that lane, especially if they get something like Jane Foster. We could always maybe Shadow King to bring them back down to just 8. Yeah, Shadow King may come in really big for us here. I'm going to go ahead and play Gladiator just to kind of prep some of that additional power. The Coal Obsidian in the left lane is going to make that lane really tough to fight for. The Mjolnir coming down will make sure that they have initiative going into the last turn for sure. And so Shadow King could definitely hit pretty good. We have Lady Deathstrike. That's going to be an 8 power swing. It's going to be an 8 power swing in mid. And I think that's going to be the best thing that we can do. We're not fighting for left anymore because we've lost we've lost the left lane. So I think Lady Deathstrike here, that will make sure that we don't have priority going into the last turn. We can do Shadow King Mysterio. Dino King, thank you so much for the resub with your Prime. Thank you so much for being here. So they have the Beta Ray Bill coming down. So that is another big potential, but they only have 1 turn to top deck the card that they need for it. And so we'll see. We'll see what that looks like with... So we have Shadow King. Bishop is going to get really big with the Mysterio play. And I think our only realistic line is to stack in mid. So the drop command, I don't have anything set up for it, but the drop should be retreat angle. I mean, if it's going to give us an extra 6 in mid. I know that they're going to stack in mid. Careful of bishop interaction. Ooh, true. But this goes down to 8. I don't think they're going to put anything into the right lane. So I think they stack in mid. I think even when bishop goes down to 1, Shadow King plus the Gladiator there should be enough to overcome it. We're going to go ahead and send it. It's only for 1 additional cube. We get the retreat. Against the unfortunate double Thor, we will gladly take it where we can. Let's go ahead and jump over into the next one. And so the drop command's not working, but as long as you've linked your Snap account with Twitch, then it should be. Kind of a sus retreat. They may not have top decked anything great. And so maybe they were afraid of a Shang-Chi. That's what I'm gonna assume, is that they were just respecting the potential Shang-Chi to the right. Yeah, the Pride drop should be working. I need to set up a command just for those that may jump in and aren't aware. But greetings, Marvel Snaps, Jim Halpert. I actually used to get called that in high school. That was my nickname whenever I played basketball. Can confirm the drops are working. I appreciate it, Droopy. They were dead to tech cards? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it was a suspicious retreat. Next up, we have Andre Var. We're looking to reclaim some of our lost rank here. What position did you play in basketball? I was tall for my age, so I played post. I played post until I was no longer tall enough to be considered a post. My handling skills were awful. I'm gonna go ahead and save. I'm not gonna save the Nico. I thought about it, but even if we destroy our Carnage to draw into our additional resources, I think it'd be a decent play. And so Krakoa might be okay if we end up getting Gladiator. Gladiator is always a really good one into the Krakoa lane. We have our Mobius. I'm going to go ahead and send Carnage by itself. It's going to get destroyed by Nico. That way we draw into additional cards. I'm 6 foot tall. Like, I think it was like 5'11" and 3/4 is where it cut off. And I was that in like the early days of of middle school into high school. And so at the time I was a little bit tall for the age, but then it just kind of plateaued. And so we didn't end up drawing Gladiator, unfortunately. I'm going to play Mobius to the right. They did steal one of our cards. Hopefully it doesn't end up being the Gladiator, because if so, they played into mid. So they played the Nocturne. Interesting that they're not going to angle to play a card into Krakoa and then change it with the Nocturne. We now get the Gladiator. We're glad to see it. Let's go ahead and Gladiator. I'm going to play the real squirrel. I guess they're all real squirrels. I'm going to play Squirrel Girl to the left. Too much Mysterio play. Gladiator mid's going to give us a really big, potentially Hood, potentially Mysterio, which would be amazing. And Shadow King would be the only downside. He would set himself back to 2. Yeah, Mysterio would be amazing here if we can top deck the 1 out of 3. So with the Cable, the Agent Coulson, the Quinjet, I have to anticipate a Loki. There's the Loki. Coming down. So we're giving them quite a few good resources. I guess not all that many. Quinjet stops the reduction from the... Or I guess Mobius stops the reduction from the Quinjet. So I guess it's not that insane. We get the simple 5 power Hood. I kind of like the idea of... They were... gotta watch out for those fake squirrels. Yeah. Not a great pull. It's better than Shadow King, though, because then it at least can stay on the board, and we get that 1 cost 5 power. But I kind of like the idea... Maybe we do Killmonger instead. That's still only 2, though. So that brings it down to 4. Maybe I'll just do it in the right. Take out the Cable as well. That will hurt our Mockingbird a little bit. But so does Mobius. So it does look like we could have played it into mid and been fine. You don't mind Wakanda filling? We're going to fill up Krakoa. We're not going to Wakanda. Guaranteed. Not guaranteed. So I guess we probably should have respected it. Never listened to chat. I guess we, yeah, not the best play. Well, I think we're dead to a lot of cards here. But we have the surprise Hood, So maybe we're fine. They can move their Nocturne over and win left. Their Mockingbird, their Death, none of those can be reduced because of our Mobius.
Welcome. It took you long
Jimbo,
enough.
thank you so much for the Prime sub. Glad to have you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Thank you for the support. We can do Mockingbird into Hood. They have to move the Nocturne over. I think the biggest card of ours that they could play would be... Could play the 9-power Mockingbird. Retreat. They have a +5. I think Agent Coulson was their +5. They don't have a +5 in hand. I know that we should retreat. I know that the correct play would be retreat. I'm going to send it. That is too many cards in the right lane. We can't overcome a Gladiator plus some stuff. Win all 3, Profit? No, we're definitely...
Hey, welcome.
Crown City is also a rough one for us. Bulbaquill, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Yeah, the Gladiator to the right is going to be unfortunate. Then the Demon, then the Shadow King. Yeah, we should definitely should have jumped out of that one. But it's all right. Our first loss, we should have, yeah, you guys are right. We should have left for 1. We should have been a little bit more diligent and kind of greedy with our cubes, but... yeah, they couldn't, Zoltan won. They didn't have the reduction in the cards though, was the only thing that kept me there. Had we not had Mobius on the board, with a Loki plus Quinjet would have been an immediate retreat. I agree. May I ask what your strategy for card acquisition? Just throw a lot of money at second dinner? So I was choosy with the cards that I wanted to use my tokens on. I acquired them faster than I would have had I not been like looking to create content from it. But largely, it was just being choosy and finding the cards that I felt were flexible. And so, like, I still don't have Shaw, even though Shaw is great in a Silver Surfer build. I don't have Shaw because it is only good in that particular build. You don't have any kind of flexibility versus something like a Nocturne, a Mobius, a White Widow. You can put those into a lot of different shells, so you get a lot more mileage for it. Copy the Demon. Copy the Demon could be good, and then SXTLH, Gaiden, and Schlim51, thank you both for the Prime subs. And you guys are gonna... I'm gonna miss my turn. I'm gonna copy the Demon. We're gonna assume that we're not gonna do a Killmonger this turn. Linux Net, thank you so much for the 5 community gifted subs. Huge support coming out. So if you got a sub from Linux, make sure that you give them a thank you. So much support, you guys. You guys are... I forget that I have such a positive community sometimes. You guys are incredible. Are you planning on streaming regularly? I want to. I want to stream a lot more often. We're roping him. I have such a bad habit of roping. We're going to play Mysterio to the right. They snapped off of the copy of the Demon, so I'm going to hold the second Demon for now. And so I'm going to try to play a little bit more so I don't upset Berserk. We're knocking off his game, guys. Calm down. Yeah, so my bad. But I plan on streaming more regularly. Right now I'm off on Fridays, and so I want to try and make that my stream day until I can figure something else out. Otherwise, I have the full-time job into picking up my my daughter from school, and so then that's the rest of my night. But Fridays right now, I do have a good chunk of time. So they have Thor in the right lane. Could be a Thor subject if we lose to it, but Shadow King is also kind of rough for them. I think we're just going to do Mockingbird and Carnage before we start clearing up some of the decoys. We go ahead and get Mockingbird on the board. That will help us start making Death a little bit more playable, at least. And so the snap may have been because they had the Thor into beta into Jane Foster line. And with having initiative into mid, it doesn't look fantastic. Mid and right. And so Jane Foster comes down. They probably played into the left lane. We can discount our death a little bit further. The real Mysterio is here. I think we're going to play Lady Deathstrike mid. That gives us another 3 discount on death. So we could do Death, Demon, and then the Shadow King that we're going to top deck. And then it might not matter if we have priority against the double hammers or not. They usually run Killmonger. So I guess it does matter if we have initiative. So this goes up. Right now we have 13 in this location. It goes up. It goes to 10. We don't want to play into the beta lane. We have to look out for maybe the double hammer and Odin. That would end up being 16. So we would need something like this. And then I'll play the Squirrel Girl. If they have, yeah, question is where are they going to Odin combo? They never Odin into the left lane. I think that's being 24 power. I don't think they ever play the Odin there. If they play it into the right lane, we're susceptible. And then Linux jumping in with the Prime sub as well. Thank you so much for the gifted and then the Prime sub. Huge support coming in.
Welcome.
I appreciate it.
Enough.
We're almost at that 110 goal that it had us set. I'm going to lock this in. I think we lose to the right to an Odin if they stack everything. Squirrel left is a waste of 2 power. It's fair. Fair call out. Let's play it to the right then. We'll get an extra 2. We'll get an extra 1 over there. And so it's not the Odin combo. It could be the Killmonger. The Shadow King to the left. Unfortunate. It is the Killmonger drop. But we do have 12 into mid. The Stormbreaker comes down. The middle has to be the Mjolnir Hammer. And so we win. Oh, we lose right. We lose right by 1 from the power of Stormbreaker, unfortunately. We didn't knock them off their game. They knocked us off of ours. DJ, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. That pushed us over that sub goal. You guys are absolutely incredible. That's 28 for the day, and we haven't been live more than just a little bit over an hour. You guys are incredible. Yeah, 1 point hurts. For sure the 1 point loss hurts, but had we switched let's see. Had we switched the other way around, no, had we put Demon here, it would have been a double stack of Demon, so we would have lost mid anyways. As long as they had the Killmonger, there was no winning line. And then Skilled Theory with a 5 gifted as well. You guys are phenomenal. Thank you so much for the support. So if you ended up getting a gifted sub from Skilled Theory, definitely give them a big thank you. The support is massive. You guys, it is. I don't know how. I don't know that I say it enough, but I wouldn't be able to continue creating content had I not received such a warm return into the community and into the game. And so thank you guys for being here. Just thank you guys for being here to enjoy the content, let alone all of the gifted and Prime subs if you have them. And then HD Crockett, thank you for the Prime sub. Huge support from you. You guys are absolutely phenomenal. We end up copying their Sasquatch. They copy our death, so we know that the more discount we get on our death, the better it's going to be for them. And so we kind of want to be a little bit mindful of that. Since we do have Killmonger, I think I'm just going to play Nico to be able to change one of the locations, and then I'm going to save the demon for now. Hey TLSG, glad to see you're back. I'm glad to be back. Yo Mama is, and then it is. I knew I was going to regret clicking on it as soon as I did, and I did. We're gonna go ahead and just leave it at Yo Mama. And so Bar with No Name with the negative power over there. What do they end up snapping on? Because a Mr. Negative wouldn't do it. With the Ravona line. I'm going to go ahead and play Mysterio into mid. The left location will be the one that changes. You're the best one because you're ultra humble. And I think a lot of that is I don't necessarily feel like a content creator, so I don't have as much of that mentality, I don't think. I just enjoy Marvel Snap. So I'm just a guy that enjoys Marvel Snap. The Mockingbird is huge here. We have the Sasquatch coming in. They're going to change Bar with No Name is why they snapped into it. But that still seems kind of like a crazy snap. Oh my goodness. Aesion? Thank you so much for the resub at tier 1 and the additional 5 gifted. You guys are incredible. Thank you so much, Aeson, for the support. If you got one of the gifted subs, definitely give them a thank you in the chat. I'm going to hold the demon for now because we do have Killmonger that's going to drop. It's going to be a 9 power play in the left lane, which is going to be nice. Man, this community is awesome. I have the best community I could have ever asked for. And I don't know what I did to deserve such an awesome community. Shindig Cage, thank you so much for the resub for 16 months. I only streamed a handful of times, and you stayed committed that entire time. So thank you so much for the support. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. You guys are incredible. So Shadow King already came down. We have the Shadow King. They know that we have it now because of the morph. I think we go ahead and play Mockingbird. I'm going to go ahead and play Killmonger, just so that it's no longer the threat of are they going to move Nocturne or not, and we can start looking to play our demon. We know that they have our death, so I don't know that we want to play Squirrel Girl. Squirrel Girl would reduce death even further, making it easier for them to flexibly play. And so I think I'm just going to do Killmonger, not worry about the Squirrel, and I'll go ahead and play Demon to the left as well. Great community because of a great streamer. I feel like I'm awkward when I stream, so I'm glad that you enjoy it. I'm glad that we have people here to support and enjoy. Nocturne always goes right. Yeah, but it's always that mind game of is it actually going to go to the right or not? And I didn't mean to cap out the middle location, but with 22 power there, does an extra 12 in the left lane do it? 24, so if they move Nocturne, no. The vibe you give is very comfy. I like it here. I'm glad that you enjoy it. And then a Pathy Party. Thank you so much for the tier 1 as well. Huge support, you guys. That brings us to, I think,
welcome.
40
It took you long enough.
for the day. Squirrel Girl, right? Yeah, but I'm not sure that this even wins. It sets them down to 12. And then we have the extra 5. So I don't know that that wins, especially if they go Nocturne. They have a death of their own that they can play. Yeah, I'm going to jump out of this one. I think I accidentally capped out mid. I didn't mean to put that much power into the middle location, making it hard for us to compete for the left lane. I got caught up in all of the positivity going around with the gifted subs and whatnot, that I absolutely probably misplayed that. No. I mean, maybe you're distracting me, but that's fine. I like interacting with you guys. I can't do that whenever I'm playing, and I'm not streaming. And so if you are able to distract me, that's perfectly fine. Sad I missed out on Nocturne. Nocturne is one that definitely surprised me. I thought it was going to be good, but I didn't think it was going to be as good as it is. Like Nocturne is so flexible and is everywhere. Next up, we have Enigma coming in with the very expensive Peach Momoko Thanos avatar. That is an awful peak. Gladiator is now unusable. I know that it could be good for them if they had potentially Blob, if they ran one of the ones that runs a lower curve. Our Mysterio's awful. This one may be a retreat just off of the peak alone. TLSG versus chat. Sometimes it yeah, I think this is probably going to be a retreat. But we'll see. We'll see if we're able to do it. We're going to make this your full time. Just keep grinding. If so, I would gladly enjoy it. So if that's ever in the cards for me, I'd be very humbled that enough people enjoy it that they jump in and enjoy it, or jump in and just enjoy the content and consume the content. Are Mysterio clones 2s or -2s? I think the clones are 0 still. I mean, we'll see. We can definitely give it a shot. I don't think they're two. We could play Hood. That way it gets destroyed in Hala. But I kind of like the idea of doing Mysterio. The clones are two. Yeah, since they haven't snapped, I'm not going to retreat before we know. But it definitely doesn't look fantastic. Sometimes I forget the Mind Stone cost 2. Yeah, me too. Since I haven't played Thanos very much, maybe like 5 games max since I've came back, I always forget about some of the interactions with it. They are two. That's actually pretty cool. This Lady Deathstrike is going to absolutely consume a feast here. 1, 2, so that means our Mockingbird would be 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. This goes down to 2. I think we always Lady Deathstrike though, right? Even if we can't get the full combo, I think it alleviates some. How do you feel about Thanos? I like Thanos, but I'm not sure. Kill Jeff. We could have killed Jeff, but our real Mysterio is over there. Our real Mysterio doesn't grow in power, though. We should have killed Jeff. I think. Maybe with Shadow King, does that set it back to 4? It's a super obscure interaction that I have no idea how it actually functions. It'll grow now? Yeah, I think it goes to 4 now. Interesting. So we do have a lot of reach here. I think we're going to do this. Is that too much in the left? They have 16, so we do have a lot to overcome. I'm gonna go ahead and send it. From a really awful start, I think we were able to maybe come back and clutch this one. So Death, Mockingbird, definitely overshot the left lane. The Blob is not going to be enough. He's going to be big, but he's not going to be enough. We win left, we win right. We will gladly take it.
Victory.
And it does indeed set Mysterio back to 4. Yeah, super obscure interaction that I don't know that I'd ever seen or will ever see again. But it was interesting to know that the peak sets it to a 2 power, and then Shadow King sets it back to its regular if they use it on the real one instead of the clone. Yeah, most of the time they'll play 1/6 cost on turn 6. That deck that's the only thing that's kept me from playing that deck very often. Is that it has such a high curve. And so if you don't have just a commanding lead early, before it could be offset by something like Professor X, now you have to really have a commanding lead early to be able to... This guy's running Nico, look out. We are running Nico. I don't think I have a Nico variant. Or the opponent. Glad to see you streaming. TLSG, how's it going? It's going incredibly well. The games, our first deck was an absolute dud. But this one has been doing very, very well. We've been doing a lot of really cool things with it. And the support in the community of just people being here, the positivity going around has been phenomenal.
Hey,
yeah,
welcome.
we definitely follow the ego snap rules. And we did end up getting retreat from it. We'll take the one. Whiskey Jack, thank you so much for the Prime sub, bringing us up to 41 for the day. You guys are incredibly supportive. I appreciate each and every one of you. Even if you don't have the means to subscribe or you've already used your Prime sub, just being here to enjoy it means the world. You said he just posted a video with Professor X. I must have missed the original question. Oh, any Professor X decks that work? Yeah. So I think he Professor X and Move go hand in hand now. And so I definitely think that he's still viable. You just have to be a little bit more careful of how and where you use him. The overlay is from Untapped? Yeah. So the overlay, the deck tracker that I use is Untapped. And so if you can do, I think, exclamation tracker should be the link if you don't have it and you want to download it. Off sick, so finally get to see TLSG live. Man Bear, I hope that you get better soon. You and KM Best both are out sick. So they have the Ninja, they have the Squirrel Girl, they have Nico, which is going to copy the next card that they play. Could be a Mockingbird, if it's a similar shell to what we're running. I'm going to go ahead and play Mobius because I assume that at some point they're going to want to try to play either Death or Mockingbird if they don't do it this turn.
Opponent snapped.
Storm, Professor X, Magneto is a great combo now. That's another good one, yeah. To be able to just absolutely control where the cards are. We have a lot of 3 and 4 cost cards that are played now on Curve. Ooh, it's a duplicate Killmonger. Interesting. And so I think this is going to be a snapback. Our Mobius comes down, so their Death is going to be unplayable, and ours is free. And so we're going to continue to play it into the cloning vats. We get so much value there. That is going to be an immediate snapback. There were a lot of cards that I was anticipating in cloning vats. Killmonger was not one of them. Killmonger was not one that was on that list. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and play Death. We're going to copy it. And then I think we do something strange like a Nico and a Gladiator. Ooh, we could do a 14 power Death. And then copy the 14 power Death. And I kind of like the idea of having Gladiator to continue to use, because that 8 power, even if they have a Shang-Chi and take out the Death, the 8 is going to be tough to match up with.
Hey, welcome. It took you long
and then
enough.
AZA Lim, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Very much appreciate having you here. Opeth525, thank you as well for the Prime sub. Don't Gladiator to buff their
Hey,
null.
welcome. It took you long enough.
Are they playing a full Destroy deck, though? We can Gladiator first. I don't know that they're playing full Destroy. And I do like the call out about the ordering, just in case we pull Shang-Chi. What's your favorite deck to play? Mill. Mill, hands down, is my favorite deck right now. It used to be Clutter until Annihilus was released, and then that became risky. Because before, if you capped out their lane with the Goblin or something similar, it was going to stay capped out. Now you may be sending them bullets to shoot right back at you. The Shanna coming down. I'm not sure what kind of cook they're cooking, but the Squirrel Girl on top of it is super unfortunate. They're going to have another. They have another Killmonger. They have another 2 Killmongers. But their middle location is at least capped out for right now. What an interesting order of events. You said you know this deck? Twitch or Tweewitch. Thank you so much for the follow. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. So we can clear out all of mid if we want, because they're gonna drop Killmonger. They have to. It's a different version of your deck with Shanna and Null. Well, they can't play the Null early, and so we're gonna have the lead in every lane except for this one. I kind of like the idea of doing Lady Deathstrike. We know that they're going to do Killmonger this turn. Or could they do Null because the X-23? I'm not sure if it got destroyed or not. I'm going to do Lady Deathstrike. I'm going to go ahead and copy Death one more time, because then we can use it freely into another lane. I'm okay that it caps it out. So the Rogue the Rogue stealing Mobius is not something I was anticipating either. It's not great either. Yeah, it has Rogue for Mobius.
Hey, welcome. It took
We
you
know
long
now.
enough.
Power Joe, thank you so much for the Prime sub. So they have 8 power over here. This one, if they have the Null, could do it. We have Gladiator or 8, 9, 10, 11. That puts us to a tie here. So maybe something like this. We lose to a null in the right or mid. This goes to 8. It has death, null, mockingbird. Oh, I forgot about, he now has a free death as well. So null, Shadow King to the right. But then I can't really compete for this left lane. I think we lose this one. I think with the rogue, I think they cooked us. I almost feel like I need to see it play out though. Gladiator Monger left. We'll see. Wait, why did they stack? You guys cooked. You guys did it. So they stacked because Noel wasn't going to be big enough to win on his own in mid. Neither was Death. Thank you, Buff, for that call out, by the way. We grabbed the massive 8 cubes against the interesting cook. Definitely an interesting build. Buff Captain, where did you see that deck before? That was an interesting one, for sure. Snap judgments? That makes sense. We got we got 8 out of it. The rogue for the Mobius almost absolutely took us by surprise, but we were able to barely come back. Empire of Light, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So I don't know that they necessarily fumbled. Well, I guess maybe they could have stacked into mid instead.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Cool. QO KVN. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, and Power Joe. I think I called yours out, but just in case I didn't, thank you as well for the Prime sub. And then Empire of Light. I'm glad to be back. I'm so glad to be able to stream again and just be in a spot where, let's go. I'm a monetized supporter. You are, QO. Thank you so much for the support. I'm glad to be in a state where I can create content again. It's the Hella guy again. Yeah, he roasted us with the Claw earlier. And so we'll see if we're able to maybe get a little bit of that back. We weren't running this deck when he did it, and so that's at least a good thing. So I don't know if they run any kind of lane change. Just call me Quan. Quan. Okay. Thank you. I was struggling with the names. I'm going to go ahead and I think I'm going to skip. I'm going to let the rocks clear. It's always tempting to let the Mockingbird be played for free, but I don't think it's worth the risk of potentially being locked into that middle location. I've been checking your videos on YouTube ever since they started popping back up. I'm glad that you were still there to jump back in and enjoy the content. It could have just as easily been that it could have just as easily been that you kind of forgot about me in my laps for my lull. So I'm glad that you're back, and I'm glad that you're still enjoying the content. Hey, just wanted to mention the Twitch link isn't clickable in the recent video description on YouTube. Is there a way to make it mobile clickable? Wait for copy effect on Nico. Yeah, we probably should have. Yeah, we probably should have waited. And so the Gambit comes down. Almost free Death and Mockingbird. Yeah. And so we have at least a good push there, but they have the extra energy. Is it enough to win? I don't know. It would help us win this lane. I think I'm going to skip here. We don't need Killmonger to clear any space for Death because she's already almost free. Yeah, I should have saved the Nico. You guys are right. It's a misplay. You said other ones are so I thought it wasn't intended. Oh, maybe I need to put the HTTPS, like that opening part. I think is the only thing different that I did. And so Ghost Rider resummoning a lot of cards. Luckily, we don't have any 3 or 4 cost cards. They're capped out in the left lane. And what all did they discard? Only the 2 cards. So why did Corvus not re-trigger? Oh no, they pulled the 2 back in. So Ghost Rider pulled Odin and then Magneto. And so Gambit and Infinite are still in the mix. They just need to draw Hela. Maybe. Yeah, because if we did, this is 20 power, 24, 25, 26. Wait, this is 21. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Yeah, we still lose left by 1. We can't do it. If they draw Hela, then we're definitely out of it. Do they run Death? I don't think so. I don't think in this version they did. My Corvus discards Hela 100% of the time. First discard every time, too. I think we're going to do Hood, and we're just going to leave the left lane as a loss. And then we have Death, Mockingbird, Killmonger to potentially push elsewhere. Nightwing, hello, famous streamer. It's been a long time. Good to see you back. It's good to be back, Nightwing. I'm definitely enjoying my time back. I'm glad to have you here. And so we did change the left lane so that they don't get the extra +4 here. But if they ended up drawing Hela, then we're drawing dead. Why not play Monger? It doesn't benefit us any, right?
Welcome. It took you long enough.
Firebrand, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I need to get a better handle on my ads. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. So good to see you streaming, brother. I've been watching your videos since I started playing Snap. I'm so glad to be able to stream again. But Killmonger doesn't necessarily help us out any here. I'm going to go ahead and send it for the 4. We potentially lose if they had a good stack or a big stack in the right lane. But we'll see. So they did a double drop with Blade. Oh, they have the extra energy. So Blade plus... Blade plus Jubilee. Into Blink. Oh my goodness. Into Hela. Oh my goodness. Hela loses 100% of the time, sadly. Only if you stack right, Death, and Bird. And hope the Infinite lands here. That was a wild sequence, you guys. This was brutal loss. But Dinish will give you the fist bump. Oh man. Yeah, that play I definitely did not see coming either. Like a straight up Dinish. You absolutely roasted me for 4. That last sequence was incredible. With the Blade Jubilee into pulling just absolute gold. They knew that they had a 100% chance of getting Hela like that. But they still have 2 cards left in their deck, right? So one is the Blade. One would be something else. Possibly, yeah. But Dinish, very good game. That's the second one that you roasted me on. I'll have to get you. I'll have to get you on the next one. Last card is Black Knight, and so it could have went either way. I always forget about the +1 energy from Corvus. Me too. Since I don't have Corvus, it was a 100% chance of Hela. What was the last card besides? So Blade into Jubilee could have pulled Black Knight though, right? Instead of Blink.
Opponent snapped.
So couldn't it have been 50-50? Grandmaster. No way. You have Grandmaster built in? It's awesome. So the first card that played is going to get switched. I'm going to hold the Nico. They could have Fast? Cerebro 3? If it's Cerebro 3, then Lady Deathstrike can absolutely derail some of that. Yeah, with a Bast and a turn 1 snap, I think it's C3 for sure. But could we not just send them something higher than a 3 power card? He had a card in his hand? He may have. He may have had the Black Knight in his hand. Ooh, Grandmaster could have hit Blade instead. And so it could have been, but send the Mysterio when you get it? Yeah, I kind of like that. I'm not going to play Nico here as well. I don't necessarily care for the Demon play. It's not Cerebro 3, it's Bounce. Interesting. And so with Bounce, maybe they just have all the cards to pull these back in. I'm going to play Gladiator. If we can hit their bounced cards, and then there's the Beast to pull them back in. If we can hit their bounced cards with the Lady Deathstrike, then we can get some pretty good value from it. Gladiator hits the Angela, which is one of their scaling tools, so that's a good one to hit for sure. Mockingbird, we can change one of the locations with Nico. I think we just Mockingbird here. Mockingbird's not going to get pulled over into Astrodim. We save the Lady Deathstrike for potentially next turn. We still have to send them a card in the left lane. Shadow King. Yeah, Shadow King could do some heavy lifting here. And so the Hit Monkey is big, but we can set it back to base with our Shadow King. I don't think they have another way to pull it back in. No, the lane's not capped out. But this lane Shadow King is going to be huge for. And so we're going to send them the negative hood. And then I think we do... Do we destroy the Carnage? We cleared this lane. Yeah, Monkey on turn 4 was interesting. We clear this lane. We're going to clear 1, 2, 3 cards, bringing Death down to 5. But then Shadow King is still. Nico left and then Hood. Kill the Hood. And so, like, Nico, Hood, but then we're worried about what gets played in the left lane, right? Oh, you play the Hood and it'll switch sides in Castle Zemo? Are we sure? Should work. Okay, we'll test it out. We're gonna send our Hood over and see if it kills. It does. Okay, that's one of those interactions because Castle Zemo came out while you guys. I think you guys baited me. Oh, why would it come back though? It's a really cool interaction that I did not know about with Castle Zemo. Why would it ever... We got... What? Okay, so always listen to chat. So it got destroyed and then jumped straight back. Wouldn't even know how to explain that one, you guys. So Shadow King, unfortunately, is really, really big. Death here would steal this one away. Shadow King, I might have to focus on the Shadow King. So do this to bring it back down to 2, 2, and 6. So it's going to be 10. This would put us over the edge here. We could do like a real Mysterio and a Demon. Probably an interaction that will get patched out one day. It should. Shadow King and Killmonger? Ooh, wait, yeah. I didn't even see my Killmonger. So Shadow King, and then Killmonger. But Killmonger helps him to the left. I think our issue is going to be winning left. Oh my, I'm going to lose this one. Oh, no. I didn't get all my cards back down. Would an extra 6 power over there have won? I'm going to be so sad. I think it would have won. Oh, no. Wait. Oh, no. We got cooked. Okay, never mind. Not like this. So it turns out the Killmonger would have won, right? 3, 4, 5. Killmonger to the left. Could have won that lane. Wait, no, we won. I thought we lost. The real Mysterio over there. What a weird game. Chat drove that one. I didn't drive that one at all. Killmonger middle would have won? How, though? So that would have still been 13, 9, 10, 11, 12. We would have been 12 in mid. You should put your Twitch link on your YouTube bio? Yeah, I should. Killmonger moves to the right. If it would have been capped out with the Shadow King. I don't know. We won. We don't know how we won. It was very, very fortunate. The Zemo interaction makes Zemo 0 sense. I tried. Wait, which Zemo interaction? Oh, the Castle Zemo? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that works. It shouldn't, because technically it's already killed. If it had sent over their way and then got killed, I would understand. But I don't know why that it works the way that it worked. You got that was chat's win. Very much chat's win there. Hey, down Lemur, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Glad to see you back again. I'm glad to see you back again as well. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I'm glad to be able to be streaming a little bit more. I'm going to try and work it into my schedule a bit, especially if I can kind of double up the streaming time with creating like deck highlights or deck spotlights. That would kind of free up a little bit of time to be able to stream for you guys. And so the first location is Limbo. We don't have any way to control it or take it away. Ant-Man is either an ongoing deck or a Khazar Zoo, and so Killmonger may be our secret sauce in this one. It's neat to see you stream. I love your YouTubes. I like to be able to stream. I like the YouTube side of things because I can really dive into like focusing on every play and every turn. And so I think there's pros and cons to both. I like being able to interact with you guys, which is really the biggest draw for me. You're the first streamer I've seen where chat helps more than hurts. I mean, we have a great community, and so I think that definitely plays a role here. Is that people aren't trying to just jabait me into the wrong play most of the time. You can take it away with Nico if you're lucky. Yeah, that's true. That's the only way we have to control locations with this one. Stream highlights, and then once a week, take the best deck and do a full-on video. I want to try to do some kind of like hybrid like that. I think that'd help both be able to stream more, and then also be able to focus on kind of that time management and using it effectively or efficiently. I think we're going to go ahead and we could aim to take this one away. But I think we're going to do like Nico into Gladiator. Nico's going to make our Gladiator 10, and so we have a better chance of destroying whatever it ends up pulling. We have Lady Deathstrike and Killmonger for the Ant-Man. I think we're okay with Limbo, because I don't think it favors them either. Coal Obsidian is big in Necrotia. Had we pulled it, we could have destroyed it. But the Vibranium, we can't destroy the Vibranium.
Welcome.
Oh,
It took you long enough.
Hey, two of my favorite content creators pitted against each other. Yeah, Call Me Sal is another good one that I didn't know about until I came back. But there's a lot of kind of new people that are streaming that are very, very talented, very good. And Pongping 2002, thank you so much for the Prime sub. So in this right lane, we're not looking great. Vibranium was incredible for him. I don't want to pull the Killmonger trigger too early. But I also don't want to pull it too late either. think I'm just going to play the Hood. We're still waiting for Mockingbird and Death, so I don't want to play in Vibranium Mines just yet. And so we could do... I mean, we could do Hood into Killmonger, and then we have Lady Deathstrike eventually. It's likely Gilgamesh. Yeah, with Mockingbird and Cull Obsidian, I would think so. We're going to try and make it awkward for them to be able to get those buffs. And so I think between this and maybe the Lady Deathstrike, we can find a way to take away a lot of their upside. So like a Blue Marvel, we could take away the Blue Marvel play. You know, I was thinking, what if you just replace Gilgamesh with Iron Man in Zoo? I still think Gilgamesh goes over the top of it. It opens up the opportunity to play it earlier, so it's less telegraphed. But I think Gilgamesh can oftentimes be a little bit more. Just especially if it's a lane that's not necessarily one you've put many resources into. So if you had like a Squirrel and a couple of other low value cards. But I think it would be fine. I think it would work. I just don't know if it'd be perfectly optimal either. And so we get our Mockingbird, but we don't have anything on the board anymore because we did destroy the squirrels. We could always try to maybe offset something with the Shadow King. I don't think it's great. I'm just going to tempo out Mockingbird, and then I'm also going to play the Demon. And then we'll see from here. Some of these run Kyra. Yeah, that's why I wanted to curve it a little bit earlier. So wait! No! Oh, they ripped it away. So they held the Nico until the perfect turn and got very good results out of the Ebony Maw. We got absolutely toasted. We started out good with this build, but it turned around. It hasn't been so good after that. I still think it has a lot of strengths. I think it does well in the Zoo match if you can time it well. But that one between the Mockingbird, the Cull Obsidian, they have a lot of big resources to lean into. We may switch over to Mill for a bit, because this one isn't doing as well as I would like. Well, I guess we're 8 and 5. We're 61%. That's not awful. We'll keep playing it for a bit. Do you play Ramp? Yeah, so I did a video featuring Ramp a couple of days ago that I think is pretty cool. It had Namora in it. I thought it worked. I thought it worked decently well. So we can do Nico into Hood, but I'm not sure if we want to with the bar with no name location. We kind of want to play Hood to win the bar with no name. Lemur getting into a personal battle of cheering you on. Thank you so much, Lemur, for the 200 bits. The support is fantastic. Thank you very much for being here again, by the way. So
I wouldn't do it.
This destroys. Carnage comes in and then gets destroyed himself. And so then we have a whole bunch of Carnages that destroy. They discount a death, but seeing their X23, I think I'm going to go ahead and play Hood. I think they're going to be running some destroyed cards of their own. So we might be able to surprise them with a death if we don't do any kind of very much destroy of our own regard. Cersei Surfer was doing some serious work for Dexter the other day. I did see that, and I matched up against him while he was running it. And I thought it ran really well. But I'm not sure if I had all of the cards for it or not. Sera Control hooks everyone, but I added Shang-Chi. Yeah, Sera Control is in, I think, a pretty good spot. This left lane is really troublesome. Because I kind of want to play Mobius. But I also don't want to just say that I'm going to lose the left lane. I don't want to play Mobius into Bar Sinister. These locations are rough. I'm going to go ahead and play Mobius over there and just hope that they drop some cards eventually. And then Ish, you said, I was watching your last video and had to jump to the stream ASAP. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. We're getting some decent games in. We're having a good time regardless.
Don't even.
I mean, they have death, so we don't really need to force that, right? The Mobius, well, I mean, they have Death, but we have Mobius down. I kind of like this. They snapped with the Mobius in play. I'm going to go ahead and lock this one in. And then Opt J Mystic? Opt-G Mystic? Gotcha. Hello, welcome in. The snapback with the Deadpools. I guess we could have saved Killmonger, yeah. We could have saved Killmonger as that last turn play. The double Deadpool, they could have Arnim Zola. They could have Venom as well. Venom into that lane gets really, really big. And they'll have a big null as well. Any thoughts on the Deadpool event? So my initial thoughts were bad, but the more time I've had to simmer and the more information we've gotten about it, I think the packaging around the announcement that it was coming was not necessarily the greatest. But the more time I've had to kind of simmer on it and think about it, the better I think it's going to be. Because it's not going to be, even though it's all or nothing, there's thresholds. And so it's it's cumulative. So it's not like you have to hit 5 million at one time. If you hit 2 million twice, you're at 4 million. And so I think it's a lot more manageable than what I initially gave it credit for. As long as a free-to-play player could reasonably grind it, then I think it's a good thing. The Cosmic Beard, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. So Lady Deathstrike can clear out mid, but we don't. I mean, we could do something weird like Carnage into Shadow King to win the left lane if they don't get their X-23 to go somewhere else. Mockingbird was going through some stuff. Don't destroy Mobius. It gives them a free death. Yeah. We could do both of them on the last turn. So I think we do this for now. We hide the Mockingbird, and otherwise just kind of pass. Shadow King mid? Shadow King could be mid, depending. This is going to be a Venom, right? Venom into Null.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
So with the Nico to the left,
What a game!
I'm feeling like they're really confident that they're going to win the other two. Yeah, I think Shadow King... Well, Shadow King, it'll have to be like Death and then Shadow King. Well, Zola would put them at just an absurd amount of power to the left, and then they'd lose Bar with no name. I was mad until I saw the guest video talking about it. Yeah, I think it was just a bad case. Like, they didn't frame it very well to really bring excitement. You have a deck link for the current deck? I think Untapped picks one up if you do ! deck. And so if they do Arnim Zola, they lose to the left. They would win to the right, but then they would still lose mid. So I think it's going to be Death and then Shadow King, and I don't think we even play like the Gladiator or anything, because we're already ahead in the left lane. They've already dropped their Killmonger. Unless they can destroy this lane, Carnage left. Yeah, Gladiator is risky. Why would we Carnage left? It leaves us at the same overall power. I mean, we can 2, 4, 6. Yeah, it'll be the same power either way. Yeah, but if we win in the left lane, it wouldn't matter. I'm gonna go ahead and no reason for pumps the null. Do you ever spend money on cosmetic stuff? Or is it just there for you, like some of us? Let me lock in this play, and then I'll respond to that one. I'm gonna go ahead and lock this one in. If they just single destroy the left lane, maybe they could win that one. Deadpool, their Carnage is going to be 8, and so that's still over that value, which is fine. Death mid into the Shadow King should win. Sorry for no, you're not tilting me at all. And then they're null. No, it's just the Deadpool. Interesting. Interesting stay. We win all 3 lanes. I thought for sure they had a massive null. You forgot to snap back. It's very true. We could have probably gotten an extra one. We will take the 4 cubes where we can. We've been having an off day, but we take those. We absolutely take those. And so for the cosmetics, I sometimes, since I've been back, I do sometimes spend on some of the cosmetic bundles. Before I left, I didn't need to spend any money to keep up on grabbing the new card each week. And so I didn't spend on any bundles because it wasn't really doing much for me other than the cosmetics, of course. But since I've come back, I have spent on some of the cosmetic bundles to kind of help that progression along. Why would they stay? I don't know why they would stay. And with the Carnage left was kind of wild too. Let's go ahead and jump over into the next one. This deck is doing decently for us. We had a couple of bad stays, so the cube rate hasn't been fantastic. But we're still at a 9-5 with it for a 64% win rate. We could have had a higher cube output, but I stayed on a couple that I probably should have retreated. Do you have any completed albums? The closest one I have is the Pixel one, just because of how many pixels I had naturally unlocked. How many cards are you missing? I'm missing about 6 or 7. The one that I want the most is Pixie. The one that I think would be the strongest with some of our upcoming cards would be Shaw. Can you do all right? It says you're watching without audio. Can you hear the all right, Sandville? Or is that just a weird, or is that just a tag that doesn't necessarily mean you're muted? I can do the all right if you want. All right. Next up we have Andre Var 14. Last time we faced up against them, they absolutely roasted us for, I think it was 4 cubes. So we're going to see if we can get those back here. Eating Patriot and Blue Marvel with Lady Deathstrike feels so evil. It is a huge tempo swing whenever you're able to do that one. We have the cheap Mockingbird with Quinjet. They could have a Mobius. And so it's I'm kind of torn. I'm kind of torn between these two. I think I'm going to do... I'm going to do Mockingbird. Matthew McConaughey of Snap. That catchphrase guy. Copy the bird. I would have had to do a weird play on this turn. Or on last turn. Because the copy effect was last turn. So I would have either had to do like a Shadow King into Nico or just Nico. With their Mobius, I'm glad that we chose the correct one. We have the 12 power one over to the right. Let's go ahead and do Nico and Mobius. That's going to stop them from having that Loki reduction. And so I assume that they're going to play Loki here. And so we can always Lady Deathstrike to the left. No, we couldn't take out their Mobius because it is buffed up to 5. Ours is buffed up to 5 as well, so we don't have to worry about them doing the Lady Deathstrike to us. Really, everything has been buffed up quite a bit. Going to stream when Arisham drops? I want to. I definitely want to. They probably saw the gobbledygook of just stuff that we had and didn't want any part of it. We will take it. You can Shadow King Deathstrike? You could. You could Shadow King and then play the Lady Deathstrike to clear whatever it was. That's true. But we'll take the one with the retreat. We gladly take those. I'm actually going to run to the restroom really quickly. And that's why I play Enchantress in my Loki. Yeah, especially with Mobius becoming a little bit more common. But then again, I think it's really niche. I don't see him all that often unless I'm playing a deck that I'm really focusing on discounts. They probably got Death and Mockingbird. Yeah. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. I'm going to run a couple ads so that we don't have to do them during the middle of the game. And so I'm going to run a quick 2 minutes of ads, and then I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. We're going to continue just absolutely taking names and taking cubes with this deck when I come back. And he's coming back in 1 year? Wait, who? I'm just going to the restroom real quick. We're back, guys. Thank you again for being here. I appreciate everyone that's here and jumping in. And just allows me to be able to do this. Nobody? What are the best decks for a beginner? At chat. So I have a no gamer seat. No, I had one, but it wasn't very comfortable. And so maybe it was the brand that I had, but it definitely wasn't comfortable whenever I had one. The best beginner deck. So I did I played Marvel Snap for 30 days video, and it has some decks that I used as I progressed through that early game account. If you're into Series 3, the easiest one to upgrade into is watch your YouTube, first time catching you live. Red 888. Thank you so much for being here. If you're into Series 3, the easiest upgrade is going to be Wong, because that really makes a Wong Odin deck really tough to match up against. And then I know that it's not great to match up to a whole bunch, but Hela is one that you really only need Corvus, and that's going to be featured, I think it's next week. Other than that, you can do a lot of just high power big bodies from Series 3. Did you finish that series? So I had 90 days recorded and my hard drive got fried, and I ended up losing the footage. And so I haven't finished it. I did restart. I currently have one that's, I'm on day 28 that I did this morning. And so I have another one. I'm going to go back and circle back and finish it. But I did lose the end of the original one through. Yeah, I know. Husky Puppies, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Thank you for jumping in and joining us with the Hela comment. It's a relatively easy one to build with a low collection, to be able to keep up with just all of the tech cards and just variants that the other decks provide. And so that's what I would build towards if you don't pull Wong early. And Wong is very limited. He is a good intro into Series 3 because you can just use Series 2 stuff until you get better things like Dr. Doom. But those are the two most cohesive builds that you can do when you just get into Series 3, if you pull the right cards. And then Dark Lord Peaches, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I am indeed. Love to see you live. I'm glad to be able to be live again. I honestly didn't know if I was going to be able to create content, if I was going to be able to make it past that hump that I got into. And so just being able to be here and have an audience to return to has been insane. And so thank you guys, everybody, for being here. I asked where is your doggo? I just now saw the message. The dogs abandoned me. When my wife started working from home, they all hang out in her office now. And so they don't hang out in my room, sadly. So daggers for them is going to get pretty big, but we do have Shadow King to offset it. We could either go with the Squirrel Girl to get bodies down, to get a cheaper Mockingbird, but I kind of like Gladiator here. We pulled something from them. With Kunlun, if it's a full move deck, I know that there's some junk style builds that are going around.
Hey, welcome.
If it's a full move deck with Vulture, it looks like Kunlun is going to be really good for them. So maybe save our Shadow King for that one. And then Bud Monkey, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate having you here. Appreciate the support. Is this your first stream since returning? It's my second one. The first one I streamed for the Conquerors tournament that I was invited to, and that was 2 Fridays ago. And it kind of broke me out of that kind of rut of having that anxiety to start it again. And so then I was able to jump back in, and I've been having a good time since. And so I'm going to try and incorporate more streams into my schedule. It's just a little bit tight with having a 3-year-old that takes up a lot of my afternoon time, and then a full-time job that takes up my daytime. Hey, since you posted a deck in an almost daily basis, why don't you rate them after 7 or 10 days? For science, I could do that. I could do a kind of compilation of it and see which ones are still good, which ones I would still recommend, and what pivots I would do to any of them. I kind of like that idea. I can try it to see how the stats on it go. Needed to play Demon for curve. But I want to Killmonger eventually for a cheaper death. And so I didn't want to play the Demon too early. So I like the Mockingbird. Oh, wait. You're right. Unfortunately. We can Killmonger, we can Demon after. That is going to take away our Mockingbird bonus, but we get a pretty cheap death. We have the Shadow King. We might be able to make it work. Yeah, but then this turn you couldn't run Birdmonger. That's right. Yep. You could have, yeah. TLSG drawing? Husky Puppies, do you do drawings? Is that what they're saying? Like art drawings? Sorry, can you show us your favorite split after the game? Yeah, I absolutely can. Mystic for Hire, how's it going? It's going well. We're winning quite a few games with this build. The other one, not necessarily, but with this one, we're doing pretty well. So the Vulture in the left is big. This lane, I think, without being able to flood a lot of things, we just opt to not play for it. This sets Vulture back down to 3. If they do a Heimdall shift, then I think we just win in mid. And then something like this in case they throw anything supportive into the left lane. See, I can barely draw stick figures. So I think anything like that is absolutely fantastic. I could barely draw a stick figure person. So you're doing better than I am. I'm going to go ahead and send this one. They didn't snap, and I think the Vulture reset could come as a surprise. The Doctor Strange pulls most of their cards out of mid, though, which is going to be unfortunate for them because just the Gladiator there wins. Had it pulled one and not both, they would have absolutely had us. But we will take it. We have the real Mysterio in the left lane, so that will bump up by 4, giving us the win over there. They can have Machine World. We will take the other 2. That one's supposed to be Dara? That was your first attempt? I'll have... Do you do any of the drawings on stream? My kid drew these. Those look pretty good too. Zodrex? Both of those look pretty good. And so we are having quite a bit of luck with this. And I posed this question at the beginning of the stream, and I think I'll repose it now. Because I assume most of you guys have seen my YouTube videos and enjoy my YouTube videos. I've thought about trying to do like deck highlights from the stream. That way I could both stream and create the videos that I normally would. And it doesn't have to be like an either or thing. But to do that, I feel like I would have to focus a lot more on the game, a little bit less on the interaction, which I enjoy interacting with you guys. And so as viewers, which would you prefer? Just like a normal stream that I typically do, where there's a lot more interaction with chat, sometimes some misplay because I'm a little busy yapping, or we try and do like the analytical stuff. This is a wholesome stream and chat. Please be on your best behavior. We are definitely a wholesome community here. Break it down. You said no, I'll go for the content and let us give a live look in. Midstream content for YouTube is welcome. And so I think with this build, I would like to do it as a featured deck. We're having some really good stats with it. Even on stream where I'm just like half paying attention, we're at a 68% win rate, 11-5. So a pretty good showing so far, being able to overcome what we messed up the first time. And so after this one, I'll switch into the like, I feel like you can leave the analysis for YouTube. And Gabe, so that was kind of the question. So if I'm going to create deck highlights out of the stream, so like some midstream content, it would be that I would kind of do the analytical thing here, and later it would come into a video on YouTube. Any substitute for Mockingbird? Sasquatch would probably be the closest. You could also do Coal Obsidian in place of like Mobius or Gladiator. It's not going to be as good as Mockingbird for the Sasquatch, but it would definitely be playable. So they're running it looks like a standard discard deck with Blade discarding the Infinite. I guess that could be scary. So I don't really want to do Gladiator. We could do Squirrel Girl to cheapen our Mockingbird. And then I'm going to go ahead and play Demon. We may not do Killmonger this game. We may just do like a Lady Deathstrike. With Dakin, I think Shadow King is going to be one of our biggest assets or tools here. Makari Dracula Dump? It could be. I know that one has been gaining some popularity. How long are you streaming for today? I want to stream for another like 3, 4, maybe 5 hours. It just kind of depends. Glad to see you back on Twitch. Remind me again, what does TLSG stand for? I don't have any fun stories today, unfortunately. But it stands for, so there was a point in time where the game that I focused on was Call of Duty, and I was in MLG. It's the Major League Gaming. It was in some of their like early esports style content, and with that, my role for the team was the sniper. I was always in the back. I really liked the run and gun and just in the middle of the mix style of gameplay. But I was always in the back kind of offering that support, making sure that the teammates didn't get sniped out, make sure that they didn't get any kind of, that they were covered. And with that, since I liked being that run and gun in the middle, I oftentimes kind of voiced that want. And the team being kind of like the team ended up poking fun at it, and they called me the lonely sniper guy, because I was always in the back, lonely, but wanted to be in the mix with everyone else. And so it kind of became my like I kind of owned it. It kind of became like my anthem, I guess, of where I just kind of wore it with a badge of honor eventually. And so that lonely sniper guy was something that they used to tease me, and I decided to kind of wear it so that they would stop the teasing, and it just kind of stuck. I kind of stuck with the letters from there. I'm gonna go ahead and do Lady Deathstrike. I think we lose this one since they have that massive right lane, but we are gonna go ahead and Blood Inked Crow, you've returned. I have returned. We are back. We are absolutely back. So this would be our best chance. And what does TLSG stand for? I can't do another one. This would be our best chance. I think we lose it because they do have some really big cards in their build, even if we offset the Dakin. And then JJ Rolk and Luca-Lele. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the Tier 1 sub. That brings us up to 50 for the day. You guys are nuts. Is it rude to ask you about your real name? No, it's not rude. My real name is Justin. Is the name that I go by most of the time. I'm going to back out of this one. We're going to kind of reset. We're not going to risk any more risky cubes. And I'll do a little more analytical breakdown of the next one. So before I do, the real meaning or what my name actually stands for, they only have one card. They only had one card, but it could have been a big card in the left, right? Oh, they also retreated? Well. And for the other story, that I made the other story up. I did like to play Call of Duty whenever I was younger, but I didn't do any of the esports. But Search and Destroy was the game mode that I enjoyed the most. The actual meaning of the name is that live stream guy. About 8 years ago, I streamed for all of like 2 weeks.
It took you long enough.
And when I was creating that channel, I thought what would be a kind of a funny thing if somebody saw it and they were telling their friend, they were like, "Hey, have you seen that live stream guy?" And they would ask which one. I streamed for like 2 weeks. In that time, chat shortened it to TLSG whenever they were asking questions, and I just kind of stuck with it from there, and then brought it over into all of my other games. But I like to kind of create some kind of fun, different backstories for what it means from time to time. Greylock TV, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Let's go ahead and jump into, and then D for all.
Hey,
Thank you so much
welcome.
for
It
the
took you
Prime
long
sub
enough.
as well. Support. Thank you so much for the support. I'm so glad to have you here. We're gonna jump into another one. The sniper story was so believable. I don't know what to believe. I mean, you can. That's the beauty of it. It's like Schrodinger's cat. You can believe any of them if you know that all of them are either real or fake. They could any one of them could be real. What does your name stand for? I can't do another one. The Aeon. Let's go ahead and see if we can pick this one up. I'm not gonna rope this opponent. We're actually gonna play this one. And so the next up we have Coach AG. The first location is Utopia, which helps us out a little bit with like Gladiator or Mobius. The Nebula is definitely going to be susceptible to our Killmonger, Lady Deathstrike, unless they have a way to stop it. So like an armor. But armor is definitely less ran or less common than it used to be. I think I'm going to follow up the Squirrel Girl with the Mysterio play. And we can play the real Mysterio really wherever, because it's going to play one into the Nebula lane. So that's not going to scale. Let's go ahead and play Mysterio into mid and see what else they have. This could be like an ongoing deck, so they could have an armor, especially since they played that second card there. It could also be looking to maybe clutter it with like a White Widow. They have the Nocturne. Lady Deathstrike can absolutely clean up this lane. And so I think we're going to go ahead and just tempo out our Mockingbird. And then it might be... I'm going to save the Nico. I'm not going to tempo out Mockingbird either. Since we can't play Lady Deathstrike next turn, we're going to save it until... We plan to do Lady Deathstrike on 5. I'm just not going to play anything here. And so let's get a better idea of what they're running. They use Red Guardian, and they poke it into the right location, and it's a Makari deck. And Red Guardian, fortunately, does not hit the real Mysterio, because if it did, then it's locked in at -2, which is an interaction that I didn't know for quite a while. So Nico is still not the copy one. I think I'm going to do Mockingbird into Carnage. We have Lady Deathstrike next turn, but we would need to play something into the left lane this turn. And so I think I'm going to do Nico. Next turn would be the bumped up Lady Deathstrike in the left lane. And then that should give us a pretty good discount on our death to be able to try to find our way into that last location. This definitely looks like a Sandman build. Captain Marvel offering that kind of flexible play. And so maybe we won't be able to do death and something on the last turn. So I still think Lady Deathstrike is a good call here, but they have the flexibility of Captain Marvel. They have potentially Leader, potentially a Doctor Doom. What does Justin stand for? Justin stands for whatever we want it to stand for. And so they did play just one card. It is the Sandman. This just in. Yeah, we have to retreat out of this one. With them being able to move Nocturne, they can move it and play Doctor Doom, and they have the flexibility of Captain Marvel. I don't think we can keep up. I lost to a Claw in this deck. Yeah. We're going to have to back out of this one. Did I say quack when it happened? Or was that my chair that squeaked like quack? When I ran to the restroom. You created a monster? Oh, this deck? Yeah, it's not exactly what I said. Did I say quack? No way. Okay, so that's going to be the quote that follows me. You should have it as a channel reward point for a name story. We could. The problem is I've came up with like 5 variations, but it's hard to come up with other ones. I won the 1998 Super Nintendo Donkey Kong Country World Championship. The last super gamer. Said real quack. Oh man, it's unfortunate. I don't know that I'll live that one down. That one may follow me around for a while. And with our deck, especially with Death and Mockingbird, Sandman is actually kind of rough against it. This lad's so good, TLSG. Talks like silly goose. Do you have a favorite card? My favorite card is Captain Marvel. Not necessarily that I think she's the strongest card, but her effect has always been really interesting to me. Having that kind of agency on not needing to know exactly where that power needs to be, and it makes it tough on the opponent to really call out where it should be as well. And so she's always been one that I really like her ability. So next up we have Call Me Sal. The first location is Fogwell's Gym. I'm going to go ahead and play Hood to start getting our demon, have that in hand. We get a discount on Mockingbird if we play the demon out early. Greylock TV, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Starting a hype train. The 5 gifted. If you got a gifted sub from Greylock TV, make sure to thank them in the chat. Your support is massive. That brings us up to 57 for today, which is wild. We've exceeded the sub goal that I had. If we go much higher, we may be able to hit the partner plus to be able to get a bigger split of the tiers of subs. And so thank you guys for all of the support. Absolutely phenomenal. You guys are amazing. I'm going to go ahead and play Mobius out since we have the extra energy from Superflow before we ruin it with something like the Hood. And so we're going to go ahead and they have Kyera, so our Killmonger is not going to be able to swindle them away, unfortunately. Our Lady Deathstrike is not going to be eating good. Our death it's going to be tough to get our death discounted. I kind of think we do something like this. That will make our Mockingbird cheaper. We can eventually do a Lady Deathstrike onto maybe the left lane. But I think we have a really hard time against a zoo deck that has Kyera out already. The SG and TLSG is sub goal, and that has been absolutely met. As soon as I decided to start recording, we start losing some games. We were holding our own before. This one would definitely be a tough win with them having Kyera down. So if there's a snapping point, Whiskey Jack, thank you so much for the 1 gifted as well. Gifting it to Laugh to Stay Sane. Thank you so much for the support and just being here. You guys, again, are phenomenal. So with the Ant-Man, they are potentially risking the Dazzler if they don't. And then Monkey Face, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. That pushes us up to a hype train of level 2 and the subsequent follow. Thank you for being here. You could snap into Mockingbird, right? Their Ant-Man doesn't get destroyed though. And so like we could probably win this lane. But the Dazzler, the Ant-Man stays, the Dazzler would be the only thing they're risking. And so I kind of like leaving it open for a potential death. No, we're going to change our mind. I'm going to go to the right. Oh, I forgot about Kyera. Yeah, that's okay. I mean, oh, wait, we do lose. What?
Victory.
They pushed a little bit more, trying to protect the Dazzler. That's chat's 2 for 2 today. I always have to trust chat. You guys have the like most craziest reads, and they've worked every single time today. So I don't think I'll ever question chat again. Yeah, and thank you again for both Gary, Whiskey, and Monkey for the subs. Insane support. Coming in at, what is that, 58, 59 today? You guys are absolutely wild. Chat says snap now. All right, well, if chat says it, it must be true. We gotta follow chat's advice. A little bit late, I know, but it's good to see you back streaming and making content. Better late than never. I'm so glad that I had an audience to come back to and to create content for. And so thank you guys for being here and just allowing me to create the content and just being here to enjoy it. Copy Hood.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
For an extra destroy? I guess we could have gotten an extra demon out of it. Osirium? If I butcher your name, I apologize. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, bumping us up to 60 for the day. Huge support coming in. We now have Nico that can transform a card, but I kind of like Nico as the either destroy or copy a card if we have the destroy out. And so with Wolverine, I think they're running a destroy deck of their own. We have to be kind of careful with what we pull. We could chance it and see if maybe we pull out Null before it gets bumped up. There's a lot of bad hits in this deck for our Gladiator. We're going to jump in and see if we can get a good one. Warrior Falls is always tricky with Wolverine because it can always bounce over there on the last turn of the game. So their Nico comes down. It is going to bump up whatever card they play next, but not the one we wanted to see. SV, thank you so much for being here. I'm glad to be back. And then JF, it's great to see you. It's great to see you here too. And then the Whiskey, since you did gift the sub, we'll do the haul right. We'll do the haul right, Whiskey. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. We have the Mysterio. We have Mobius to make sure that their death doesn't get discounted, which might be something we need. I'm going to do Mobius, Squirrel Girl. We're okay with the Squirrel getting destroyed. We're okay with Hood getting destroyed. We prio Mobius. Yeah, I think Mobius is always a priority for against a destroy deck. Let's get to level 4 hype. We still have a minute on the hype train, but we did bump it up to level 3. I didn't realize, but it jumped all the way to level 3 with the gifted subs. So weird to see all these cards without the Annihilus package. I feel like the Annihilus package is strong, but it's very much common now, and so people expect it. He said, "Hey, TLSG, big fan from YouTube. I go by Delirium." Yeah, I remember your comments on there. So I'm glad you were able to jump over and join us. And then Makoto,
hey,
thank you so much for the Prime sub as well, keeping the hype train life alive. And so our Lady Deathstrike doesn't do a whole lot for us here. We could do... And then a Doom Buggy with the 100-bit cheer pushing the hype train. I don't think we're going to make it. We're almost out of time. Level 3 is perfectly fine with me. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. So Lady Deathstrike doesn't really clear much for us here. We could do Nico. That's not great either. I think I'm just going to do Lady Deathstrike and hope we get something good next turn. Hello to the self-proclaimed Mr. Rogers of Snap. Happy to see you live. Did I say I was the Mr. Rogers?
Hey,
or the Bob Ross?
It took you long enough.
And then 5 a.m. 86. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Huge support, you guys. We are at 62 for the day. I've only been live for a little over 2 hours, and you guys have absolutely come in and shown so much support. Zola to the right. Yeah, we lose to Zola to the right because it brings it to 36. There's nothing we can do to match up against it. Shadow King doesn't do anything for us. I've only been alive for 2. I mean, it's an impressive record for only being alive for 2 hours. 62 is crazy numbers so quickly. I agree, Sleeper. We've had a lot of support from both Bezos from the Prime subs and then a lot of community gifted. And so the positive vibes of the community definitely held true, and it's been phenomenal. Anywho, still love the stream. Welcome in 13 Nephilim, by the way. Bezos is a TLSG fan. I guess so. What do you think about Makari? I think Makari is okay. I don't think she's I don't know that there's a whole lot of builds that she benefits greatly in. I think there's a few, like the Sandman tempo deck she does really well in. I think some future cards are going to make her pretty good. And so potentially with like Gwynpool, with Fastos, we may see something where we want our hands small to be able to have that targeted power from Gwynpool going onto something a little bit more impactful. And then Allboy39, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Huge support. Appreciate having you here. So we're going to go ahead and play Nico out. We have the Carnage that could get destroyed, but I'm not sure if that's worthwhile. Do we opt to not go with the Destroy and just go with the Mockingbird? We don't get any card draw from it. Do you know what your stream schedule will be? Right now, oh wait, I'll wait until after the ad roll goes through, just in case you got hit with one. We can do Carnage, draw additional cards. We're going to clear 3. It's still early in the game. We can potentially get Mysterio out to discount Mockingbird again. She seems decent in Zoo Gilgamesh or Gilgamesh Zoo. I agree. I think she's decent there. She's decent in like a Sandman tempo. But I think the standard Silver Surfers that we have right now, I don't know that she really offers that much in terms of like reasons why you should run it. Yep, just got hit with the ad. Just got hit with the ad. Hold fire. Yeah, I'm going to hold fire on it for just a second until it says that the ads are done. So we do have the Mockingbird. I think we do Real Mysterio to the right and Hood to the left. That allows us to do like Killmonger next turn to discount a death. We could do Mockingbird plus Killmonger. And then if we draw into death, great. And with Nico having drawn us those additional cards, we have a better chance of being able to do that. Angela into Ant-Man is a little bit tough for us. Ooh, I didn't even realize we're going up against Coco Bird, rank 28, and we're giving them, unfortunately, not our full attention. Let's go ahead and we'll focus back on it. And then Sleeper. So my stream schedule, I'm going to want to do, right now I'm off on Fridays, and so I'm wanting to do a decent amount of streams on the Fridays coming up. Outside of that, I'm either at work during the day and then with my daughter at night. And so I'm looking to find ways to integrate more. But at least for now, I plan on doing several Friday streams as I can. And then if it gets bigger, maybe we can see about other ways to work in more. What kind of work do you do? I do data analysis. So I'm in data analytics. I work for
Iron Man.
It's essentially looking at data and numbers, and I'm like the cross between like our IT and our system side, and then our leaders who need to know what those metrics are at a glance. And so I turn the like jumbled of large numbers and large data sets into something that is kind of easily consumable. And so that's my primary role. My brother in incredibly tedious spreadsheets, but it works. Yeah, Deathstrike to the right is going to be big. I'm going to go ahead and snap into it because I don't want to leave this open for chance or for a potential Mystique. And so I'm going to go ahead and Lady Deathstrike now, which will take out the Killmonger, but our death is free. We have the Demon, we have Gladiator. We will probably have the extra energy here. So that is what we're opting on. Sounds like Chandler Bing's job. It honestly might be. He said ML Ops here. Oh, nice. I sell IT software from home while playing Snap. Quick Gone Jin. That's a pretty nice gig. I did Snap. So eating waffles. Cat eating waffles. I did Snap into it because I think mid is probably a Mystique to copy the Iron Man, and that would be no, it's a Claw. Interesting. I was gonna say the Mystique would be a mistake, but it did end up being fine. So we could, if we do just Shadow King here, that brings this down to 0. So it brings them down to 10, brings us up to 12. So I think that would be enough in that lane, or we just do Gladiator. Gladiator to just overcome the power that they have there. We have Death to continue pushing to the right. Squirrel Girl and Demon. Probably Spectrum. And so if it's Spectrum, we have 6, 7, 8. We have it covered here. We have 18. So we have it covered here as well. And so we would win the left and right to a Spectrum play. It would tie mid for the Spectrum. But I think that's what we're going to go ahead and send here. They do have a lot of cards. Ooh, the Mystique. They did not make the mistake of playing it into mid. They saved it for a little bit later for a juicy play to give them extra power into mid. But they're going to have a max of 4 power in the left lane. Our Demon is going to be able to overcome that. We have the Juicy Death in the right lane, able to overcome the Claw in mid and the Ravona. We will grab the 8 cubes against this.
Victory.
What a wicked stay from Coco. Interesting play. We'll take those. Respectful pumping. That that may be what it was. They may have been respectfully. Not gonna lie, they tried. They did. I thought the Mystique copying the Claw to boost some surprise power into mid was a pretty good play. Maybe they didn't expect us to have as big of a death as we did, which would have been hard to win the other 2 lanes. And so we definitely take those, but not what I was expecting by any means. And so I missed a couple of messages. So a data question for you. On the deck tracker, is it better to filter by net cubes or average cubes gained? If you could explain the difference, if you know. So the average cubes is how many you're winning per game. If the net cubes is how much you've won overall. And so net cube, if you played a deck for 2 games and won 8 cubes each time, you're going to have 16 net cubes on it. And then I guess the average for that would also be 8. But if you played another one about 20 games, but only had the 16 net cubes, because the sample size of games are varying, I would go with average cubes over net cubes. TLSG, that's a nice surprise. You back streaming again? I'm glad to be back. It's been something that since I started creating content again, I've really wanted to jump into, but it's been like that anxiety. Same thing with posting that first video coming back, of not knowing if anybody was going to be there or would want me to return back, and if I'd just be kind of streaming to an empty room, which would have been a hard kind of hit from where we were. And so I've been very, very humbled and very grateful that everybody has been here to support that return back. And then Danger Ace, thank you so much for the 1 gifting out to Bluesman. Thank you so much for the support, bringing us to 64 for the day. We've absolutely blown away the goal that I had set up. And so we're getting closer to Partner Plus, which would potentially give us a bigger split of any sub revenue. So we would get more versus what Twitch got, depending on how many we hold month to month. When you post your first community post on YouTube for your return, there were so many people excited. I saw all of the responses, and it was so overwhelmingly positive that we had to make a comeback at that point. And so for this one, Dinish has swindled 8 cubes off of us today with their Hella build. And so I think we're going to tentatively play this one cautiously. What's a good deck to push? Right now I'm 88. So a Sera control can do some pretty good things, but it takes a little bit of being able to navigate well. Silver Surfer is in a decent spot if you have Shaw. Hella is still really strong, even though it's not as commonly played. And Electro Ramp, there's a lot of decks that are poised to do pretty good. I'd say a couple of my last videos from the playlist that just linked would be a good place to start. Do bits help reach Partner Plus? Second Wolverine, I'm actually not for sure. I need to double check. I know that it goes off of like tier points and maybe bits as well, but I don't know for sure. Is High Evo still okay for climbing? High Evo still does some respectable things. He's not he's kind of gotten high rolled out of the as prominent of a spot that he's in. But I think he can still do some, like with Cyclops against certain decks, he can still offer quite a bit, and you can still win quite a bit. Why did you take a break? I think the easiest way to describe it, I made a return video that kind of sums up what I went through. But I think in short, I was overwhelmed or overloaded. I had a close family member that passed away really suddenly. And so it was something that instead of dealing with that, I pushed it down and I worked. And for me, that extra work was creating content. And instead of really kind of working through that grieving process. And then additionally, I felt like I was burning the candle at both ends, trying to maintain a daily upload and some streams and a full-time job and a family, that it felt like I was really not present for anything truly. And so it was one of those where I took a step back and I kind of reassessed, worked through the grieving process, and then I'm much better now. I'm glad to be back now. And so like it was time that I took to really work through what I needed to work through to be able to kind of move onwards and upwards. And Xantharus, thank you so much for the Prime sub. The support is fantastic. I'm so glad to have you here. I got really backed up on laundry. I did. I got absolutely so backed up on laundry. So they're going to get the free raft resource here, which is unfortunate. We know that they have Claw. This brings Death down a good amount, but they've already discarded, I guess they've only discarded one card, but the free raft resource is what I'm really worried about. I think I'm going to stay for it anyways. Hey, you said you'd be live now, and you are. I absolutely am. We are absolutely live now. So did Hela hit? No Hela discard from Corvus. That's unfortunate. That return video was so honest and sweet. And the amount of support that it got when I returned was so overwhelmingly positive. It was almost therapeutic.
Hey, welcome.
Just all of the support and all of the positivity. And so it definitely felt good to know that I had that backing, and it really helped me jump back in to creating the content. Max Mullen, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate having you here, jumping up to 66 for the day. So with them having potentially Hela here, it's very scary. We can do like a Nico, a Claw, Nico, Claw, Death, but it's risky because if they have Hela, they have so much that they're resummoning on us, and they've already taken so many of our cubes today. I think we retreat out of this one. Unfortunately, we don't have a way to stop the Hela. We don't have a way to stop it from high rolling. They could do Blade. No, they've already done Blade, but we're going to jump out now. How much spend on all card collections? So that's a tough one. So I spent a whole lot on the game when Series 4 and 5 were first released because there was no guaranteed way to unlock them. So you pretty much had to push your collection so that you could buy one out of the token shop. Because I progressed like thousands of collection levels and never pulled a Series 5 naturally. And so every single one had to come from the token shop. And so I spent a lot back then with the spotlight caches between like the season pass and just a little bit extra, like a bundle here and there, maybe just the gold bundle, which I did end up buying. Really good value. If you're going to spend a little bit, the gold bundle is nice if you log in every day anyways. But between those two, I could keep up with almost all of the new cards that were released as I was, as long as I was doing my dailies each day, maxing out Conquest and getting the free drops that they provide every once in a while. I know I've been busy with a lot with work and family. I hope they support your family. Where you're from? Yeah, my family's very supportive, and I'm glad that you kept the sub on YouTube, Devils. Man, seeing Nico in a ton of decks and being so flexible is so sad when you don't have the card. Is Nico supposed to be featured sometime soon? It is a hard one. Had to step away. I'm back. How's the stream going? The stream's going really well. We have been having pretty good luck with this deck. We were around 65%. We've dropped a little bit. We have a couple of people that are just absolutely taking us every time we match into them. But we're hovering around a 60% win rate with this deck, even with like half paying attention to the games. And so it's definitely a viable one. There's some hard counters to it, some potential issues to it. But overall, the stream's been good. The community has been absolutely phenomenal. Gifted's out every which way, and Prime subs coming in like crazy. And just the chat and interacting with you guys has been great. So we have Nico. We can change the location. I still think we skip here, which doesn't feel great. How many meta cards left now? I'm still missing like 6 or 7 cards. As far as like meta-defining cards, I don't think there's all that many that I'm missing. I'm missing Shaw, which keeps me from ever playing a Silver Surfer deck. And then Pixie, which is more of a fun card, but I'd like to at least play around with it. It's one that I'm intrigued by. But other than that, I'm not missing anything like too big. I don't have Corvus, so I can't play Hela right now. But that's coming next week, and so we should be able to do it. I did end up buying Cannonball for tokens, and then he got nerfed. And so it was a good return on my investment. White Widow's the one I'm kicking myself for missing. White Widow is everywhere. That Nocturne last month was a good set of releases that I'm really glad I didn't end up missing those because some of those are really, really, really pivotal in some builds. So with Snowguard, I kind of want to snap because I think it's going to be a Loki deck, and they haven't had anything up until turn 3, which is really unlike a Loki deck. Usually it's a pretty low curve. Yeah, Sage is a powerful card too, so I did end up getting Sage. Discovered your channel when you already stopped streaming. Glad to see you back. I'm glad that you're still here, that you stuck around, that you're here to enjoy the content. So they did, in fact, get a Loki. They have Snowguard, so no discount on the cards. They could Lady Deathstrike this lane, which would hurt our Mobius. It would take it away, and then they would get the discount. Yeah, we probably have to look out for that, right? I think we always assume that they have it. I'm going to play Mockingbird just to get it out on the board, and then we'll see. If they take out our Mobius, we're in a little bit of trouble if they got our Death as well. Sage was negative. I did try a few negative Sage decks, and when it pops, it can absolutely explode some cubes. But that's really a lot of negative builds. How many tokens left? I have I have like none. Very, very low. I do have both Grandmaster and US Agent. Yes. My weirdest purchase has got to be Valentina for 6K. I really like her in a few different builds. So like a mill style build that uses Luke Cage, I think is a fantastic use for it. And so Squirrel Girl comes down, giving us a couple of squirrels on the board. It doesn't look like they're going to have Lady Deathstrike because they did go Gladiator. That gets pulled into mid. Squirrel Girl of their own, so they cap themselves out of the middle location. I was able to pull Sasquatch on release too. Missing out on Nocturne and Red Guardian. Yeah, those are in a lot of builds. Those are the really, really flexible ones that we have. So we don't have Death, unfortunately, but doing something like it's just Freyberg. Is that right? Thank you so much for the 5 additional gifted subs. If you got a gifted sub from It's Just Freyberg, make sure that you thank them in the chat. Thank you so much for the support. That brings us up to 71 for the day. Deathstrike mid, Demon right. Deathstrike mid would leave them with more than what we would have there. Because that would only bring us to 6. They would still have these 2. And so this would bring us up to 14, 15. We would have to go all in here. And without them having a reduction, I think that's fine. Wait, MTG bot? That's the wrong card game? Yeah, they don't have one, I don't think, specifically for Snap. Killmonger, eat your lunch. Oh, they're Killmonger. Yeah. But could they overcome the left and right lanes if they Killmonger? Because they don't have a discount on any of their cards. They have Demon.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
True. I feel like I need something else to the right, but that's what we're going to lock in. If they don't have Killmonger and we lost because of that, I'm going to be so sad. Because we backed out and pivoted at the last second. Geyer, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Cersei could be so bad for us. What is this last card? No, it's the demon. We should have went mid, you guys. The play was right the first time. Chat finally lost one for me. Every other time today, chat has been absolutely spot on. Every other time today, it's been spot on. That was the one time that it failed me. That's okay. Gaiar, okay, like a pirate. I'm glad that you're here. Thank you so much for being here. I hope that stick to your gut. A lot of times the gut read is the right one. Chat always likes to snipe. Mojo should have been the giveaway. Mojo got bumped up by Cersei. They didn't have Mojo over there. Blame Dare. I always say ship it. All right. Next up, Off Mars. What's a pirate's favorite letter? I have to say the C. Most people would think it was R, but the C be their first love. I'm gonna go ahead and play. No, I'm gonna hold Nico. This guy has Pixie. No, it's R. It might be. I don't know. We have Demon, or we have Nico into the Hood Destroy, which can give us some additional cards. We could also hold it, but I kind of like the drawing our resources early. The C is a great answer, though. I have the dad jokes. How can we lose this one? I bought Hope with tokens. So I ended up spending quite a bit more so that I could get some of those cards that were pivotal, but a lot of them I wouldn't have unlocked if I wasn't looking to do a lot of the builds. Like I could have just as easily stuck to like a destroy deck, or stuck to like one key player. So I would have bought like Shaw. Had I been looking to do it as efficiently as I could, I would have bought something like Shaw and just ran Surfer until I acquired the other pieces. Snap Mobius. All right, we'll go ahead and snap Mobius. Chat wouldn't lead me wrong 2 times in a row, right? You guys wouldn't do that. Yeah, you need a certain amount of up-to-date cards, but there are a few decks that you can get away with just having like one of them as you acquire the other up-to-date ones. And so I probably would have went something like Shaw or something that was like a role player, but not very versatile. Versus now, I'm doing versatile, so I have a lot of decks that I can build into. let them think the pixie dream dies today. It absolutely does. With Thor, we can Shadow King it eventually. The Mockingbird. Oh, Hyper Time's not happy with us. No, not the 4Q retreat. We can blame you when everyone starts going with Professor X this week. There's been a couple of people that have covered it, but I would, and it wasn't my original build, but yeah, if it picks up, Conquest deck, please. So I think Conquest decks, like, you can do well with a lot of builds that I feature in Conquest. It just most of the decks that I try to feature have enough flex to them that they can match up against quite a bit. So like this one, you can shift how you're going to play. Depending on what the feature location, yeah, Binks did a Professor X move. I know a few people have covered it. Depending on what the location is, I'll do a few Conquest runs here in a little bit. Done playing Conquest for meta. It takes discipline to retreat when you're losing 4. It does. It's a hard thing to do. I usually end up staying, losing 8, and then getting mad that I didn't retreat. And so props to him for retreating for 4. Warsick 2, thank you so much for the Prime sub, bringing us to 73 for the day. We've more than doubled, I think. More than doubled what we had when we started, which is wild. Thank you guys for the support. Both the support on the Conquer stream a couple of Fridays ago, and this one has been insane. It's that sunk cost fallacy. Yep, and I fall victim to it all the time. It was a great call, telling people to come here for from the new video. I have to calm down. I can't talk very well. That was actually something that I picked up from Jeff. So whenever I was first making a transition from streaming on YouTube to streaming on Twitch, a piece of advice that he gave me was to do that kind of call out in the first, like the deck intro. Yeah, Jeff the baby land chart. To do it in the intro to let people know and give them that kind of path or flow to be able to find your live stream. And so it's something that I thought was
my domain.
So I thought it was something that was really, really valuable. He always snapped to the ego. The last time we got ego, we ended up losing, they retreated for 1. This one is going to be an 8-cuber. Whether it looks like we're going to lose or not, we're going to all in on the ego. And if we lose, it's ego's fault. It's not ours. We let someone else take the wheel. Ooh, they're running a Loki deck, right? We need ego to play Mobius really badly. We do hit their Jeff. Okay. A little weird capping out the right lane, but we'll go for it. Shadow King hitting their Jeff was pretty decent. If we end up drawing Killmonger, then we're gonna hurt ourselves with the demon over there. But otherwise, wait, Lockjaw? Oh no, locking out mid now too? Interesting. We gotta trust in the ego though. That means next turn is probably gonna be Lady Deathstrike left. Yep, me too, Dirk. If they snap back on ego, regardless of if it looks like a guaranteed loss, I stick it out for the 8. We do take out the Nocturne. Yeah, Lady Deathstrike's gonna destroy our left unless it picks death because of the Gladiator pool. So we'll see. It does look like, okay, the Quinjet rotation was good. Okay, into the Angela. Not so good. Wait. Angela buffs up if she rotates out of Lockjaw? Ah, that's unfortunate. I was hoping it would go with death. Lady Deathstrike. Oh, they retreated.
Victory.
Egon. Did Angela just... Yeah, she... So it was a Quinjet rotation in Lockjaw, and she triggered it herself, which I didn't know was something that would happen. But we do take the 4 from the ego play. Ego was cooking with the Mobius and just being able to hold it down. Yeah, the Angela doesn't feel like it should buff up when it rotates out. But yeah, Blues. Someone gifted you a sub. There's been a lot of gifted going around. I can't remember who did it. I'm gonna run a quick ad so that it doesn't go into. Oh my goodness, Bulbaquill coming in. We've already had some massive support. And you just came in with a huge surge. 20 gifted is insane. Thank you so much, Bulbaquill, for the just absolute support. Appreciate having you here. If you got one of the gifted subs from Bulbaquill, make sure to thank them in the chat. Huge support. Thank you again, Bulbaquill, for that massive gift. And then DeBoss, welcome in. Thank you for being here. I know that we match up all the time, and I feel like you probably beat me just about as many times as I do you. So I know it's always a good match each time we face each other. And so to celebrate all of the new subs, I'm gonna run a quick ad break before we jump into the next one, and then we'll be right back with a little more of this deck. Don't go anywhere, guys. JLD, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I hope you're having a fantastic day. You said dodged? Look at all these new subbies. Huge new subs. We're up to 94 new subs today, which is mind-blowing. That is a huge support from you guys. I can't begin to thank you enough. And so let's go ahead and jump into another one. We've actually been climbing really well with this one, which I typically don't climb incredibly well on stream, but this one has been doing really good. Let me see if I can bring up the... hold on. I'm gonna do studio mode so I don't dox myself. But maybe not. We're gonna go ahead and try it. I think this one goes to just my full screen. Yeah, perfect. And so for today, for the list that we've been running, we're right now still sitting at a 61.5% win rate, which I think is worse than it typically would be, because typically I don't play incredibly well on stream, and this one has done great so far. And so it's definitely one that I think has a lot of potency in the current state of the meta. But that should give enough time for the ads to almost be done. Let's go ahead and queue into the next one. You're a positive dude and always a good sport. You deserve it. I still get imposter syndrome sometimes. Like, I feel like sometimes when I upload a new video, nobody's gonna watch it, and it's gonna be like nothing. And so every time I get such overwhelming positive support, it surprises me a little bit each time. And so next up we have Prodigy. Wait, I'm in the void. Oh, thank you for the call out. We're back. And so next up we have Prodigy. I think I'm going to go ahead and do Nico to copy the hood next turn. It may not be the most optimal line, but it will give us additional destroy triggers for Killmonger or Lady Deathstrike, 2 demons to play, and so a little bit further discount on a death. And so let's go ahead and play hood for now. Prodigy is the GOAT. Prodigy, I match into him somewhat frequently, and they're always good each time. So we have to expect them to know what they're doing. So the Mysterio drop comes down. So I feel like we're going to do Mobius here. Mobius is going to make sure that any kind of discount that they're going for on a Mockingbird, on a Sasquatch, is not going to be effective. And then next turn we can do Hood plus Killmonger. Okay, well, they curve out the Mockingbird. So good heads up play. We have the Squirrel to reach into Sanctum Sanctorum, which is kind of nice. I kind of like this number. Gives us a little clear. I want to try to avoid playing into the Forge. So maybe we play both of these over here. Cal Rosie, have a good one. I hope that you have a fantastic night, and hopefully we catch you again soon. So the Hood, Killmonger, they did snap into it. We have Lady Deathstrike to clear at least one of the Mysterios, and we have a 50-50 chance of it being the real one. With Sentry, they could be going with the Annihilus, or they could be going Cersei. And either one, I think, is a little bit troublesome. And so I kind of want to see if we're not going to be able to tempo it out, right? So Lady Deathstrike on curve here wouldn't do it for us. If they ended up doing Cersei this turn. They could be going Annihilus, and that would absolutely help, but I guess we'll see. If not, we have the possibility to do like a double demon into the Squirrel Girl and try to steal away the Sanctum Sanctorum. Maybe that kind of sneaky line. They do go with Cersei, unfortunately. And so it changes Nakia. She's going to get hit, but the Abomination is not. And so doing that on curve was what was good. The Mockingbird on curve was also good. They absolutely have kind of taken us at every step of this game. So a 6, a 6, an 8, and a 1. Depending on what it pulls, would end up being 18, 26? No. Yeah, 26. 6, 12, 18, and then another 8. It ended up being 26. It's not a terrible power here if we don't think they have a way to play for the Sanctum Sanctorum. do Cersei decks typically run Jeff? I think is my biggest concern at running here. And I think we're going to stick around to find out. I don't know. They do drop... Okay, White Widow. That's fine. Nico. That's also fine. Oh, the Sage. The Nico spell to move over to the right with Sage was such a good hit. It's unfortunate, but it's such a good hit. It was a good play, being able to make sure that they push power there. This is a cool deck. I was running something similar last season based on Butts Free Stuff, deck that Snap Judgment featured. I think he hit rank 1. Are you going to touch Conquest? I'm going to see in about 30 minutes. I'm going to see what the featured location is, because then we may run some gold Conquest. I want to make sure that I have enough games to do like a highlight video from the regular ladder, and then we can jump over into Conquest. Yeah, and there's several ways to build this deck. So kind of going off of it being like you liking the deck idea. And so you move. And so we could just as easily, if we don't find value in Mobius, which Mobius right now has a lot of value, we could take Mobius out and do something a little bit bigger. So we could take it out for a Sasquatch just as easily. We could take the Gladiator out for a Coal Obsidian. There's a few ways to build around the Gladiator and Mobius choice. And so those are just like the flex that is good at the time. And so you could even do like a Red Guardian. You could do Nocturne if you're having a really tough time with locational control. But the rest of the build feels like it's a pretty solid like 9 to 10. And the other two are kind of that flex area. You could probably sub out Mockingbird for Sasquatch, but it's just not going to get quite as much value. Coming from the YouTube video, happy to see you live. Samuel, thank you so much for being here. I'm so glad that the YouTube video call out worked, and it's been working well. I feel like we've gotten a lot of traction from it, and I'm glad you were able to find the video and that you made your way here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. And so I'm actually going to check. The video's doing decently. It's kind of right in the middle ground for my last several. The Makari video did terribly. Let's see. Let's turn back on the tracker. Let's move me back over.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And we should be good. Darasu, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Huge support coming in with you guys. Bringing us up to 95 for the day. You guys are crazy. Thank you for the Prime sub, just being here to enjoy the content, and then the Prime subs, tier 1 subs or gifted subs where you can. All of it is phenomenal. Just being here to enjoy it is more than enough. And so next up we have Emily. They are running Snowguard as that first card that they dropped. So I have to anticipate that Mobius is going to be really high value here. I'm actually going to snap into it. We have Mysterio. We can clear the right lane. That's a tough retreat. Seeing just Hood. It's a really tough retreat for one. I feel like I probably would have regardless wasted an extra cube just seeing more cards. But that was a really good kind of dedicated smart retreat. Also here from YouTube, welcome back to streaming. Mr. Dark, thank you so much. I'm glad to be back. I didn't know if I was ever going to be able to create content again, or what that would look like coming back, and you guys have made it just so seamless coming back into creating content, and the same thing for streaming. Loki can't compete in Crimson. That's true. With or without Mobius. It might be the TLSG name. Though I do love Legion Scam, and she seems like a good fit there. In which one? I was pretty impressed with Regis's Makari build. Regis's Makari build was definitely an interesting one. And so I don't have Proxima, so I wasn't able to test it, but it looks like one that I think would be, could definitely steal some games away. We only came to find out what TLSG means. you gotta give me a little bit. I just went through the whole spiel. I don't have the story reloaded quite yet, but we will. We'll dive into what TLSG means a little bit later. And then Alon, Alon, thank you so much for being here. Hello back right at you. Proxima is a fun card. Yeah, she's going to be in one of the spotlights soon. And so I'm looking forward to getting her. I just don't have her quite yet. The first location being Kunlun. We don't have any move cards. We do have Mobius, which has been serving value in spades these last few games. We have Lady Deathstrike to take out some of their lower stuff, if they end up playing any lower stuff. This one doesn't hold up well again. Ooh, we can take out Ravona, which I think is kind of a fun line with the Lady Deathstrike. We also have Killmonger to take away the 1 cost, but it's going to turn into a squirrel. Almost want to... I don't think they're going to be able to drop 2 cards. And so I think I'm just going to do a Mobius. Let this one transform. You could set up a command. So I have a couple. I have a couple of commands set up. But it's always fun to talk through it when I can. I have her in Silver Samurai Stature Bolt Moon Gambit deck. Kind of fun. It's kind of RNG, but fun. Are you talking about Makari or Proxima? Yeah. And so they play the Mystique to get the Hulk out of it. So it's not going to copy the Ravona. We do have Mobius, so they don't get any kind of discount on their cards. We can clear out the left lane. We could also do Real Mysterio right, clear out the left lane with Carnage. We have Lady Deathstrike that would take out the Ravona. And then we're just looking at drawing into, depending on what we draw into, I guess. We're looking at either Mockingbird or Death. And whichever one we draw into, that's what we want to kind of angle our plays for. So cool to catch you live. I watch all your videos. Love your positivity and approach to the game and making videos. Thank you for being here. The Mobius swipe is deadly. And so our cards can't get reduced. Right now we don't have any that could. I think we're gonna Lady Deathstrike it. But I'm glad that you are here. I'm glad to have you here. I'm glad that you enjoyed the content as well. It's something that I just kind of grew over time. It definitely fits my personality, but
Hey, welcome. It took you
the
long
videos
enough.
whenever I first started were like the pacing was rough, and just the overall structure. They were really, really long. And there was like really lengthy explanations in between, very much more similar to like a stream. And so definitely have kind of refined it over time. But regardless, I'm glad to have you here. And Astral Message, thank you so much for the Prime sub. You weren't lying on YouTube when you said you're live. That's what I was going for. I was going for people being like, I don't know, he's probably not really live. And then jumping in and being able to see me live. Love the long conquest. The long conquest videos. Lady Deathstrike just barely missed being incredibly valuable here. So the Real Mysterio is here, so that helps. Do we risk a Gladiator? Because they could always... No, they've already Mystiqued, which may have been a mistake to turn that into the Hulk. We don't have any 1-cost cards, so we can always just Killmonger. I'm really worried about the Gladiator pool, but for 1 extra cube, I think it's worth it to stick it out and see what ends up pulling. The Ironheart is kind of scary. And then whatever they... Ooh, that's a Namora in the right lane, right? No, it's an... Oh, it's an Arnim Zola. That I didn't expect an Arnim Zola at all. So it looks like a negative build that missed the negative, but they were still able to find the win. And they didn't go for a snap, so it was only 2 cubes. Did you do HeroClix content? I'm not familiar with HeroClix. So I guess the short answer is no, I didn't do content for it. But I'm not sure what it is. Is it like a game that was being promoted? The very first YouTube video I ever did was for Call of Duty. And it was back in the days of where like you would make either montages of cool shots, or it was just like the running commentary where you had a game that you did exceptionally well in, and then you just run through like some kind of off-the-wall random story. And so those were the first videos I ever posted. Those were also very bad. But that was ages ago. I'm not sure who may remember it. But in like the early days of YouTube, when if you were in the Call of Duty scene, Hutch or Machinima was like top of the rung. Those were the days where I first started trying to create some videos. C-Nanners is another big one. Yeah. He was a huge one. Hutch, all of that like kind of Machinima group was really big. The chillest man of Call of Duty. Call of Duty does things to people. It is it is crazy. Some of the rage that can come out from Call of Duty. And so it was one that I eventually, like, it's not a healthy relationship for most people. So it was one that I definitely had to eventually like step away from. I play or I dabble in just about any kind of game, but that was the first one that I was like, I want to do content for it. Can't wait to see you play League of Legends. I did play I didn't create content for it, but I did play League of Legends for a while. Like I played it when it was in, I think beta or season 0 maybe. So I have one of the rare Kale skins that only came along with that, and I was pretty bad at I was pretty bad at the game, but I did enjoy playing it. But it was another one of those that it's not a healthy relationship by any means. Had no idea you streamed. I haven't streamed in a long time, Prodigy, but I have been coming back and slowly working back into it. I primarily make YouTube videos, but I do enjoy just streaming when I can and from time to time. So that dagger in mid, I did end up doing Shadow King to the right while I was talking. I think we're gonna do Squirrel Girl Killmonger. That's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 reduction, brings it down to 4. It might be worthwhile. Our real Mysterio is in the left. If they do a Heimdall push, we'll see. Awesome, man. Heard great things about you. Well, I'm glad that you're here. Hopefully you enjoy some of the content. TLSG COD Rage would make me lose all hope. Yeah, it was definitely one, and because it was... Like I was a teenager, and so you're already going through a lot of changes anyways. And so it was one that definitely was not a healthy balance to have. I think I'm just going to send it in mid and assume that our right lane is stacked enough to hold its own. With the Mockingbird, we can potentially have hope that it holds its own. I think this is what we go with. The 11 power here is typically hard for a move deck unless they had Ghost Spider to... I guess they could have Doctor Strange hidden here, right? Are you liking this version of the deck better than the Annihilus one? I really like being able to use Lady Deathstrike. Right now, she offers so much just uncommon, like clear potential for the opponent's cards. And that in tandem with the Mobius makes Loki decks like irrelevant. And so I think there's advantages to both, but I think the Annihilus one is so much more common that you always have to worry about like a return fire Annihilus or them having a Cersei. And so I kind of like this one a little bit better at taking them by surprise. So if Doctor Strange is in the right, we definitely lose there. Looks like we should have, yeah, Doctor Strange is in the right. We do have Shadow King though. And so that sets dagger back to 0, right? Oh, wait, Heimdall. Oh my goodness. Never mind. We don't get to Shadow King it back to 0. Do you have a favorite card after coming back? I really like Gladiator. And that one was here before I left. But it's one that I continue to find that I put in builds more and more often. At 3-8, especially with the current way that our meta's set up, we have such a low power output in general that a lot of times Gladiator's not a negative. That On Reveal, he has such a high power because that On Reveal is supposed to be a negative. But with so many cards like Mobius, Killmonger, Jeff running around, he can clear more often than he doesn't. And so I really like Gladiator is kind of like a flexible way to play. Let me run one more. We haven't been having good luck recently. We've been on kind of a drought. Let me run 1 or 2 more here. In about 13 minutes, we'll see what the location is. We may switch over into Conquest because I think Conquest is a unique one as well. And so I may end up running my mill deck in Conquest. Is Makari worth? I think right now, I want to retreat out for 1 already. Danish has been absolutely swindling me all day. I would say Makari's tough. Because I think in her current state, I would say no. She's not worth the extra keys. But we have some cards coming down the line that I think could make her worthwhile. So Fastos could be one that gives her a little bit more push in being able to do like a Silver Surfer Shaw into like the Nakia Okoye style hand buff deck that would want your hand low in general. And then when Gwynpool comes out, that's also going to be a card that you want to hit high priority targets in your hand, so you want your hand relatively small. And so I think right now she's okay, but I think she's kind of poised to be potentially a real threat later on. We're going to go ahead and play Hood into Muir Island, let that one clear. Also a lot of Thena and Kitty. Yeah, Thena and Kitty Pride both being really hard to deal with once it's down, but if you pull it with Gladiator, is almost a free game at that point. Rare Collectors Edition, TLSG stream. Oh, you're probably not here anymore. But at the very start of the stream, somebody asked if I would show my favorite variant split after the last game, and that was like 30 games ago. If you're still here, I apologize. Let me know, and I'll show it after this one. I get distracted. I apologize. So they snapped into... Oh, they have... Wait. We know that they're running Hela. We should have retreated. Let's go. Time to finally beat Hela. We'll see. We'll see if we can. And I'm sure that they didn't discard Hela either. No, Blink and Magneto. Unfortunate. What is this? 5th time's the charm? He accounts for... We've lost 12... Almost 33% of our losses with this deck. Is the one guy running Hela right now. You can high roll all to the left. Wait, all of his go to the left? Is that what we're rooting for? We can clear all to the left for sure. I think we do... Yeah, Hela all summon to the left. We hope so. Do you think we can see a day that economy change? I do. I think they're aware that it's tough for new players and returning players to reasonably catch back up. So I think we could eventually see an economy change. Retsudo, welcome back in. Been enjoying the new videos. Thank you for being here and hanging on with me through the much needed break that I went through. So we could Lady Deathstrike the left lane that we just top decked so that their claw goes kaput. That brings our death down to 3. Our Mockingbird is 3 as well. And then the bear, TLSG, always watch your YouTube videos. First time in the stream. It's my first time in a long time that I've streamed, so I'm very glad that you're here. Hopefully you enjoy your stay. MB goes to 4. MB. Mockingbird goes to 4. That's right. We could do Death Demon, Shadow King, maybe. But I do like the idea of getting rid of their claw. Just watched your YouTube video. That was the greatest ending ever. That was... Oh, no. The blink... Oh, no. Well, our Lady Deathstrike is not gonna clear anymore. Unfortunate. How to win from here? I don't know that there's I think we just lose this one. I think we have to retreat out. We have the 12 in mid, but that doesn't cover it. I mean, it does with the extra Mysterio. If they play anything else, anywhere else, we lose. We're gonna run away. Hela is the matchup that if Hela's common, this deck probably needs to look at doing either a Shang-Chi in place of like the Mobius, or you could try a Cosmo, but I think Shang-Chi would be better off for you. But in its current state, we cannot beat what they have. We're going to respectfully give the sweat emoji, the fist bump, and run away.
Escaped.
I played from Mile Season without quit and still find the economy so cruel. because who cares about variance in a box? That's another issue with the Spotlight. It really punishes those that are your long-term players. You get much less value than anyone else from the Spotlight keys or the Spotlight caches. Danish, one of these days, we're gonna get your Hella deck, but that was not today. I'm gonna ship one more. I'm gonna ship one more, see if we can get a good game out of it. I think we probably have enough for a highlight video, but with Danish's running around everywhere, we're down to a 54% win rate. So we've been on a really big loss streak. I'm not sure that we can turn it around. We were on a win streak for a really long time, but Hella's, I think, with this one, unless we do some kind of hard counter to it, and we don't see enough Hellas for me to justify doing the Shang-Chi or those changes. Fmu, glad to catch you live. Where is the Wong avatar? I decided to give it a little bit of a reprieve, a little bit of a break as I cycle through. I have a lot of avatars now, and so I've been creating a new one for each deck in a new card back. That way I can kind of use multiple. And so next up we have Aeon. They decided to play Nebula into the right lane. It could be the Legion Storm Scam deck. That one's not super common, but I do like the idea of doing a Mysterio. We get a free Mockingbird. We have the Mobius. That's going to help us out dramatically. And so I kind of like the real Mysterio to the left. In case we do Lady Deathstrike, we can clear either one, the mid or the right, without worry. And so Mockingbird's going to end up being free, so depending on what kind of build they're running, I think we have a good shot. We also have Killmonger in our deck to take out their Nebula. The Angela could be like a Kitty Pryde Thena or just something looking to do really high value. Wow. Washington, D.C. was really good for this right lane, actually. We have the Killmonger. I think we go Mobius here. I'm going to go Mobius to the left. Next turn, I think it's Hood plus Killmonger plus Mockingbird. And then we're rooting for a death. That's what we're shooting for here. Ben, glad to have you back. Love your content. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I'm just glad that I have viewers to return back to, because it could have just as easily been that the audience was not there when I came back. And so you guys have made the transition back into creating content so easy, so much more seamless than what I would have thought. Let's go ahead and do Mockingbird. We're going to need some good support here. Ooh, yeah. Let's go ahead and do Mockingbird. Let's do Hood. Let's do Killmonger as well. I'll play it over to the left. That's going to give us a demon. If they don't bump up Angela this turn, we could potentially snipe it with Lady Deathstrike, which would be nice. Otherwise, we have Mockingbird to try to compete there. We have Hood coming down. Their Nebula is no longer a concern. And we have some good resources in our hand. Any kind of discounts isn't going to apply for their cards. Courtesy of our Mobius being on the board. The perfect top deck here would probably be Death. But Shadow King works as well. Or wait. wait, we can. If this was Deadpool's dinner or diner, I think it's dinner. We'd absolutely snapping again. We have priority here, so we're going to take out their Miss Marvel and their Angela, and then we're going to be stuck with the Demon, Shadow King, and whatever we draw next turn. And no matter what it is, we can use it. Death should be free, so we should be able to use our entire hand next turn. So we're going to kill out their Miss Marvel, their Angela. They do move Nocturne over, and so it changes the right lane into Pet Mansion. Ooh, interesting. The Sandman play comes down. We do get the death, but it's an unfortunate death at that. They could do... We might lose. We lose to a leader play here. Yeah. Feels like doomed to me. I mean, it may be doomed. And it may not be doomed because they did change the location to the right, which was the one that buffs up vanilla cards. Yeah, Real Mysterio is an extra 4 over here. Oh, wait. No, we win left, right? Yeah. Let's play Death over to the left. We should be winning over here. Yeah. Yeah, good call. Good call with the Real Mysterio being over here. We're currently winning. At leader would be 2. And so we should have that covered as well. Let's go ahead and ship that. And the Magneto cannot pull anything over. The Death comes down. Makari could have been the difference maker for them there. Had Makari jumped left instead of middle, they could have absolutely stolen our 4 cubes. I'm glad it didn't, but that is going to be worse than the M'Baku jump scare. That was close. She tried her best, but she ran too fast and ended up in sewer system instead. We will gladly take the 4 cubes. Let's go ahead and jump over into the next one. You were going to show your favorite split. Yes. Yes. Let me do that before I forget again. Guys, don't buy Makari. I trusted. I think Makari will serve some purpose in the metagame eventually, but I don't think right now she's like a archetype or deck defining card. I think she can be fun in some builds, but I don't think she's an absolute like a Nocturne, a White Widow, a Red Guardian that can be flexible and is always going to have a good amount of value. But before I forget, let's go ahead and jump over into the collection. We are running an ad, so it's a good time for a little bit of a break. My favorite split, I have several. One of them is my Jubilee, which is the gold background, gold crackle. I just think it looks really good. I have that one on the actual card before the custom cards came out. I like that it all matches, that it's all the same. And then what are my other favorite ones? That's the one that always comes to mind is Jubilee first. I have a rainbow crackle split on something, but I don't remember which one it was. It's one of those that whenever I put a card in the deck and it has a cool split, I'm like, oh yes, that's awesome. I forgot about it. I do know one of my other ones. I have one other one that I really like.
Hey, welcome.
That I think looks really sleek. Glass Eye, thank you so much for the Prime sub, and Brad's Gaming, thank you for the Prime sub as well.
Hey,
huge support from you guys today. Appreciate each and every one of you, and that brings us up to 98 for the day. We've almost cracked 100. I don't think I've ever cracked 100 in a single day, and you guys are absolutely killing it. I think my Bishop split is one that I like. It's been so long since I've really sat and looked at some of these. I like the Bishop split. The gold with the blue crackle, I think looks really good on like a blue border. Wow, between that and Quack, I'm having trouble talking today. One of my favorite ones is not because it looks super cool, but just because it's unattainable now, is a Chavez split with a gold background with no particle effect. That was something that was only available to do during beta before they added the overlapping or multiple effects. And so that one, anytime I use her, that's the split I go with because you can't get it anymore. Are you going to pick up any of the casual variants? Did new variants come out? Ooh, those are all super expensive. I do have a little bit of gold, but I like the Gilgamesh one, but I don't see myself playing. I don't see myself playing a Gilgamesh enough. I think the Thena one is good. I can't. 1,200 gold is so much. Like, I'm very frugal with what I buy. I do like this split from the $100 bundle, but I'm not going to pay $100 for it. Yeah, you can put that gold on custom, but like, so if we split nowadays, the option for the gold is for the gold but no effect is not there. It shouldn't be. And so like gold for none, I don't think should be something that you can pick on any of the other ones. I may be wrong, and it may not be as cool anymore. So that makes me a little bit sad. But let me check one of the other gold cards for the custom. If we go gold, no. So you can only select the effects for the split that you've gotten. And so because you could only get the gold none, since you have to split a card multiple times to potentially get gold, it always has the particle effect. But during beta, they didn't have those multiple ones, and so it's only a legacy thing. And so that's why I always use that Chavez. That's my favorite one, just because it's rare, hard to attain. Not because it looks super good, but just because it's not something that you could do. It used to be the only way to tell if a player was a bot or not, was they'd have splits that were impossible to actually get. And then ketchup or catsup, ketchup vs catsup, ketchup versus catsup. Got it now. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I'm so glad to have you here. And then Murdoff with the resub for the 3rd month. There's another one towards 100. It's my first real sub. Thank you so much for the tier 1, Murdoff. And that does that put us right at 100? I think that puts us at 100 with your resub for the day, which is crazy. You beyond what I would have expected or could have ever wanted or considered. What is the location? It looks like the location is the raft. It is the raft. Let's go ahead and do a few conquest games. You guys want some gold conquest run? Oh yeah, I meant the Ironheart variant in the shop. I like the look of this one, but it's $100. I'm not going to pay $100 for a variant, no matter how much I like it. No, there's not a unique split on it. It's just a unique variant, at least for now. Let's go ahead and send a few conquests. Good day to run Sandman with the raft. Yeah, I could see that. And for conquest, I think I'm actually going to go with my mill deck. That's the one that I really like the most. And if I was looking to climb, that's the one I'd probably be using the most. But I just like it. There's a couple of different variations or versions. This one uses White Widow and Jeff as a little bit of counter clog tools to make sure that we're not going to get capped out ourselves from like an opponent's Doc Ock, versus the other one that I used to climb last season. It had Valentina, which I also like. I think it has some unique draw to it, but it had Valentina and Luke Cage instead. I bought the $100 death dollar death. She was worth it. I actually don't. I may have missed that one while I was out. I don't know what that one looks like, but I'm sure the variant looks awesome. And then B-Dog, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. I'm actually, I guess, mid silver. How am I mid proving grounds? We'll go ahead and ship a proving grounds before we can do any gold, I guess. Got my first infinite border with mill deck. Yeah, so it's one that traditionally or typically doesn't have a great cube rate, but if you build it well, I think it can, and if the meta is right. Certain decks, like this one, doesn't do great against Loki, and it doesn't do great against Cerebro 3. It can win against them, but it doesn't do as great. But it can at least hold its own against most of anything. And then quick pick, you said, as a newer or lower ranked player, where can I go to get the best information regarding building a new deck? I have quite a few cards, but I don't know meta decks or things like that. And so I'm not sure how much access you have to it without a premium membership, but I use Untapped, and it can look at builds that are performing well that you have the cards for, that you're only missing one card. And so it gives you a little bit of insight if you're looking to find like different or various meta builds. You can also, depending on how far your progress is, you can get pretty far with just like a standard Wong on reveal, or a Hela resummon. Both of those are pretty common and really strong. But Untapped is the one that I use or would use if I was looking for something like that. And then, do I have a Discord? Yes. Discord yet. Oh, hold on. I'm roping this person, and I feel awful. All right, let's go US agent. And then I have a command for my Discord for the one that was asking about it. And then did someone say, oh, the mech one, the mech variant? All right. And so Yeehaw, right now, we know that they have the lizard. We're going to get quite a bit of information. It could be like a tempo build with looking to do, oh wait, we're in proving grounds. So whether we win or not, it doesn't matter. Let's go ahead and send it like it's the only match. We do have magic into the Doc Ock, which is a really good line. Let's go ahead and go and change the Valley of the Hand so that the card that we destroy with Gladiator, with Yondu, is not going to be resummoned. And with Captain America, it looks like it's going to be an ongoing deck. Untapped without premium isn't as useful as free Snap Zone. And I think both have some strengths. I don't think Snap Zone necessarily has, and it may have changed since I went out. I don't think it has as much like up to date or like, I guess, minute changes. Because it always felt like it was a little bit behind the curve of what I saw on Untapped before. But as a free version, I think it's a very good option. And then Alex posts meta decks every week. That's also true. That Ironheart is so nice, but $100 for a Surfer deck, yeah. Or a Mr. Negative deck, or a Wong on reveal deck. But Ironheart, yeah, I don't use it enough to justify that big of a tag. I'm gonna go ahead and pull as much as I can into Warrior Falls and let them just start getting destroyed here. We're gonna drain them of their cards in hand. And eventually their cards in deck. So next turn we'll be able to do a Cable, and they'll only have what they draw this next turn as a possible play. Mr. Negative and Wong decks, they can be too greedy, but you can still play them, and you can still do decently with them. You just have to be patient with something like a Mr. Negative. Ironheart in a Gilgamore? Gilgamora? Is that a Namora Gilgamesh deck? I may not have seen that one. It sounds interesting, though. Let's go White Widow. This lane does become tough, but they start losing some of these cards, right? So they lose Mojo and Goose this turn. And then Luke Cage next turn. White Widow over here. We have Jeff. And then let's go ahead and send Cable. That's going to steal the last card that they have in their deck. So unless they can change a location... Where do we send the Cable? No, we sent it to the left. They are going to draw one more card, unfortunately. Super unfortunate. We didn't steal that last card from them. So we may not win. I guess Jeff over here would be 3, so it brings us to 11. Brings their Lizard down once Luke Cage gets destroyed. 13 or 12 extra here brings us to 19. It's not great. I think if that's the case, it's more worthwhile to go here. This is Proving Ground, so I'm going to go ahead and stay. I think it's a mediocre stay at best, because they could play something low power here to make sure that Luke Cage stays in this lane. And if that's the case, I guess we could do this. We'll shoot for that. They can't spend all their energy. Okay, they would have been able to go mid, but they went with the... Okay, they went with letting Jean Grey die instead of Luke Cage, so that Lizard and some of their other cards wouldn't be impacted. We were able to grab the 8. They should retreat after that. This is just Proving Grounds. I was already in one before I jumped into the gold. So from your perspective, do you guys like Conquest better than Ladder? I think Ladder is a lot more variety. I think Conquest offers some like strategic advantages at being able to kind of assess what the opponent has and how to play. So you can adjust based on whatever those decks that they're running are. There are some psychos in Proving Grounds who will bleed you dry. You said Conquest is way worse for me. I barely play it. I play it enough to get the free rewards each one. Conquest is exhausting. To play or to watch? Really not a fan of Conquest. I hate Conquest. I don't mind watching it. Conquest is good when the meta is stale. I just like playing the same person or deck for so long. I can see that. We may I mean, it really depends on what you guys want. Like, I don't mind playing Conquest. I've definitely grinded a lot of infinite tickets before, gold tickets, or infinite avatars, and I like ladder too. I like the strategy of Conquest. That's the draw for me. Yeah, Conquest is really the only time I focus on Conquest to unlock the rewards is whenever the hot location is in effect. So we do have several gold tickets. Let's go ahead and ship at least one. We'll run through. Ladder is funnier to watch, thanks to the variety. I do like the variety. I think Conquest, the unique draw that it has is that it's more strategic. And I think I missed a highlighted message. I have one infinity border. It's all I'll ever get. I get the rewards I want and the variants and dip. Conquest is way too long. Yeah, that's really, it kind of pushed a little bit too much playtime for me, focusing on Conquest runs every single video, in addition to everything else that was going on.
Hey,
he said, no, I love watching either or. It's like golf, but switched. I love playing it, but hate watching it. I can see that. B Doggy Dog, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. That brings us up to, it says just now, 100 for the day. But I feel like with the resubs, it may be a little bit more. Thank you so much for the support. You guys are absolutely phenomenal. Muzzy, you said, I did love watching your infinite conquest runs, though. I may still do some, but it's just...
Breaking news.
When the Conquest first came out, that was what I focused on really, really hard. And it felt like I had to win. And so sometimes you're going to get to the match 5 in an infinite run and lose. And then you've spent an hour and a half, depending on how slow the games go, and you didn't have anything to show for it. And then Panburger Partner, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Support absolutely massive. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. We're going to go ahead and get a little bit better insight into what kind of deck they're running with our cable. We did destroy their Deadpool, and so it's a pretty standard destroy deck, I think, which we are, I think, heavily favored against. Because we have their Deadpool gone, we have Doc Ock and eventually a Shang-Chi to take out any kind of big stacks that we're facing. How are your thoughts on the Summer Conquest looking back? It was fun. I was really glad that I was invited. I think that Gilgamesh as a build-around card is tough to do. Because he is so high curve, it's very telegraphed when he's going to come down. And so by that point, you get a lot of retreats. It's not necessarily engaging for the in-viewer in most situations. And so I love that they're doing things like that. I love that I was invited, and I had a fantastic time. I think them having Binks and Eggs cast it was great. It's just, I think between Gilgamesh being a mid card and then a lot of like Loki and Professor X and like all of those more meta decks that aren't really looking to utilize Gilgamesh at all, made it tough. It was tough as a competitor. I'm sure that was tough for the viewers as well, because it's like if you're coming to watch a tournament focused around a card and then that card never gets played, I think it gets kind of boring if that's the case. Was it you that lost to Hella Gilgamesh? Yeah, F Moo. It was me, and I don't dislike the play of it. It was good. I only wish that there was like at least a blue Marvel included, so Gilgamesh could have gotten bumped up some. If you don't have Prio, Shang is a win on left. On left, that's true.
Opponent snapped.
So they snapped into it. We have their Arnim Zola. Honestly, we might just Baron Zemo to mill the last two of their 3 cards in hand, and then kind of pass. Between Shang-Chi, Shadow King, we have a lot of reach here. Still think putting Gilga in a Hela deck was really lame. I think it's definitely a tough matchup for sure. Without any kind of solid enabler for it, it was definitely a tough sell. And so Deadpool comes into our hand, and then a Hulkbuster. So we aren't capped out in the middle location. We could even Killmonger the Deadpool to get it back into our hand. Whenever you get the chance to read my last highlighted message. Yeah. So of course, been here since the beginning of Black Panther season, and I'm so happy you're back. Whenever you get a chance, check the Discord variants tab. I have my favorite split. Okay, I'll in there for the lads. I'll check it out after this Conquest match. I'll check it out for you. Snapping mill on Kamar Taj. Yeah, it's definitely crazy. And they knew we were mill too. We can play cards, but it doesn't really give us much to go on unless we're looking to maybe bump up their null beforehand. Might be the only reason I'd want to Killmonger here. Since you said Captain Marvel is your favorite card, what variant of hers is your favorite? I don't think I have necessarily a favorite variant of hers. I think there's a lot of them that look good, but I don't have I don't own one that I feel is super great. Hey TLSG, how are you? Dark Overlord, I'm doing well. Magic mid next turn. We could rip it away. I don't know that we need to. I guess to give time for a Doc Ock draw. They're gonna have some incredible energy here. We do want to make sure we don't have energy going into the last turn, or we don't have priority unless we get a Doc Ock to drain them. And so I don't think it's a bad idea. I know on turn 6 we could always do Shang-Chi or Shadow King. So if they haven't played Null, if we don't think Null is going to be big enough, which I think he is, to hit with Shang-Chi, I don't think we need the extra turn. But shop reset as well. Yeah, so I saw the shop reset with the casual variants in it. Said my favorite is Iron Lad. Oh, and why is it Hellfire Gala? Nothing feels worse than playing a Kang into an unwinnable situation. I mean, you can retreat then, though. I just found a few comics I would love for the collection. Null is definitely coming. Yeah, Null is definitely coming. And I guess they were trying to maybe drop priority there. Oh, but we just skip here, right? Skip or something light like Jeff to make sure we don't win the right lane. But just in case they Killmonger and this moves over, I'm just gonna skip. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We do have the Shang. We have Shadow King. I think that's gonna be good enough. Unless for some reason they have a weird lane change location. I think this is all we have to do. They could try and bait it, but I think that'd be silly. Let's go with this line. We're going to set the Carnage down to 2, so that is going to be more power overall than the Jeff. We'll see. He took his Killmonger. Oh, we milled it. We're going to go ahead and send it anyways. They do have 2 big cards. Nolan mid is wild. What? You're right, Frey. We would just lose it. Had they had it half right. Had they just played death right, they win to that. But they missed it. Yeah. We would have absolutely lost that one. I didn't even think about that line and kind of circumventing the Nexus location. That would have been awful. We would have had to retreat out real quick. So let me pull up the variants tab for you. So did you send it just now or just today? Oh, like all of them. You have a lot of them. All right. I'll pull them up real quickly. Switch over to, oh, wrong one. Switch over to this one. And we have the Jeff. Looks really sleek with the blue crackle. Just pick a few. I'm a fan. It looks like you're a fan of the crackle effect. I'm a fan of the crackle too. I like the She-Hulk split. The Thanos one with the gold crackle's all good. The Nocturne already? You have crackle on the Nocturne already? That's an insane amount of splits. Or an insane amount of luck. One of the two. Yep. I'm a big fan of the crackle. Anytime I have that effect, that's one of my favorite variants to be able to unlock. Let's go ahead and we'll jump into the next round of the Conquest. Let's see. I may need to run. I'm going to run to the restroom real fast. I see that invisible status and feel that. Waffle Brain, he saw nothing. I'm going to run to the restroom real quack. I guess I said that last time. I'm going to run to the restroom real quack, and we'll be right back. All right, so we're back. Let's jump into the next round of Conquest. That one went so fast. And those are the rounds that I found that I'm a much more aggressive the more I played Conquest to try and get an early advantage or get out. So we'll go ahead and jump into the next one. See if we can get a quick and easy, cheap infinite ticket here. I have 5 Hawk variants rotating through. Yeah, I think I only have 1 of the Hawk variants. Murky, you said, "Yo, bro, nice to see you streaming. Your YouTube videos are great. I match against you a ton on the ladder." Murky, always glad to see somebody that I run into on the ladder. And I recognize most of the names because it's a pretty wide pool, but it's small enough that you start to notice some of those repeat players. And so definitely glad to have you here. Thank you for being here to enjoy the stream, enjoy the content. Anyone know of the probability of Hope Summers popping into the token shop? Was she a season pass card? I know that I bought her for tokens, but I feel like she was season pass. It usually takes them, I'd say, I want to say on ballpark of like 4 or 5 months from the time it leaves before you usually end up seeing a season pass card in a spotlight. Because I know for Loki, it took a while. For several of them, it takes it a while for them to actually rotate in. So I'm not sure how long she's been out. So hopefully soon. But I didn't see any data mine for the next 3 months. All right, let's go ahead and start with getting some information about what kind of a deck Kingo Plush is running. Hope Summers is last week of July. Oh, it is? Nice, Dinesh. So we end up taking out their Blade. So speaking of Dinesh, it looks like maybe it's a Hela deck. And this mill deck is much better equipped to deal with Hela than our last one was. 30th through the 6th. Nice. So it should be coming up soon for you. And we stole their Hela. He'll snap into it. This is going to be a tough matchup for him, I think. So we have Gladiator, but in this matchup against Hela, Gladiator is not going to be valuable most of the time. Unless you're just rooting, unless they have a relatively small hand and you're rooting to try to hit one of their discard cards, more often than not, you're going to pull a card that you can't destroy. And so I think here, we're just going to go Magic. I'm tempted to do Baron Zemo, but I don't want to pull one of their discard cards. I hate Mill versus Hela so much. Yeah, it's one of those that, like a good Doc Ock pull, stacks all your high stats, and then a Shang-Chi just like wipes it out. Ronin and Sandman are both interesting. We know that they don't have Hela, so they won't be able to bring them back. But it was very interesting.
Hey,
I'd be curious what
welcome. Took you
other
long enough.
cards are in their build. And then Mr. Vister, thank you so much for the Prime sub. US Agent is also spicy versus Hela. It is, taking that reduction and kind of increasing it further. It's the ramp list. And so the one that runs, I think Legion as well, is one of the cards. So we have to look out for them ripping that away. But Mr. Vister, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I'm glad to have you here. Bringing it to 102 for the day. I'm tempted to do Gladiator just to see what we pull. But I think I'm just going to go US Agent. I still like the idea of Baron Zemo, but I don't want to discard our Shang-Chi by accident. You're going to stomp this guy. Only worry is Odin Doom, potentially. So we do have Shang-Chi for the Infinite. We have we have White Widow for the Sizzle, and the last card in their deck, I think, is a good time to praise with Baron Zemo. Could be something really tall. We could end up losing one of these cards, but we'll see. On the bright side, you can bring... we could... if we discard it, we could bring Shang-Chi back with the Hela. Dr. Doom, so we don't have to worry about Doom Odin anymore. For this deck, what would you recommend for a White Widow replacement? For White Widow, you could pretty easily do... You could... So what I ran before, I didn't have Jeff or White Widow, and in their place, I had Valentina and Luke Cage. And that one I ran to top 100 last season. And so it's definitely viable. I think we do... I kind of think we do Shang-Chi this turn. Because we're worried about the Legion play. I think. If this is the ramp list... Odin middle? They don't have anything else in their deck to pull. So are they gonna... Do they rip it away or no? I'm gonna go ahead and send Shang-Chi. They only have 2 cards left in their hand, so they're very limited on how much they can play. Just in case there is a Legion teched in, I want to clear this location so we can win the other. No, Magneto. Magneto's scary as well. So what would their last card be? And does it beat what we have? They don't typically run anything bigger than 10. Okay.
Victory.
And so with this being a Hela matchup, I think we have... I think the second match is going to be relatively easy. I think this deck is really tough for Hela to answer to, just because of how much disruption it has. So honestly, we may continue to put the pressure on, regardless of if they have Hela or not. I think pulling out most of their cards out of their hand and just draining those resources make holding Hela risky, or we pull it in and then we can kind of counter what's there. No Corvus this game is a good hit for us. I didn't realize Corvus was 3 energy. Since I don't have him, I've never played with it. Corvus being at 3 energy is wild. I'm still concerned about Gladiator. We definitely don't want to push that one too early or too often. Baron Zemo is also one that we tentatively play. Right now, I've only seen Corvus as their discard card, so they have to... I assume they have Blade and several other ones teched in. I kind of want to skip here. It's either skip or Gladiator to pull a card, Doc Ock to pull the rest, and then we can clean it up with Shang-Chi later. Corvus Buzz was pretty negative when he released too. Oh, was it really? What a great Gladiator pull. Super unfortunate game for Kingo Plush. We end up hitting their Hela with nothing discarded. And so this one should be, I think relatively easy. I kind of want to still pull all of their cards into the left lane. Next turn, we could do like a Baron Zemo to pull their last card. We have Shang-Chi to counter whatever lane they end up in. It's only good in ramp or blink, but it's so silly. Which one? Which one, Danish? And then Darth, you said, nice catching you live. Your blink ramp deck really helped me out last season. That's unfortunate. We should have played Doc Ock somewhere else. But I'm glad that the deck helped you out. The blink ramp was one, and it still is a really solid build. Well, now we're up against some not great odds. Why can't I pull it back? All right, we're going to do Baron Zemo. We're going to also drop Jeff in there. And next turn, I don't know. Shang-Chi to take out the Ronin, maybe. Not great. Jubilee to pull their last card in their deck. And they have only one more in hand. Oh, so our Baron Zemo doesn't pull it out. That Magneto to the left was unfortunate, for sure. I don't think we win this one anymore. With the Magneto pull, clogging up the left lane. I'll have to keep that in mind. Yeah. I'll have to keep that one in mind for the next ones. Let's go ahead and jump that one away.
Escaped.
It's also a lot of max energy for them, but they just didn't have a whole lot of cards to use. Yeah, but I should have played around the Magneto. Knowing that it was in play and I had magic sitting there, it was kind of an inevitability of it potentially happening. I remember the discard doesn't need extra energy takes. Yeah, but it's so good at just dodging with Hela so it can't be countered as easily. I think Corvus makes it really, really strong. But I do still think we put a lot of pressure. We have another magic. We have Yondu. US Agent is kind of spicy in Onslaught Citadel. Stack all their big cards and hit it with the Doc Ock and hit it with the US Agent. Kind of like it. We're going to snap into it. I don't want to stack our cards, though. And so Yondu is actually going to go over to the right. Corvus is the reason people complain about Hela. I think Hela itself is typically fine. It's just when it's really, really popular that it's hard to build around because it just puts out so much power. And so I think in general it's an okay archetype. Like I don't get mad at Hela because if you're seeing enough of it, like build something that really goes into it well. But yeah, Hela is the reason that people complain about Hela. The only complaint I have is that if your build is not built in a way that you can really answer to the Hela, you're just going to lose. There's like no counterplay to it. And so you're just going to lose that game most of the time. Similar to the Conquest tournament, where I didn't have anything to answer to any of their roles. Whether it was a high or mid roll, you just couldn't do anything, which feels bad as a player. It makes it definitely feel that one-sided. And so I can see some of the frustrations with it, but I think we know their whole build. They only have, wow, they have very few discard cards. They only have Corvus and Blade. It's wild. And Yondu this time ended up hitting Blade, so we only have a one-card chance. They haven't played Corvus, though, so I kind of want to do this instead. I kind of agree, and I don't mind Hela. I play it from time to time whenever I just want something that I can kind of navigate pretty. It's almost linear at how you navigate that deck, but it's strong. And I play it from time to time whenever I just want to have something on the board. US Agent replacement. So in this one, US Agent works well with the Doc Ock, but is definitely cuttable. If you cut US Agent, I'm trying to think of what sub I would do. Because in a previous version, I had the US Agent, but I also ran like Valentina and Luke Cage. So if you cut US Agent, you don't need to run Luke Cage. You could add in like Nocturne for a little more locational control. Grandmaster is another good shout. And then Red Guardian is another potential answer for those like Iron Man decks that you run into. Absman sometimes ends up being really like a tough matchup. And so if we do this, we're not going to cap ourselves out. I don't really want to do it into mid because if we pull Magneto, it's going to run into the same thing it did last time. I subbed out Agent and put in Guardian. Guardian.
We are the future.
We do pull the Magneto. Oh, Red Guardian. I went blank for a second. And then Odin retriggers. So they have some big power in the left lane. We're going to have to look for... They're now capped out in the left lane. The Black Cat resummons. Oh, huge hits from the Agent coming in. Bringing Black Cat to -1 in mid is so unfortunate. And then the Giganto being the Giant 4 is crazy. We can mill their last 2 cards. Yeah. I think our answer here is Cable. No, we can only play 1 card. Yeah, the 4 Giganto is massive. We know that they've played both of their resummon cards. And so we destroyed their Blade earlier, and Corvus has been played. And so looking at their build, we're either going to hit Jubilee, which we may not want, or we hit a Doctor Doom, which is fine, or an Infinite, which is also fine. So let's go ahead and send the Baron Zemo, since this is the only card we can play. The Doctor Doom, not great. It's a -3 in the left lane. It is wild. Jubilee, and then it pulls in Jeff. Whew. Jeff was the middle ground. Had we pulled Shang-Chi, that would have been scary. Had we pulled Red Hulk, that would have been great. But this is unfortunate. We know that in their hand they have Infinite, so they can't play this turn. And so we're free to do whatever we wanted, as long as we could overcome the extra 5 power deficit in the right. Wow. Wow. Very unfortunate matchup. I'm only missing White Widow, US, Zemo, and Red Hulk to play this. I'd say Red Hulk could probably be replaced with just another large body. It's just nice as a way to win the game after you've clogged their board. The good versions weren't playing Corvus. Oh, with the Invisible Woman, MODOK type stuff. Take out their Blade, so that Yondu hitting Blade consistently takes out a lot of their potential to discard cards. And so then they're just looking at running the other cards as is for the most part. We do have Magic again, which is also really tough for them. I think we snap them every time. Hey, Chunderman, thank you. Whoa, 6 months in advance? Thank you so much for the tier 1 for 6 months. That is so much support coming my way. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for enjoying the content. Glad to have you. That brings us up to 103 for the day. And I think it's honestly a little bit more than that. It's wild, you guys. Before the nerf, the best Hela was running Calling. Yeah, so before the nerf, having that kind of control over what cards you were discarding felt really, really good. I kind of like Baron Zemo. I'm assuming that they have Corvus, or hoping. If it pulls Corvus, not great. Okay, so the Black Cat is fine. That's probably better than the Jubilee, honestly. And so they lose their Odin, they lose their Giganto. They are still playing that one. We have another way to clog some cards. So Giganto, Odin are both gone. We have a really, we can hit almost everything else. We can't hit the Ronin, we can't hit the Magneto or the Infinite. But if we pull Magneto, that one hurts us quite a bit too. I'm going to do Gladiator and then Cable. We're going to pull a card and then use Cable to rip one away too. It's going to take their last 2 cards in deck away. So maybe we get Hela, maybe not. We have 2 more turns to kind of figure it out. Nito every time is so unfortunate. Well, it is what it is. So we take away their Sandman. Jubilee has nothing to hit here. A Doc Ock would have been really good. We know that they have Doctor Doom in hand. They have Hela in hand. Husky came up with a non-Corvus version of Hela that only used targeted discards, but it died after the nerf. Yeah, it definitely, like, that was one I featured on my channel, and I didn't know it was his. So I found it on Untapped for the non-Corvus kind of targeted discard, and it worked really, really well when Blink came out, and then the nerf definitely hurt it quite a bit. It just doesn't have enough consistent output anymore. So we always lose to a Doctor Doom. They do have Hela to resummon some of their big cards here. Their Giganto and Odin. So I think this is an easy retreat. Since we don't have Doc Ock to drain their cards in hand. I'm going to go ahead and play one and see what it ends up being. So Hela to resummon. We lose the right. We lose the right even more. They discard their... Oh! They discard... They discard... Oh, man.
Minions to me.
That is so unfortunate. Oh, no, it's fine, I guess. I didn't realize it worked that way. So Corvus discarded again, and then Hela resummoned again because of the Odin. So they have a really big stacked left lane. We can steal these away. What do they have left in hand? They have 4 cards left in hand. What we haven't seen so far is... and Blade got destroyed. So not Blade. Oh, they got a copy of their starting hand. I have no idea what their starting hand was. I think we still win this one, right? This is only 5... Do we ever do a U.S. agent to impact their Doctor Doom and whatever else big? So it'll shrink by 2. So 13 to 11, to 9. So we need to only play 1 card. Do we win that? I guess against anything that they can 1-drop, we would. Magneto mid, maybe. Nah, so Odin. So we are going to win mid. We take the left lane. Thankfully, they had initiative and their Odin came down first. Otherwise, that retrigger of Doctor Doom could have won it back for them. And so they had a copy of their starting hand from Sacred Timeline. We just didn't know exactly what that entailed. And so Magneto was right. But had they... I don't know if they had it in their opening hand. Shouldn't US Shang-Chi cover it? Sandman and US Agent left. Could have been enough to do it to make sure that we're impacting both their cards. I think I'll just finish quick daily and watch TLSG. Ook, I'm glad to have you here. Hopefully you're having a great day. Even if it's not doing, even if it's not a great snap day, hopefully your day otherwise is good. And so with Nova Roma, we're gonna hopefully bring this one the rest of the way home. Let's do Cable now. We have the Doc Ock to really punish them and force all their cards into one lane. I think this one becomes props to them for staying in and fighting the good fight. But I don't think this one. I don't think pulling it back from an 8-2 would ever be able to happen. So we do have Gladiator, but I think we do something like Jeff and Yondu. We're never going to end up using Odin, because by that point in the game, they would have enough gone. Yeah, sweaty opponent. I don't blame them. I'd probably do the same. But still. So they lose their Corvus to the Yondu. So we know they have Blade in hand, because Corvus was our next lowest card. And then we do draw the Magic, so we'll be able to do Doc Ock. Let's do Magic here so that we can open up the possibility to do our Doc Ock wherever we want. And then we have the flexibility of Jeff, so I think we'll probably throw it mid. Yep, I have made the 8-2 comeback before. It's rough, it takes a long time, but it feels good when it happens. I think with this deck, their deck isn't flexible enough that I think they're more often than not on a disadvantage in the matchup. This one is gold. Infinite's not open yet, right? It shouldn't open for, I think, another 2 weeks. No, next week. So next Tuesday. Or 2 weeks. I'll check after this. Infinite's not open yet. Let's go ahead and pull. I'm going to pull into mid, because I feel like they'll play into the right lane. That way we pull as many cards as we can. They discard it down to 5 cards, nothing left in their deck, and it's only going to be 1 card left in their hand for the last 2 turns of the game. They do hit Dr. Doom, Ronin comes down, Giganto comes down, and Sandman comes down. And so this next turn we can only do 1 card. And so I think it makes a lot of sense to do Red Hulk, because in their hand, let's see, Corvus is gone. They've discarded Infinite and they've discarded Infinite and Black Cat. So Hela's their last card. Whoa, a TLSG sighting. Great to see you streaming. It is great to be back. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. And so that's their last card. We always go over the top of the Infinite resummon here. Shang-Chi is going to need to be in this lane. I think we're okay. It's surprising that they played it on turn 6, though, not turn 7. Because that gives us a very precise amount of power that we have to overcome. Very interesting. And so this brings them down to 11. We win here. This grows by 3. I don't know that... Okay, this grows by 3. So it brings us up to 32. The Gladiator should cover the spread. 2, 4, 6, 8. So Ronin is still going to be above 10 power. It's really weird that they didn't save the Hela for the last turn. But we'll gladly take it where we can. We will finish off the Gold Conquest run. That was match number 2. We'll go ahead and finish off the third one. I'm going to run just a quick minute of ads because I don't think we'll make it through the next match without it. And so we'll run a quick minute of ads here, and I'll just do some chatting with our subs, and then when you guys come back, we'll be in the third match. They may have been worried about White Widow. You might be right. All right. Ads? What ads? I mean, for the subs, there are no ads. And so no ads needed for you, B-Doggy-Dog. And so let's go ahead and claim our missions. We'll jump into this last one. I haven't played any Conquest this season. Typically doing one gold run and 1 infinite run, whether I win or not, is usually enough to claim just about everything that I would want. And so I don't really sweat it like I used to. Like before, I'd have like 16 infinite tickets on opening day. But I've been enjoying ladder a little bit more variety, a little bit easier to kind of navigate into. So let's claim our daily missions. We'll jump into the last Conquest battle. Mill is kind of my comfort list. It feels like one that has a lot of really good matchups and very few bad matchups, at least in this version. I think this version does a lot of things that the other ones may not do, or they may try to get greedy and try to mill too hard. But this one can definitely cover that spread. I haven't seen an ad for a while now. Brunov, are you a turbo user? I don't know if there's a sign for it. A turbo user, or maybe you have an ad blocker? I don't know. I don't know. Either way, I'm glad that you haven't seen ads. I'm glad that you haven't been getting hit with them. I didn't think about the gold queue and how long that might take. Well, Brett, you're Brett, you're a Prime sub, right? No, you're just Prime Gaming. You may not be a Prime sub. Well, maybe it just didn't trigger for everybody. Ad didn't trigger, but when I came back in pre-roll, interesting. Any advice on how to position US Agent or around US Agent in this build? So in this one, I ended up cutting Luke Cage, which the other version I liked a lot of times to use. Wait, are we going against Gnome? Gnome is a very solid player. They rank really highly on the ladder all the time. So this one should be a good match. If they're outside of the US, maybe. Oh, Mark50, thank you so much for the resub with the Prime. I forgot I had a Prime. Thank you for the support and just for being here to enjoy the content. But as far as playing around US Agent, sometimes if I'm playing around Shang-Chi, it's US Agent into Doc Ock. On-screen celebration, Kino, thank you so much for the 40-bit celebration. So sometimes with US Agent, it's using it in a way that you can then do a Gladiator, because pulling a card with your Gladiator in the US Agent lane, even if it is a high power card, it's going to have to be, I think, above a 10. It extends a 10, or it has to be above 11 power for you to not be able to destroy it. So that opens that range or that consistency dramatically. So typically, if I have both of those, I like to do that tandem duo of US Agent into Gladiator. Sometimes if I'm worried about Shang-Chi, it's Doc Ock into the US Agent lane so that it's below Shang-Chi range, especially if I'm running a version that runs Luke Cage to later set it back up to that bar. What did we destroy with the Yondu? We destroyed Ghost Spider. Interesting. So I'm guessing this may be like there's been a kind of interesting dagger build with Ravonna that saves the dagger for like the last turn of the game. It's like a clutter into, well, that's unfortunate. Clutter into using dagger on the last turn to really overcome some of that power. I like that US Agent tech in this deck. Yeah, I think it adds a lot of value for us. So the left lane is going to be really scary with the Bifrost, them pulling cards in. I think because we lose. It goes one location to the left and then to the right. We lose this one super heavily. We don't have magic in hand already. Gladiator, we can almost guarantee that it destroys whatever they pull. But I'm not sure that that's worthwhile. And they could just be snapping on the fact that we're capped out here. You getting daggered? I think so. We're going to retreat out of that one for one. This one's the last match in gold. I want to give it the good old try. And I think we could do decently against this one. I think with this deck, it does run a lot of low things, so we're typically not worried about dropping our Gladiator, and we can steal a lot of their stuff. So like that Ghost Spider to really make that dagger pop off. So I think we have a lot of things going for us well. It's just last time was not the one. And so I'd rather take the one cube retreat early and live to fight another day. Hopefully Gent comes back into SP. Gent. Oh, US Agent. I was trying to figure out who the Gent was. But it's US Agent, of course. I like Jeff just knowing that they have like Green Goblin, White Widow, some of those clog cards. I like Jeff to make sure that we're not going to get capped out in Asgard. And so we can do that. I think we're safe to do the Gladiator and push to try to win Asgard. The Crimson Cosmos, I think, is good for us. So I am going to go ahead and snap into it. I don't think they have very many cards in their build that can operate well there. And that assumption was correct. We do get the retreat after the Crimson Cosmos play. I know with Gnome, we're going to have to be on top of our game to find a way to win, even if our deck is favored. I hope US Agent comes back in as well, especially with it being buffed up recently. It would feel good to have it back where players that skipped the first time could potentially pull it. We have a really good Yondu, Cable, Baron, Zemo curve here. The only thing that we have to worry about is their ability to clog us. So we take out their White Widow. That makes it a little bit less worrisome about their clog ability. Loki from the hub. Let's go Cable. I am going to spread my power out or my cards out for the most part. What do you think about Dina in Mill? I just now saw that one, Danish. I don't feel like I play 2 cards enough because the ideal curve for Mill is going to be like Yondu into your Cable, into a Magic, into another Mill. So really until turn like 3 or 4. That's interesting. I didn't know that Time Theater would copy the card that you drew with Cable, but technically it says draw a card. I would have never guessed that was the case. We're gonna go ahead and do Baron Zemo. We do have to worry about the Iron Man. Ooh, we get the Ravonna. Kind of nice. Kind of nice with our Iron Men. Both of them stacked there. We have Shadow King to offset a dagger. Maybe we go ahead and play an Iron Man out and just let them know that we have one. I like the Iron Man gang. We do have White Widow to try to maybe clog one of their lanes, but then that leaves us with the awkward play of either not using all our energy or using a Shadow King ineffectively. And so I think I'm going to Iron Man to the left, to the right. Directions are tough. We're going to Iron Man into Time Theater. And then get a better feel for what they're running. I mean, at least they had a good variant. And with that one, I like to save the one that was duplicated because they don't necessarily know that that was a card that got copied. And so they have Nocturne. They can move to change the location. I kind of like... This is kind of iffy. I kind of like White Widow to try to cap them out of one of these locations. Gnome and Conquest? How random. I didn't expect to run into Gnome as my last matchup here, for sure. So Dagger comes down. They have... We know that they have Ghost Spider. So they can pull Dagger. But it's a matter of... This is 5, 6, 7. They have initiative. Currently winning here. This... Oh, wait. The Widow's Kiss goes negative whenever they move Dagger out. So we're fine here. All we have to do is drop, like, move the Jeff. Iron Man? Oh, wait. Yeah. I think Red Hulk Ride is better. Because when they move Dagger out, this is going to go -4. And I don't think they're going to be able to backfill it unless they have Debris. But we have, hopefully, the tiebreaker locked in. So we're going to go ahead and do this and see what happens. They could have maybe a hidden Shang-Chi, but we'll see. So the Ghost Spider does rip Dagger into mid. Their Widow's Kiss goes -4. Shadow King is fine. It should be fine. And we win the left, we win right. We probably should have snapped on that one with how big our play was. But we'll let them get away with it for 2. I'm just glad to have at least a small little lead here. We do get magic this time. We do know we have to look out for the Nocturne, or the Nocturne move to take away the magic location. So we want to kind of use magic with it in mind that they have the Nocturne to play. And they could always play Nocturne into the Limbo lane, move it, and then use Ghost Spider to pull it back as a potential way to pull it away from us as well. So a lot of cheeky ways that they can use it. I'm going to go ahead and play Baron Zemo into Krakoa. Typically, I would like to do like a Cable or like a Magic. But since we're going to get +5 on our next card, I kind of want to utilize the Krakoa lane early. We do get their Ghost Spider, so they can no longer do the weird Nocturne play that way. Nocturne is now in the right lane, So we should be safe to be able to play magic over there. I think we need a US agent. Carl from Pixar's Up variant. I've watched Up, but I can't remember who that is. I can't remember what he looks like. Like, it doesn't bring anything to mind. I'm going to magic to the right because I think that's relatively safe here. We do have Doc Ock coming down. This is peak US agent value. Oh, coming in at 8 power? Wait, it will change? Wait, what will change? Oh, wait. You're right. Starlight Citadel. Well, I guess it is what it is. We could maybe opt to not go with magic, but instead do something like US agent and cable into the Doc Ock next turn. We have Shadow King. We can always magic into Krakoa next turn as well. Good call out, guys. Oh, that's the old man. And so now we should be able to do magic. We can use Shadow King to offset the power up, but we played both of our buffed up cards in the same lane. I like the... I like the idea of magic, but at the same time, I kind of like the idea of just getting their cards down with Doc Ock. Let's do magic to give them time to play a few cards. Maybe we can get better value from Doc Ock on turn 6 rather than turn 5. And I don't think there's a way for them to play it and then pull it back since we have their Ghost Fighter. Polaris pulls our Jeff. That's fine. Oh, that's... All right, let's do Doc Ock. We're going to do Yondu to pull their last card. We know that they don't have Green Goblin, so that's good value for us. Doc Ock is going to be potentially good value if it pulls into Iron Man. It's going to discount our Doc Ock, but that's okay. We still don't know one of their cards, so it could potentially be Shang-Chi. I don't know this deck list well enough. And then Yondu is going to take out the last card that's in their hand, so we can focus on finding a way to win on the last turn of the game. Wow. Iron Man into... Whoa, Cooters with the big 394 viewer raid. Thank you so much, Cooters. Let me give you a shout out. I hope you had a fantastic stream. There you go. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? So they have no cards in hand, so they're completely drawing dead here. TLSG GOAT, welcome in, Cooters. Hopefully you had a great stream. US Agent or Shadow King set both of these to base. They have nothing in hand, nothing to play around with, and so we could, I think, play anywhere. Well, they can move their Nocturne, yeah. So let's not get too terribly cocky, I guess. Nocturne over here would bring them up to 10. This would win there, and then Red Hulk here would win regardless. Wow, my first TLSG live, John. This is my first stream in a very long time, and so I'm glad to have you. Hopefully everybody is familiar with who I am. If not, most of my content is from my my YouTube videos. I used to do daily for like the first year and a half that the game was out. And then from there, I started dabbling in streaming and just some other fun stuff. I do like to do a lot of cool deck building. Also miss the doggo cam. The dogs don't hang out with me anymore, unfortunately. We do have one. I'm going to try and angle it. We do have one sleeping on the couch right now, but she sleeps far enough away that we can't really see her all that often. And the other two hang out in my wife's office. Since she started working from home. They left me for her. You're the least salty gent, clearly. That is clearly what TLSG stands for. So we get a duplicate Shang-Chi. bring back the doggo cam. The laundry basket my daughter plays with now, and so it's somewhere. I don't know where it's at. She puts her dolls in it and like scoots them around like it's a car. And so getting it back in place every time was tough. But I do want to bring both of those back. I think both of those were great additions to the content. I think I'm gonna not worry about the Nexus and just rip it away. But we worry about them having the Nocturne. So I want to use magic when I have a better idea of where Nocturne is going to drop down at. Daughter, hope you had a good Father's Day. I did. We didn't do a whole lot, but it was a really nice Father's Day. Sometimes all you need is something really, really low key. But we had the easy version of chicken parmesan for dinner. It was spaghetti with it was dino nuggets instead of the like breaded chicken, because we're relatively simple. By that point, we had been out running all day. We just needed something that was easy to make. Also, my condolences about your father. I hope you've been growing strong since. I have. It was definitely something that was really therapeutic. All of the support that everybody gave when I came back. It was something that I definitely had to take the time to find my own way to work through it in my own time. But I'm definitely dealing with it a little bit better. Since I did offload a lot of my work and kind of take a step back for a minute to really grieve, I was able to kind of move through those different steps and hopefully for the better. It's just a little bit easier every day. We'll always miss him, but I think it's a little bit easier each day that we have. So their dagger comes down. That is one of their big plays, and we end up sniping it away. The Sage coming out of the Nexus and into the Vibranium Mines. Dino Nuggets rock. Dino Nuggets are good. There's nothing wrong with Dino Nuggets. Nothing at all wrong with them. We still have one mystery card that we haven't seen, and it's been several matches. So if it's a Shang-Chi, we're a little bit afraid of it. We can mill their last two cards here. I kind of think we do like a Yondu and a Baron Zemo. We always have Shadow King. They could just be threatening to change the Nexus and end up not changing it. But I like to kind of cover the spread just in case. Oh, you saw it? It's debris? Oh, we did? Super happy to be watching you again. Are you just doing a one-off stream? I plan on doing more, Soyo. Right now, my work schedule should allow for Fridays being my stream day. And so I'm going to stream again on Friday. I still like the idea of taking both of their remaining cards. And then Red Hulk, I think, could give us the rest of the lift that we need. I'm planning on streaming on Fridays because right now I'm doing an augmented work schedule where I'm working long days Monday through Thursday, and I'm off on Friday. Ideally, it could eventually transition into streaming more because I do enjoy interacting with you guys and just being here to enjoy it. But that's what we have for now. And so a little bit more where I can is definitely something that I want to work with. So we take out their Ghost Spider. We take out their last remaining card, being the White Widow, which is not a bad hit. Mojo World is definitely unfortunate for us over there. And then Debris comes in. It clogs in their middle location. Our left lane is a win currently. So 4, 5, 6. We can't do both push here and fight over here. So the Vibraniums, I think, are potential draw tools. We haven't seen their Shadow King, and I don't think that was one of the cards that we destroyed. We have seen their Sage. Their Iron Man, potentially. So Iron Man and a Vibranium here. Yeah. Yeah, I think Gent to the left, Shadow King here. I think we should be okay. It's only one additional. We stay this every time. I win once and lose. I really want to stick around, but had to stop streaming for in real life appointments. Hopefully see you on Friday. Thank you so much for being here, Cooters. Ooh, so they had a Sage, a second Sage come down, but we are able to overcome that one. thanks again for the raid, Cooters. Hopefully your appointments in real life go well, and we will gladly see you again on Friday, hopefully. If not, I'll jump into one of your streams sometime. And so we will take the gnome win. Whoa, we only lost the one where we had to retreat. And that one, our deck just does really well against that one. I think that deck is very viable. It has a lot of potent plays. It was just really it was a really unfortunate matchup, which we will take. We will gladly take those. But that is going to be our infinite ticket, our infinite conquest ticket. For the first gold that I've ran this season, we were able to grab it with a mill deck. You said Dino Nuggets top 2? Star Nugget. I don't know that I've ever had Star Nuggets. Priyan. Gnome. I was just saying, it was a really unfortunate matchup for you. I think the deck that you were running has some strong plays. It was really tough for like against the mill. And so I think you stomp me like every time we match up on the ladder. I just got very fortunate with the deck choice in Conquest. Do we want to do ladder or do we want to roll another one? Be nice. Be nice to Gnome. They roll me all the time on ladder. I think I've beat them like a handful of times to all of the times that they steal a lot of cubes from me. Do another gold. I'm collection complete except for Gent and White Widow. Oh, this deck hits me in the guts. Okay, yeah. US Agent is a little tough. White Widow is replaceable in this one for sure. US Agent is a little bit tough. You can still do it. I don't think it's quite as strong. Yeah, Gnome is definitely awesome. Very, very good player. Top tier for sure. We got lucky in the advantage. We're going to go ahead and ship another one. See if we can... Do we want the same deck or do we want a different deck? Maximus isn't bad for Agent. Yeah, especially since you're milling. You could do Maximus. It's better against the like low curve decks. Worse against the high curve decks. Do the Professor X deck. The W deck. The Athena Kitty Pride one. I never liked Maximus in my mill. I think for Maximus, it would be one of those that you definitely wanted to save for later. Agent has some really good synergy with the Gladiator pool, but I wouldn't say it's core by any means. Like you can still get by without it. Just having the general bones of that one, I think would be fine. And in place of White Widow, you can do Grandmaster. That way you keep a low curve. You have the potential to re-trigger and mill a little bit more where you need to. Does Professor X still make the lane indestructible? So like if it's a destroy lane, Soyo? Yeah. Yeah, cards will switch back and forth. So Titania still switches back and forth. And all of those. Like it's kind of a crazy effect now. But the like destroy locations like Altar of Death, you can then play like a Jeff directly into it and it won't get destroyed. I was surprised X moves on Strange Academy. He does, doesn't he? He doesn't stick anymore. He doesn't stick anywhere for sure. Which is definitely not how I would expect it to happen. We're going to play Angela to the left lane. Professor X doesn't stop goblins or a nihilist. Yeah, he doesn't stop anything anymore. And so it looks like we're up against a destroy deck. And so Professor X could be good. Magneto ripping away like a last turn. Venom or stacking the Venom where they don't want it. Could be pretty good for us. We're going to early stack into the Angela lane, and then we'll switch out here in just a little bit later. They do have Deadpool early. Makes me sad that we don't have our Shadow King. Shadow King has a lot of value in the game right now, but Professor X locking them out so that they can't get those high value plays in could do just about as much, I think. We're going to have to play into the left lane on 5, which is a little bit unfortunate. But the good thing is both of these are levers or triggers that can move out of the Professor X lane eventually. So it's not going to stop us from getting that power elsewhere. Oh, I guess we could Professor X the right location since that copied the Avengers compound.
Definitely need to change my
And then we'd pretty much be hoping for Magneto at that point.
Clear
So the only reason I would do it in that lane would be if we top deck Magneto here. But to stop them from all the potential high rolls, I don't know that this even wins. They already have a high roll in the Venom. Unless we drew Magneto to stack them. Since it's not for an additional cube yet, I'll go ahead and see our next draw. We couldn't do X in mid because of the Avengers compound. The Avengers compound forced us to play left.
Enough said, bub.
Yep, Captain Marvel can now fly into or out of a Professor X lane, which I think is really cool. So they're Wolverine mid. Athena's not gonna bring it the rest of the way home. Like we have, I mean,
Opponent snapped.
how many cards have been destroyed? I guess how big is their Deadpool? Deadpool is it 4? This is 18, 19. When Captain Marvel moves over. Death is not great. I kind of want to risk it here. Since Captain Marvel can move out, I think we're going to ship it as is. That is a lot of cards in the right lane that we did not want to see. We'll see. Oh, the Deadpool was 8. Death in mid. They did destroy a few more than what I thought. We're going to lose the 4. It's going to be a little bit of a climb to come back. We'll have to get a good Professor X, a good Magneto, to be able to bring us back into this one. That is one that we should not have shipped. We knew that they had destroyed a lot of things.
Welcome. It took you long enough.
That was on us. PK Baldy, thank you so much for the Prime sub. So much support going around today. We had the big raid from Cooters. We had some incredibly large amounts of gifted subs earlier. We had 20 coming in from one donor, a lot of 5s, and then just a lot of Prime subs. You guys, for me returning, this has made it so easy for me to return and remember why I love streaming and just the supportiveness. Not even just like the subs or anything like that, but just how supportive the community that we built
welcome.
is.
It took you long enough.
And then Estrixiate, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. We do get Thena on curve, which definitely helps us out against their destroy cards. We have the Magneto, which is also going to be a good resource for us. That's because you're the best in the business. PK Baldy, I honestly didn't know if I was going to return to anybody when I came back from streaming. Like whenever I posted that I was going to return and posted another video, I didn't know if anybody would even be there to watch it. So I've been very, very humbled, very fortunate that I have such a good community built around us.
Welcome. It took you long enough.
And then Nick the Sick 1, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well, bringing us to a total of 106 for the day, which is bananas. They do have the really big Deathlock that they hit with Hulkbuster, which is kind of interesting. We know that... Are they going to do a Venom on that eventually? We know that they have a Shang-Chi, so we don't want to scale her too much, actually. But I do like the extra energy from Hope Summers. We're going to do a double drop into the left lane, and then we're going to kind of take a pause on bumping this one up, knowing that they have the Shang-Chi built into their deck. My boy, Nick the Sick, it's good to see you. It's good to see you as well, Nick. And so with their Venom, their null is also going to be massive. And I think that's okay. Playing into Machine World is not going to be great. You said hi. Any good replacements for Nocturne? Nocturne's a tough one in this one in particular. A lot of times you can find some good subs for Nocturne. But in this one, because we're move focused and it's a locational control, it's a little bit tougher. I know instead of Thena, it was originally ran as a Nightcrawler. You may look for another kind of easier light move card, but I don't know that I'd sub Nocturne directly for Athena. I think Nocturne, it's a tough one to replace. I'd want to keep the curve about the same. If you want to go one higher, you could do a Miss Marvel, but that's tough as well. Let's do the Craven. We will only be able to do one card on this next turn. And so, depending on where they send it, depending on where they send their Null, if they anticipate that we're going to yank their Venom, then they might be able to play around this. When you left Snap, I left Snap. When my partner told me you returned, I knew I had to come back and see what has changed. I'm so glad that you're back, Dino King. They do, unfortunately, get the Null to the left. And so they stack it over there. We do lose to the Venom play. Feel like it lacks a Shang-Chi or another tech card. A lot of times you can Professor X lock your way around that, especially if you get it down early or on curve with some high power cards with your Nocturne and your flexible power. But there are some times where you'll just get outscaled if you're not able to get that. Ooh, Spider-Man's a good shout too. You can bump up the kitty. You can bump up the Angela lane. You move another one of their cards. It's a little bit inconsistent with what card it pulls and where, but I think that's okay. Yeah, this deck, we may lose. We ran all the way through gold, got the infinite ticket. We may lose it on this one. We lose our Angela, they lose their Bucky Barnes. So they definitely didn't lose anything major. And we lost a pretty big player. We do have Hope Summer, so we can curve into cards a bit earlier. And so a Professor X would be really nice to see here. But it's currently hiding. I'm not sure we ever win the left lane without a Shadow King or a tech card to really take out their big plays. But I do think we're still going to at least push it for now. The solo Deathlock and Sokovia is weird. Do they not... So they don't have their Deadpool, they don't have their Wolverine, they don't have, I would assume, Hulkbuster. Let's go ahead and scale a little bit with Thena. We have Craven for when we move our cards over. Still no Professor X, unfortunately. I think that's going to be really the only way we have a shot in this matchup. We just had Shang and Shadow King, and now we play against Destroy. Yeah, both of those would have made this a really easy match in the middle deck. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. So we can do Vision into Kitty Pryde to make sure that we proc the Thena. And they've had a relatively bad curve so far. The Deadpool is going to jump in at 6 power. They've only destroyed 2 cards, right? Or 3 cards now. So death is going to be 5. A Null over here is not something we want to mess with, for sure. This may be our play. We don't necessarily need the Thena to scale. We'll see. We'll see if we're able to grab a pity one. I like this deck. It's fun. Yeah. Oh, no. They stacked all in the left lane. I don't know that Kitty Pryde jumps over it. We do scale 1 more than they do. So we should be a tiebreaker in the left. We should win the oh, my goodness. The point differential.
Victory.
The out-of-the-box thinking of that Death and Deadpool play almost absolutely sent me over. Move Jeff and Nocturne left. We could have moved Jeff and Nocturne over to the left, yeah. Let's see. Per the creator. Yeah, so W is the creator of this one. It can be run without Nocturne. From what I've seen from other decks, that can swap knockout. It's to another location changing card. Gotcha. Yeah, Rudy, I also spent tokens on Cannonball like a week before it got nerfed. Like right before it came in, and I should have known it was coming by how popular it was getting. but I sent it anyways because it looked like something I'd have fun with. And I do think I'll eventually play it in like a junk or clutter style deck. I just think right now with how much Annihilus is around, it's not necessarily the right time for that. So we have Thena. We could do... We know that they have Shang-Chi, so really scaling in Nidavellir becomes tough. A lot of times Destroy decks don't excel in Mojo World, so that may be where we put some of our focus. Because a lot of times they're going to destroy more than... Is Kang worth getting? I'd say no. No. Junk with Dagger is too much fun. Junk with Dagger is good. And it's just... I haven't played it enough to know the lines. Like, it can really take some people by surprise, but I think you lose a lot of that element of surprise the more popular it gets. So I think two days ago I saw Jeff running it, and then today I've seen several other people running something similar. I don't know if it's the exact same list, and it looked really fun. But whenever you anticipate the dagger, you can start playing around it a little bit more. So I'd be curious to see how well it does after people know kind of those surprise elements. Dagger is seeing some play in some mill decks. Yeah, I did see Cannonball in a mill deck. I tried it, and I didn't really care for how it felt. It could have just been me.
Hey, welcome.
But I didn't really care for the Cannonball in it. And then Plain White Sauce, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. We're a 107 for the day. Yeah, definitely for the Kang. Definitely not worth getting. But for the 107 subs today, the support from you guys has been crazy. Plain White Sauce, thank you again. So we have Raven and Kitty Pryde, or we have Captain Marvel. Next turn, we can try to send a Professor X mid. We can always move more cards in if they end up having too many there. So I like the idea of the Professor X lock. I kind of think we should have waited until after Mount Vesuvius, though. Maybe that was a little bit hasty. That way they'd be locked into it. But knowing that they struggle in Mojo World, I think that's our early focus. And then the rest becomes how do we win another lane. Hey TLSG, I'm missing Red Guardian, Nocturne, and Mockingbird. Which one do you think I should go for first? So Mockingbird right now has a lot of value. If you like Thanos, I think Mockingbird is like a staple in Thanos. I think Nocturne is the most flexible. It lets you control locations. It has that kind of pressure of, like, are you going to rip something away or not? And you can kind of play around that kind of juke factor. And so I think that versatile power is really strong. Red Guardian is also really good, but a lot of times he's just going to be like a 3/5. And so the snap back here has me a little bit scared. Knowing that we can't win much in Nidavellir. Do we ever pivot and lock right instead? Since they can't feasibly or easily compete for Mojo World. Next turn would end up being a Vision and a Kitty Pryde. And then Captain Marvel can be that release over here. I kind of like it, knowing that Mojo World is our weak lane. I think they do play some cards into Mount Vesuvius this turn. We're just hoping that it's not something as big as death. Oh no. Well, I liked it until I didn't. Captain Marvel moving over there is not going to do it. We're dead in the water here. If we had, let's see, that scales it by 3, brings it to 9. 5 goes over there. It's going to be 14. If we had Jeff. Preview, why are you running ads over gameplay? I didn't mean to. Preview. It wasn't intentional. Athena's +3. Yeah, Athena's +3. So it's 14 on the right. If we had Jeff, we could do just the Vision and play Jeff here. Or not Vision. We'd be able to play a card and then play Vision over here. But unfortunately, we're going to send it. We're going to give the good old fist bump. They knew to avoid Mojo World. They absolutely swindled us. We got 2 of their cubes.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
Yeah, Jeff was our out there. We wouldn't have been able to hit anything with Magneto, so even that wouldn't have done it. And that's all right. That one I didn't feel good about that death matchup. I'm gonna try one more. I'm gonna try one more with the same deck. The thing about Conquest that I like my decks to have is some kind of a flexibility or adjustability to kind of match up and make sure that you can at least have a chance against anything. This one I think is really good for ladder because it's very straightforward. It puts out a lot of power. Your opponent doesn't have as much time to react. Versus something like Destroy, you can take your 1 cube loss and move on. This one you're locked in, and there's not really that play around to adjust your play style to beat it. And so while I think it is really strong, I think there's also kind of potentially some faults for Conquest. Yeah, having the dead matchups is a tough one. But you run into that with a lot of decks. I typically try and build a lot of the decks around making sure that I don't have those complete dead matches. I do like Shuri's Lab here, both for Kitty Pryde or any of our movement cards. And then OG Nunez, great to see you streaming again. It's great to be back. You guys have made the transition back absolutely seamless. I've really enjoyed being able to come back, and it's like I never left, which is so crazy to me because I left in such an abrupt fashion. And so thank you guys, one, for being here. And then two, thank you for just being here to enjoy the content and allowing me to do this. Is that Deadpool's dinner? For Calibrex. Read up on the next event or game mode. Oh, yeah, so the next event that's going to come with the next patch, it allows you to snap, I think it's up to 8 times or something crazy for higher cube. It's not cubes, it's a different ladder altogether, but you're able to unlock one of the new cards that are releasing from that mode, which I think is a pretty cool idea. So the Nocturne, Angela, US Agent. I think maybe we... Professor X here. We can move Jeff. We'll be able to do maybe like an Angela and a Vision. I'm not sure what else is in their deck, which is why I'm not playing it more aggressively. Cassandra Nova. Yeah, Cassandra Nova is going to be that piece that is going to be unlocked by Deadpool's dinner.
All systems go.
What changes have you made to Hela since their nerf? I haven't played her. Yeah, everything that I've seen Hela-wise excels from Corvus now, which I think before the optimal version didn't have Corvus in it, but I think now, with how much value it provides, I think we definitely need it. Yeah, Calling Wing was in a good place, not so much anymore. So we have really good reach here. They can move 16 power out, though. This may be wrong, but I'm doing it. No, it's definitely wrong. We get a little bit of insight about what cards they're running, but that's going to be about it here. So Luke Cage to stop the Necrotia negativity. I'll try and cook with her eventually. Yeah, I think she's definitely playable with Corvus. I don't know how you would run her effectively without it, at least right now, from what I've been seeing work well. I run Phoenix Force and Conquest, and often it just dies to Hawk, but luckily Hawk, yeah, isn't super common. Yeah, those direct counters are something, especially in Infinite, that I try to avoid if at all possible. I like to do something that, even in its bad matchups, it can still be good. Or it can still potentially win it. So the Rickety Bridge, we can get some potential good pulls with Magneto, potentially cheated away with a Professor X. But the bad thing is it looks like they're running a lot of movement cards as well. It looks like maybe they're running the Athena deck that runs a lot of low curved cards. and then a lot of tech cards. And so we may be shot again here too. Do they have anything that benefits greatly from the peak? I don't think so. They did have Athena. We can play ours over there as well. Limbo, if we get our... Nocturne, we can potentially threaten to rip it away. In non-Modok Hela, I don't think that's worth. Loot Cage, yeah, I like the idea of Loot Cage, but I don't think it... Like, you're already going so over the top on power that usually power wasn't the... wasn't like that throttling factor or that limiting factor. So right now, Red Guardian goes over to the left into the Rickety Bridge, which is nice. We know that they have the Loot Cage to protect like the Angela, the Athena from that scale. I do like Hope Summers so we get additional energy, but I think I'm going to do this so that we start getting power on our Athena as well. They could have Shadow King since they are running Loot Cage. That could be a potential line that they go with that we have to look out for. Since the nerf to X, I've been running this without Captain Marvel, Kraven, and Mags. Instead, I use White Widow, Shang, and Red Hulk. That might be a little bit more potent. Being able to have those counter tools, especially in a conquest setting, I think that might be some changes that are for the better. Do you ever? I guess Kraven, we oftentimes don't buff them up all that much. Usually it's by maybe 2 or 4. So I could see White Widow being a good sub there. Captain Marvel, I like Captain Marvel, but I could see she's always potentially replaceable. With Sage, we could pull Sage over here, but they have Nocturne, so they're going to pull it over there too. They could potentially move it here to change the location, and then we're going to pull it over with our Magneto, and so then they wouldn't get destroyed. I don't think we win. I think they potentially change Limbo, and then this becomes like a weird Hail Mary play. Unfortunately, we do get negative ninja'd here. We're going to be able to pull 3 of their cards. So Red Guardian, Luke Cage, and Sage would be beautiful. We have a shot. Do we win? We win by 2. They win by 1. We didn't deserve that one. No, they did win. Athena scaled. Never mind. We didn't deserve it, so we didn't get it. I thought that hit just the right combination to grab us the win, but unfortunately it did not. We have, I think, one more chance. I'm probably gonna, I think regardless of our hand, we probably play this one pretty aggressively. Coming from the 4, going down to 3 is okay. Going down to 2 would be kind of tough. And so being down in this kind of position, Athena seems awkward in this build since the costs are so high. It works well with like the Kitty Pryde. When you have that one, it works well with like the Angela scaling. But there are times where if you get her too late or you don't have the extra energy from Hope Summers, that it can get very, very clunky. We haven't been having much luck with Professor X either. You got too many clunky cards? Potentially. We potentially have too many clunky cards. So the Vault will lock down on 6, but we do have Nocturne, so we can always move it over to try to offset that. I think we buff up our Kitty Pryde, and that's what we're going to focus on, is getting that high scaling Kitty Pryde or our move cards. So a bumped up Captain Marvel is pretty nice as well, with the extra range that she provides. Why not lean in on the Ravonna Sage Havoc build? Cannonball still works with X if you have Iron Man to reinforce your second lane. Replacements for the A. Athena. Been too long of a day. For Athena, you can take that out for Nightcrawler. Nightcrawler helps with your low curve energy. Helps with that movement piece a little bit. You could probably even take out Captain Marvel. I think W originally had a Nightcrawler and Miss Marvel instead of Athena and Captain Marvel in the build.
Opponent snapped.
We're going to go ahead and push for this. I'm going to change the right lane. They did change the left, but that way we can play into the right location. The 2 Raptors is kind of unfortunate. And then Death's Domain to the left is okay. We have Captain Marvel, that's that mobile resource to be able to move over there. Red Guardian does hit our Jeff, so we can't manually move him over, but I think that should be okay. They do have the scaling on Athena. Jeff can move out, so they can play over here again. This pulls more cards in. It gives our Captain Marvel an outlet, but I think it comes down to... I think we lose this one. We do get the buff up on these, and so this gives us good stats, but Captain Marvel would have to leave. And I don't think we win that one. I don't want to go down 2 to 10, and so I'm going to stick this one out. I don't think we're... Yeah, their Jeff can move to the left. This is 7, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's true. Jeff moves to the left. US Agent to the right. That's true, too. Everybody has my back. Yeah, I think we're just 100% dead. Unless they whiff this. We could try Magneto mid, but then we lose right. We probably lose left anyways, and then we probably lose mid. We're going to go ahead and send this. Yeah, you were right. Vision, US Agent hurts our vision. Elsa Bloodstone, and then we have no way to overcome the big Sage over here. And so we will get swamped with this one again. We're going to switch back to Mill to run a little bit, because this one just wasn't doing great for us. We could do that or the Sera control. I made it to the stream, though. Yeah, Jaredus, you did make it to the stream. Welcome in. I'm glad to have you. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. So far, don't let that run or the run right before that be an indicator of how we've been doing today. We did run a pretty cool Lady Deathstrike deck that I think did really well. I may actually run that a little bit again here. So it ran really well. We maintained around a 60% win rate with it, an average cube gain per game of 0.72, and it was up and down. And that's with me playing while distracted, and so it did good. And I think there's a couple of tweaks to this one that can not necessarily make it stronger, just makes it better against different matchups. I'm actually going to send this one in a gold conquest, see how we do. I feel like Mill is going to be a little bit too easy. That's my comfort list. It used to be junk decks were my comfort list. I feel like the Mill deck is my comfort list now. And so I go to that whenever I really either need a win or I want to win, like I've been doing bad. It was a long time since I saw a Sera control. Sera control looks a little bit different these days, but it's definitely still viable. A lot more so now that we have things like Red Guardian, we have things like Mobius to counter different things, but it can be proactively rather than completely reactively, making it, whereas before it was really hard to consistently hit, like an Enchantress or Shang-Chi. Now it's a little bit easier to navigate. And so Bar with No Name, we could potentially snipe that with the Hood, depending on what it looks like their locations are. Speaking of the Hood, we do draw into it. I don't know that we ever... Yo, GG, sorry about the preemptive fist bump on game 2. I forgot about Athena's bonus. I forgot about it too. So it's all good. I didn't think anything of it. I definitely think I was in the same boat. I thought we had a really good play and got really lucky, and then Athena scaled, and we all awed at the same time. TLSG, I just want to say that your decks kept me playing through Pool 3 when I started early last year. Thanks for the content. I'm so glad that they help, because a lot of times it can feel like a lot of decks are focused around like deep collections. I try to do a variety, but during certain metas, it's hard to do a good variety. And so I'm glad that they were helpful. Hopefully you're still enjoying the game. I'm glad that you're here to enjoy the content. What other mode could be a hit? Excited about draft mode teased in the roadmap. I think draft mode, or just, I know that there's a lot of people that like kind of auto battlers or chess battlers, kind of like battlegrounds in Hearthstone. Something to just play the game or play the same characters, but a little bit differently. And so I think something like that could do really well as well. We don't have a fantastic hand except for trying to snipe out Bar with No Name with the hood. We could also try to push for the raft resource in mid after this one. 2v2s? 2v2s would be wild, but I'd be here to see what that looked like. So they have Deadpool. It's another destroy deck. But with this one, we do have Shadow King. We have Mobius so that their death doesn't get discounted. We have a lot of ways to potentially make this one work. And so their Deadpool didn't start the scaling early, though. I am going to help. Do we want to give them a free death? Or not a free death, but allow their death to be discounted. I'm sure it's fine. We're looking to snipe Bar with No Name with just the hood, and so I think that alone may be able to bring us. We have Arnim Zola from the raft, which is actually gonna be okay. We can utilize that. Nickel 4242, thank you so much for the Prime sub. The support is very much appreciated. I'm really glad to have you here. I think do we snap into this?
I wouldn't.
Well, Arnim Zola said I wouldn't. Yeah, it's going to be death for death. We could also do Mysterio. No. Would Mysterio reveal after the Arnim Zola? I'm a little bit rusty on the Arnim Zola stuff. Yeah, he did really say I wouldn't. It does after? All right. We can go ahead and play that as well, just for a little bit extra. Let's go ahead and play this. If they have Null, that might be a little bit concerning, but we should be able to steal the left. Plays in order. That's what I would have thought, but it's one of those that it could have been against my intuition. So I think with this deck, we are probably favored against the destroyed decks that we've been seeing. And especially with the Mobius making their death unplayable. Sorry, guys. So we have Nico. We're going to go ahead and play Mysterio next. That should destroy the one to the left. It should help their Null. But Null would swing them one location. They wouldn't be able to do that and death. It wasn't discounted enough. And so we were going to win left with our hood. And then we just had to win one of the other ones. And so the Null play wasn't necessarily a big issue. So we get the Lady Deathstrike. Next turn is always going to be a priority Mobius, I believe. And getting that so that their cards don't get discounted any further. So the Deadpool, the Nico, they're going to copy whatever they play next. Maybe a Venom.
Opponent snapped.
Venom in Nidavellir is good. But we have Shadow King to try to offset it, potentially. We're still looking to draw into the Shadow King. But it could possibly happen. And if so, then we can really offset a potential Venom in the Nidavellir location.
What a game!
I only just realized the other day the Mysterio without the fog is how you tell the real one. Yeah, yeah. That's the one. That's how I always keep an eye on it. The one that doesn't have the fog. And so we do have... I mean, we might go ahead and work towards discounting a death since they can't. We know they have the duplicated Venom, which is really good for them. That's a big card. It's either... I guess Mockingbird is still 3 regardless. We could play the Squirrel Girl into Gladiator, play Mockingbird free next turn into the Killmonger. But Gladiator definitely scares me. Did you just realize that as well? Dochimo? Let's play... I can't make up my mind on this Gladiator play. I'm going to play Gladiator to the left. I'm going to leave the squirrels in place, and then we're going to use the Killmonger to send it. That way we have the free Mockingbird before we destroy the squirrels, and we destroy their Wolverine, but he's going to stay on the board, unfortunately. Their Deadpool comes down in the left, Killmonger in the right. Turns out they Killmongered for us. Our Mockingbird is still going to be 3 after everything was said and done.
I definitely need to change my
I've always just made a mental note, wondering why there wasn't an indicator. It's one of those. Same for me about a week ago. I don't think he had it on release. I feel like there's no way he did. Let's see. So the fake one's to the right, but it still gets some value. So it might look something like this instead. We're still hoping for Shadow King top deck. I guess either one of these is decent. It doesn't help us against their Null, but we know that they have Venom that's probably going to come down here alongside the Deadpool this turn. And so Venom would be really big. We definitely want to see Shadow King versus the Death here. Wait on Killmonger?
Enough said, bub.
We could have.
What a game!
We could have waited. I guess there wasn't necessarily a need to rush it out, other than our Mockingbird is 3. This is a big scary lane, though. Shadow King is a beautiful one. They can't have a reduced death, and so because of our Mobius, a Null. Had we saved Killmonger, we could do Shadow King, Killmonger, Demon. So you guys were definitely right there. I think this wins it. This, and then this. If their final play is just the Null, then this would win us the other locations. I got the new Mysterio variant. I have 23k medals. Goodness, Jared, that is a lot of conquest that you've been running. I'm gonna go ahead and just send this as is. Oh no, the Arnold Zola. Well. The 50-50. I think the Wolverine would have potentially won them it regardless, depending on where it went. But unfortunate for sure. Yeah, I thought we were better off against this deck. Yeah, we got juked by the Arnold Zola. That is one. We know that it's in the deck now. We can kind of play around that potential, but we did get bested by it. They just believed in the heart of the cards. That's all they needed to do. We can destroy one of their cards from Hotel Inferno and hope for the best. Let's go ahead and play the hood out and see what that brings us. Hopefully it destroys like a Null, or Killmonger's an interesting one. It takes away one of their triggers for destroying Deadpool. So we could opt to not do Killmonger, and that way we can go ahead and play something like Nico and Demon. So their Nico, the next card they play will be destroyed. I think we may try a Gladiator to see if maybe we can hit like an Arnold Zola or a Null before it gets bigger than what we can handle. The Death's Domain becomes really difficult to win as well, because knowing they have the Arnold Zola, they could position cards over there. We can't necessarily get to it. X23 is not a good pull either. That's unfortunate. And then the Hulkbuster that wasn't going to hit anything hits their X23. Very unfortunate. And then it destroys again. They have so much energy here. Where's the basket? My daughter plays with it now, and so it's somewhere. It's It moves around all the time, and so I don't know exactly where it's at. We can go ahead and just destroy this left lane. That just bumps up a null, though, is the only problem. I hit infinite and just nothing else. Now I play Conquest. Well, if you enjoy Conquest, I mean, that's all that it takes. But how the mighty has fallen, yeah. Yeah, the basket is no longer in play. That is now that's now my daughter. She's taking it on. They didn't snap here, which I appreciate. They are lowering the cost of our death, but unless we get Mobius, they're lowering the cost of theirs as well. I think the final 2 cards in their deck are Death and Null. We're gonna go ahead and jump into the next one. We're gonna jump over into another one. I can't I can't beat Death's Domain whenever they have a really good roll, whether I get Shadow King or not. Death into her domain just to be lore appropriate. We probably should have just sent her there and then retreated after. I hope the next mode is less sweaty. I think it is. So the next mode, or at least, are you talking about Deadpool's dinner? For Deadpool's dinner, I think it's going to be less sweaty just because they're so, at least to a degree. I think they're going to be quick games. And so I think it's going to resemble a little bit closer to ladder, but the stakes will be a little bit higher in just how many times you can snap. And I think it's going to turn into just a complete snap off in the lower ranks, and then a complete sweaty grind when you're up in like the highest table, about to unlock like the variants and things like that. We can play Nico to copy the next card we play, which would be the Gladiator. There's a lot of good cards that we can pull with Gladiator, but a couple of bad ones. We've hit them the last 2 times. So one being Wolverine, one being X-23, the other one being Deadpool. Everything else is okay. Death, maybe not so much, but other than that, everything else is okay. I am going to play a Gladiator to Krakoa. That gives us a big power swing. Love losing 8 cubes because Danger Room is only dangerous to me. It happens sometimes. It happens to the best of us. Unfortunately, we hit X-23 again, giving them extra energy and some unfortunate luck on our end. We do have another Gladiator, but if they destroy this one this turn, it might not be worth it to drop the Gladiator. Pray Krakoa hits Mysterio. I feel like my Krakoa always hits my Shadow King. It's unfortunate. What a troll. Yeah, the Shadow King gets himself and brings it back down to base. Unless we had Luke Cage, which we don't. He said in ancient times, when devs actually cared about players, there was an idea for Domino not to get destroyed in Danger Room. That would have been really cool to see happen, because she's always lucky. That would be nice to see, that it's always the high roll. But I think that would probably be.
This just in.
I guess that wouldn't be that difficult to code in. You just code in an exception for that card in that location. You sure Shadow King reduces its power? Yeah. I've yeah. So from the Daily Bugle, we get a death. Could be nice for us. Having potentially 2 deaths, I like to see. But how do you put that into Domino's text? That'd be one of those like odd use cases that it's hard to put into writing. Yeah, the Deadpool mode is limited. It's going to be something that they can, it'll be like a lever that they can bring back and forth more easily now. That something is in place, but it is something that's just going to temporarily be active, and then it'll go away. I think it's going to be running for the season, and then it'll go down for a bit. I don't know how often they bring it back, but it'll be easier now that the structure's there to bring similar things back in the future. Yeah, I know you don't have to tell players everything that a card does, but something like that is something so almost vague that there's no way to intuitively assume that that would happen. You could do it wins every probability roll. But that still becomes a little lengthy. And so the snap here, they do have death. I would like to see Mobius come down, knowing that they have the death in hand. But we'll see. We'll see if we're able to draw it. Been here since stream started. I've expertly dodged every gifted sub. Jinja, I'm sure there is another one in store for you soon. We have a really supportive community here. They may have burnt them all early, but I appreciate you hanging out in the stream regardless of getting a gifted sub or not. So Killmonger here gives them a completely free death, but we have 2 free deaths, which I like. The real Mysterio is to the left. We're going to hit their X-23 again, so they'll have extra energy. But I like the fact that we have 2 deaths in as a surprise. Oh no. We accidentally let an ad roll. I missed the snooze. I apologize, guys, for the mid-game ad roll. This one lasted a little bit longer than what I thought it would. You said, hear me out, though. We're getting a new card mechanic from Cassandra Nova. What if they reworked Shadow King to do that, too? All the power he washes away, he gains? That would be so broken. Their death does come down, unfortunately, so Mobius is a touch too late. And then Vosh. Thank you so much for the 1 gifted sub, Vosh. The gifted sub that went to Master Botlu. Sorry, Jinja, I tried. You dodged that one too, Jinja. Let's go ahead and do Lady Deathstrike into mid. They do have Arnim Zola, so we have to look out for that in the right location. But we'll see. We'll see what that looks like. A Shadow King could be decent. They also could do, I guess, Arnim Zola onto the Venom. Just depends on what we draw here. How confident we are in this last stay. Not that it impacts us all that much. Perfect Mobius timing. Oh, popping up right after. And then Vosh with the 2nd gifted sub directly to Jinja. Thank you so much for the support. Such a huge, just positive community that we have going on here. So if they did Arnim Zola, it would be on the death, right? That's relatively weak here. If they did Null, 12, 24... we would have to beat the Null play in mid. Wait. 6, 7, 8, 9. This would be the only thing that I think could do, and it really comes down to what we hit with Gladiator. It's going to always be risky. I think if they go the Null line, it goes here. If they go Arnim Zola, then actually, no, Arnim Zola loses the left if they hit the death. That's what we're going to go ahead and do. So the Killmonger destroys the X-23. That bounces somewhere else to the right. And then a Deadpool over there as well. We have mid, we have left. We're able to grab the 4, so we're still in this, just barely. No, maybe not. No, we didn't. We lost it. No, fine. We're fine. We're still in it.
Victory.
X Billy Barnes, thank you so much for jumping in. Love from the UK. Well, love back at you from the US. That was almost awful. That was rough. That was an absolute roller coaster of emotions. So with the Elysium, we do have Mobius. We're going to do this. We're going to go ahead and snap into it. Go Go ahead and double back up because the Mobius is going to set this off. I don't think we play Squirrel Girl yet because she can be a lever that we play at any point in time. We do have Shadow King to offset their Venom this time. The killed 23 flipping me scared me. Yeah, it was definitely a very scary one. We can get additional card draw to make sure we draw into our resources. Rather than a clone, I think is fine. So Nico, we're going to go ahead and play Squirrel Girl. She'll get destroyed, but we'll get some value out of it. They're not going to have the reduction from Elysium or on their death, which I think is good. I was wondering if you might pull the Zola. I was hoping I didn't. I knew it was a possibility, but I didn't even want to put it into the atmosphere for the off chance that it could. But of course it ended up happening. So the highest cost card they copy from us is Shadow King, Carnage, or Mysterio. And we get their Death. Beautiful. And then we top deck a Death. If I could snap again, I would. This may be just what we needed to turn the tides back in our favor in this one. Let's do Hood. I'll do Mysterio left, and then I'm going to do Carnage. I know we don't have to rush our... we don't have to rush our cards out, I guess. But... what's up, TLSG? Stoked to finally catch a stream. I'm stoked to be able to stream again. And so I'm glad that everybody has... The views on this one, I think, have exceeded any of the ones that I was doing before. And so that makes me feel so like welcomed back, because I haven't streamed consistently. I stopped videos for the longest time. I didn't know if I'd have any audience when I returned, and you guys have been here in just the greatest support possible. And so thank you guys for being here to enjoy the content, to enjoy the stream, and just enjoy the game with me. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder. I guess so. I guess that could be the case. So our death still has a little bit. We can always do Killmonger. That'll bring it down to at least one. I think we wait here. We don't need to rush our cards out just yet. They do play 3 cards. Is that our Mysterio? Yeah, that's our Mysterio. Which the left lane turns into a demon. We can kill with Killmonger, so that's great. What did they just... they haven't destroyed anything, right? Interesting, just Hulkbuster. And so nothing destroyed yet. Do we risk a Gladiator again? Kind of want to. I'm going to do Gladiator. Let's go ahead and do Killmonger as well. Glad first. You can pull Killmonger. You can pull Arnold or kill Null. Yeah. Yeah, I think both of those would be good possibilities. And so let's do the Gladiator. Let's do Killmonger. And we're going to hope for the best here. We could potentially get trolled in what we pull, but maybe just once in this matchup it'll be good. It's not bad. It takes away the Deathlock, or the Mysterio in the right, which I think was the fake one since they played there. But I assume that this is going to be some kind of destroy cards as well. So the X23 and then the Killmonger. So they were going to pull the Killmonger trigger anyways. We have 2 free deaths, a free demon, a 1-cost Shadow King. Lady Deathstrike could come into the mix. Mockingbird also 2-cost. And so we have just a flood of stuff. I think I don't even know that we have to think about it too intently. I think this is just the play we go with. We know they have death, but death is unplayable for them because our Mobius. It has to be null for him to kill Demon. What for his last turn? Yeah, it's null, but that only wins on 1 lane, right? Yeah, this is an awful, brutal last turn. Reset their Wolverine back down because that was the only target we had. And then, yep, null, and then Deadpool to the left. We actually outscale the null, which is incredible. And that brings them down to 1 from what was a really rough start. We are hanging in there. Okay. We do get the retreat. They didn't want to try for the... I guess it's only a 2-win back-to-back, so it's not that awful. Being down at 1 in the high stakes, they could have just won 2 in a row. But I guess they were done with the matchup. They were ready to They were ready to ship it in. We will take the win with this deck. It's one that feels decent. I can switch over to Sera Control if we want. I know that somebody was wanting me to run Sera Control a little bit earlier. Good game. I was hard at the cards. Weibo Ranchero. Very good game. It started off super strong for you. That first Armzola absolutely swindled us. And then we just got a little bit fortunate on the Mobius pulls from there. And so I think you played it as well as you could have. It just, the Mobius kind of hurt a lot of that kind of discard stuff. That Sera Control deck is on Demon Time? It's on Demon Time? What do you mean it's on Demon Time? And so it's a little bit different control. There's a couple of ways to do it too. Cersei and Conquest is such a wild card. That's true. So there's this way to build it, where you're not looking at necessarily countering their big stuff. You're just looking at disrupting everything that they want to do.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Khalifi, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. 111 for today. You guys are absolutely insane. Only been going about almost 6 hours. We've had 111 for the support. Craziness, you guys. I appreciate everyone. Just being here to watch is more than enough for me. And so we could do this version that runs just some like standard counter cards, but not like the big counters, not like Shang-Chi, not like Enchantress. We're looking to do Mobius to disrupt any discounts, Killmonger to take away the zoos, Red Guardian to take away those big abilities, and then we're just looking at good value from there. The other version runs a few more direct counters, but I don't know that it's in a spot where it does better or worse. I think they both have their strengths. Conquest is so exhaustive. I only play for the variant and that's it. I typically do the same because I get really focused on it. And when I start a run, I have a hard time pulling myself away from it until I finish it. And so like an infinite Conquest run where you grind all the way up to 5 wins. And if you lose on that 5th one, that is so devastating. One of the hardest things. I think I'm going to run this one. This is the one that I featured recently that I think has some pretty good promise. Jaredus, I appreciate you being here just to hang out, enjoy the stream, enjoy the snap. It's more than I could have ever asked. When I started the channel, I honestly did it because I enjoyed the game. I didn't think it would grow into what it has. And so it has exceeded any of my wildest expectations. They need to cut out silver. If gold tickets are a reward, I never even have to play Proving Grounds or silver, just from natural progression and opening caches. And so I think it's definitely it's a weird spot. Do you ever play Phoenix Force? I'm having the best time with XCon. I do play Phoenix Force sometimes. I featured a Phoenix Force deck recently, and it's fun. I really enjoy Phoenix Force. It's one of those that it's a combo deck, but it has a lot of outs and a lot of ways to consistently do the combos that it wants to do. And so it is one that I definitely enjoy. Mr. Sinister, we're either looking at Patriot or like a Cersei to change them into maybe a 3 cost to then drop Silver Surfer. Could be something that they may end up going with. I think I'm going to do Killmonger for now. We'll hold on to the Red Guardian in case they play like a Patriot somewhere else. The Psylocke, I feel like this has to be a Cersei build because that's a 2 going into a 3 as well. Rescue's not a bad one because we do typically want to play Miss Marvel here anyways. Phoenix Force did definitely take a hit with that move change though. Which move change? Oh, yeah, the priority? Yeah. It's not quite as flexible. It's still really good, but yeah, without being able to kind of juke some of those locations, it did take a small hit there. I think we go ahead and play Miss Marvel. I think they Cersei, but that's a really big Hail Mary for a Nexus location. So it could be Cersei into Silver Surfer plus Absorbing Man. Could be the line that they go with. This one doesn't run Shadow King. But I think that's okay. Yep, there's the Cersei. It's fantastic. Oh, that Negasonic is nasty. The Sebastian Shaw, too? Woof. I don't think we ever beat the Sebastian Shaw. What a good upgrade for what I'm assuming is a Silver Surfer build. What a good upgrade. Killmonger's going to get got by Negasonic. We're definitely not going to stick this one out if they end up snapping at any point. Also, can we talk about how you scammed buying Phoenix Force variants because you never get to see them? It's the same thing for Morph. But we have Mobius, Gladiator, with the Forge, Storm. I think this is a definite jump out. This becomes... I mean, we could do something like this. Or even, we keep the extra 5 with Maximus if we do this. Never seen High Evo? Yeah, High Evo is one that's not as relevant as it used to be. It used to... Oh, wait. The Invisible Woman's 2 cost. Or if we're going to duck it, we might as well duck it for that. But High Evo used to be really, really strong, but as the game progressed, enough cards that are strong enough came in kind of over the top of what High Evo does, and just they do it better. And so it's definitely one that is in an awkward spot now. High Evo can definitely still be played, but it has those decks that just hard counter it, and it has no chance against. The Wave Evo was one of my favorite builds. I forgot what that list ran. So Wave Evo was one that you could just slam ridiculous things down on the board. I also miss the old Wave, like the Good Cards Wave, where you just restrict your opponent from being able to do... or it didn't restrict the opponents, it discounted a lot of yours, so you could play some like absurd combos on the last turn. Death being only needing to get discounted by like 2 or 3 to be free was wild. With the extra energy, I think we're just going to skip here for now. We have the Mobius eventually. Yeah, old Wave was crazy. Death Wave was one of the original like absurd everywhere decks that just kind of caught fire and was all over the place. So the Psylocke ramp into 4 energy on this turn. I don't think they use Absorbing Man to copy that. I guess to 5 energy. They could Cersei this turn. That gets kind of wild. We do have Shadow King this time, so a Shadow King behind the Invisible Woman could be something that offers quite a bit of value. We also have Maximus, so if we end up getting a Ronin, we can get a double extra draw for him. I kind of like positioning Shadow King behind the Invisible Woman and just kind of leaving it there and letting it kind of sit. Cannonball Professor X reminding me of the Death Wave arrow. That's unfortunate, but at least it didn't hit our Invisible Woman. So it upgraded to Red Guardian. Every time I do a 2-cost to a 3-cost upgrade, I get stuck with some kind of bad stuff. I kind of like... We're going to need to win one of the other lanes. And so I feel like we need Ronin here. Do you remember the old arrow? Yeah, the old arrow pulled everything into a lane, so it was so disruptive to everybody. So a double trigger of Silver Surfer, or even quadruple with Silver Surfer and Absorbing Man. I don't know that we beat that. Even if we can win Kiln, it comes down to winning an additional location that scares me. Galactus was kind of crazy on release too. Yep, the Bayro deck was all over the place. That was like the primary good cards build for whenever you wanted to just absolutely make sure you won. Miss Marvel doesn't add anything here. They don't know that. We have Killmonger. I think this is our play. And then we see. My first Infinite season was an Arrow Dino deck. I still have the deck in my list for the memories. That takes some dedication, Droopy. Holding it for that long is such a big flex. Because I rotate through my decks almost every other week, if not faster than that. So this becomes 7 and 3. It becomes 10. This is 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 wins us here. Does this win us here? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe with the card draw from Maximus, it might give us a little bit of additional push. I'm thinking they do Absorbing Man. I don't think they're going to have an Odin, but I've been surprised by builds before. So let's go ahead and send this one. Shanna is just the extra +2 and the Yondu. Yeah, I don't think we beat that. Had we played Killmonger, though?
Aid my hand.
Interesting. Had we played Killmonger, I didn't expect the Shanna, but had we played Killmonger, I think we would have been able to win mid still. And we had the energy. We played Nocturne instead of Killmonger for the extra 2 to the right, and we could have cleared the 4 in mid. I remember when your Negative Surfer deck was everywhere. When they first changed Magic, Negative Surfer was so tough to fight against because we didn't have any like strong ways to control locations, and so it was really awkward to try and fit them into any kind of builds. And then Legion released, and that really kind of let that lever of not being so dominant kind of release a little bit. And then we also, after that, got a lot of cards like Nocturne that have just an absurd amount of control over locations. This has been my go-to deck since your video released, except I have Scarlet Witch in place of Nocturne. Scarlet Witch is another good one. Yeah, that Magic meta was crazy. Between the Negative Surfer and it was like there was a She-Not, like a She-Not and Infinite deck, or a high Evo She-Not deck that used the Magic. It was all over the place, and it was so hard to fight against because you didn't have any way to externally change it, so a Cosmo just protected your Magic location every single time. I think we go ahead and we play Nocturne. We want to rip away Mindscape every single time. We do also want to play Sera, so we get a big discount on our cards. But I think we prioritize Nocturne early so we can change it. So they used Absorbing Man into the Psylocke, which is interesting. Are they planning on doing Cersei into the Absorbing Man this game? Decks who didn't even need Magic were running it? Yeah, having a turn 7. There used to also be a time where Magic worked on turn 6, and that felt awful. That was such an awful to play into type of thing. That you lost all control. You didn't know whether to drop your big cards to anticipate a leader, to anticipate a Magic. It was a tough time for sure. And so we get Hulk from the Great Portal. They run a Koye, buff up, I'm guessing maybe Shaw's base in their deck. Average Guy. Hey TLSG, all good? Nice to catch you on stream. It's nice to be streaming again. Thank you so much for being able to be here. I hope that you enjoy it, and I'm glad to be back streaming. It's been something that I've definitely missed for quite a while. So the Cersei to the left upgrades to Kyera and Venom, which is so unfortunate because we do have a Shadow King that we can threaten either the right location or the left location with. And I think for this, we definitely want to hide it behind the Invisible Woman. This is just such a big power swing that from there we can just focus on the middle location. Even though we won't get the +5 from Miss Marvel, I think it's fine.
Snap.
Let's see if we can get a couple of the cubes back. Average Guy,
Hey,
thank you so
welcome.
much
It took
for
you long enough.
the Prime sub. That brings us up to 200 subs for the month, and 112 of those today. Thank you so much for the support. I'm so glad to have you here.
Opponent snapped.
So they snapped my boomer snap right back. And so this is going to be an all or nothing. I'm not going to retreat for 3. See how it works. A Shaw in mid could be scary. A Shaw with an Absorbing Man, or Shaw with a Silver Surfer. Why hide it when it costs you points? Because they can play Silver Surfer into Dark Dimension. Oh, I guess you're right. I was thinking more so on this right side, so after the Silver Surfer. And so it may be better. You may be right. It may be better to do something like Red Guardian in mid or Mobius in mid. But I was thinking on the fact that they could hide Silver Surfer. And so Ironheart comes down, Silver Surfer comes down. The snap against my snap is one that I greatly appreciate now. So the Venom going down to 3, the Ronin coming over the top of mid. We will take the 5, and just like that, we are back into this thing.
Victory.
How many subs do you need to have a higher tier of splits? I'm not super familiar. I think it's 300 for the highest split, but I think I have to hold that for 3 consistent months. And then it goes from a 50-50 to a 70-30, which is a huge jump and a huge push back for the creators. So I mean, I'm looking forward to one day getting that, but I think it has to be for the previous 3 months. TLSG, so good to see you again. I still live my life with an internal dialogue that talks about decisions as having so much value or giving us the reach we need. It's one of those that it's kind of like the haul ride. It just kind of happens. And when it does, we roll with it. Robe, yeah, we are back on Twitch. So we're back on Twitch. We're on YouTube for the videos, and I have a video on demand channel. It's in the panels down below that I'm going to be posting all of the videos on demand from Twitch for those live streams over into, so that anybody that misses it or just prefers the YouTube platform, so that they can enjoy them. I'm going to go ahead and play Nocturne here with Lemuria. They've played Forge, so I'm thinking the right lane is probably Brood. I think it'd be rude of us to assume otherwise. Play the Miss Marvel. We have Ronin, but we also have Sera for a little bit of reduction. And then Coop, he said, how's it going, man? It's going well. The stream has been phenomenal. We've had a lot of support just all throughout the entirety of the stream, so I've been having a really good stream, enjoying it. Had some wins, had some losses, but overall, the conversations, the positivity of our community has never changed. And so it's been like I never even stopped being able to come back again. Cursor, you said, awesome seeing you stream. Watching you with my kids. We use the all right 10 times a day. All the best to you and yours. That's amazing. Because a couple of people have commented and say that it's getting like it's old, or they don't want me to do the haul right. But at this point, I feel like I'm just obligated. I have to lean into the haul right like almost every single game, and so it makes me feel good that you and your kids use that as kind of a joke. Nice to see you have gone on Twitch. My wife had our son, so I'm a dad now too. Congratulations, Robe. How old is your son now? Don't ever stop. I mean, that's all the support that I need. It's enough to, like, I was a little discouraged. I was like, maybe I need to tone it down, but you guys and your support, that's all I need. So with Psylocke being here, they're gonna Cersei this lane. All right is goated. I feel like they're gonna go Cersei this lane, or I would assume they're going to. What's going to be our best use of resources? This helps us when they've already played Silver Surfer. It got pulled by Grand Central. They Cersei to the left. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, right's already kind of big. You're right. And so if we did something like this, then do they have any 1-cost cards they can use alongside? They could do Shanna, but that's kind of on the right. They forged and Ironhearted it. Yeah, you guys are right. This covers our stats. Kino, thank you so much for the 1 month resub. Thank you so much for the support and just being here to enjoy it. And thank you for the 3 months. So this kind of covers the right lane, covers mid decently. And then if we needed a little bit of extra push, I would think it would be over here. So we can go ahead and do that. If you're scared of Shanna, you have Monger. I'm not necessarily scared of Shanna. I'm just scared of what they can drop in tandem with the Cersei. And so it's a 1-drop, but what 1-drop is it? It's something that we haven't seen. Iron Lad copies into Brood, which it doesn't have any space for. The Elsa. No. With Asteroid M, our Red Guardian is going to pull over into mid for the win. Undeserved, but their Elsa was undeserved as well. So it was all calculated. Every bit of that was calculated. We will take the 4 where we can. Not feeling like it was deserved, but that was definitely a fun one to calculated Asteroid M, easy. Sometimes RNG just works in your favor. And so that puts us up with a big 5-1 advantage. We are in earlier rounds, or in high stakes rounds, and so it's going to be 2, so they have to win 3 back-to-back. We still doing TLSG name meetings. I did do the Lonely Sniper guy a little bit earlier, but it's hard for me to do that and concentrate on the game. I mean, they rolled Cersei, you rolled Asteroid M. Yeah, it was fair on both. They rolled the Elsa, we rolled the Asteroid M. So it balances out. You got to do it in between games? Yeah. Yeah, it's something that it's hard to focus on both of them. Mr. Sinister for them is decent in Washington, D.C. We can potentially change it with our Nocturne, so that may be the line we go with. We know that they have Cersei in hand. What's your any day go-to snacked? I've been hooked on these Nature Valley Honey and Oat. I like the Honey and Oat bars, but they are so crumbly. I can't eat them neatly, whether it's in the wrapper or not. Yo, TLSG, awesome you streaming. Zephyr, welcome in. I'm so glad that you were able to jump in and join us. I am glad to be back. Glad to be streaming again. It's been a very long time since I've been able to do this. But my everyday go-to snack, I'd say, is probably an apple, which is kind of boring. But that, like, if there's an apple, that's probably what I'm going to grab as a quick snack. You said 4-cubed a guy today by turning Onslaught Citadel into Rickety Bridge. That one definitely stung a little bit, I'm sure. Let's go ahead and play Miss Marvel. That way we can start having that flexibility. We have Killmonger for the Sunspot. If we end up needing it, I don't think we ever drop our Cersei. Full respect. I mean, there's plenty of junk that I eat too, but like if it's something that I need that's quick and easy, we have a lot of snacks around for my daughter, so sometimes it's goldfish. Goldfish are an easy grab. Always kind of hit the spot. I kind of like Ronin to the left. That way on the last turn, we always have something like Gladiator, Maximus to send it the rest of the way home once Ronin's down on the board. There is one of their cards that I haven't seen yet. Dots Pretzels. Dots Pretzels are really good. I like the honey mustard ones. Those are really, really solid. So they went ahead and Cersei'd in mid. They have a lot of power there now. We could... Can we ever match that? So this ends up giving us 10, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Match their 21. I think this is what we lock in. Miss Marvel will push over to the right. Ronin's going to get bumped back up a little bit by their Maximus. Go ahead and send it. Cheese sticks? We do keep some cheese sticks. She destroys yogurt and applesauce a little bit more than cheese sticks, but every once in a while she goes on a big kick. So the Shang-Chi mid, the Psylocke, they can have the left lane. We'll pull in the middle, we'll pull in the right, and we will bring home that one just in time for me to run and get a quick refill in my water. And then we will go into what the name TLSG means. And so there's going to be a quick little advert break, and then we'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. All right, we're back. Sorry, it took a second longer than I thought to be able to get my water refilled. And so as far as what TLSG means, so there's a lot of debate over what it means. And the real story is I used to play League of Legends almost obsessively. And so I played it from season 0 up through the Ivern season. And as soon as Ivern came out, that was like my go-to jungler. And during those games, on the climb up, you know, the promotion series are always really, really brutal. And so, like there was one season where like I was teetering between my diamond promotion for it felt like nearly the entire month. And each time it was, you know, everyone was super, super mad, kind of like League. League is very toxic. But within that, I was kind of that voice of positivity, of like an encouragement, like what we can do better, where we like fell, whether it was matchup, whether it was kind of map control, warding, that sort of thing. And so with that, they started calling me the least salty guy. And that is what, or the least salty gamer. There were a couple of different variations, but because of that, I kind of wore that with a badge of pride, because League is awful. League is terrible. League is toxic, and it brings out the worst in people. And I was able to stay positive through that and kind of help lift up the spirits. And we eventually, we had a duo that I queued into most often. Every once in a while, we did a little bit bigger, but in that we were able to eventually reach up to that diamond. That was actually our highest ending season that we ended in. And so it was something that held so true to me that I decided to kind of shorten it into like an acronym, and I use that in every game that I start from now on. What's your dog's name? My dog's name, the one that is here, she is okay. There's two of them. So there's one right next to me. See if I can get him. See if I can get him in frame. That is so close. That's just my eye. Hold on. There we go. A little bit better. The one back here behind me her name's Juliet. And then there's one that's really scared of the rain. And it's raining right now. She's right here. You can barely see her, but I have my camera on a boom arm, so it can't really move that much. But she's really scared of the rain. And so anytime it rains, she shakes